Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Summer, how are you? Norman, how are you tonight? Sorry, I am like 3 minutes late, but my grown child, for some reason, didn't wash his work clothes. So I had to run in there and throw clothes in the washer. No way, how are you? Hope your parents are, I know, he's like 22 years old. I'm like, dude, you need to wash your own work clothes. But he always has an excuse, so I just went in there and did it. It's just easier. Hey Sally Mae, how are you? Sally Mae, that's fine. Everybody, Sally Mae is saying hi to all of you. Hey Lori, how are you? Tracy, how are you? You should put some rose scented fabric scent in there for him. Good. Hey Riddler, how are you? Evie, how are you? Hey Avery, how are you? Summer, I kept telling him, like, I need your work clothes. He still had them on. He's like, you're just going to have to hold on minutes. I can't hold on. People are waiting on me. Hey Shane, how are you? And Big Al, honestly, if I put rose scented fabric softener, he would probably say it smelled good. This tree and part of a fence. That's it. Oh, just on. Y'all been having bad weather? Hey, Yorkie Mama, how are you? And Gigi, how are you? No, I don't even have the remote to cut the TV down. Oh, shoot. Hold on just a second, y'all. Okay, I'm back. I think I'm situated now. Let's see. Emails pinned to the top of the chat if anyone needs to send anything to me. Uh, Today on my way to work, I seen a missing person poster of a young girl. Norman, where was that? Or what state? Sally, I was muted for a second. Oh Lord, y'all, hold on. I'm clicking on stuff I ain't supposed to be clicking on. In California, okay. Now I've seen a few different new missing person posters that somebody had put out on Twitter earlier. Okay, those are not GT, that's fine. Evie, your comment was deleted by accident. Hey Kelly M, how are you? Bushcraft family, how are you? And Bushcraft family, I promise I'm gonna email you back. I've just been literally running around super busy. But I'm going to email you back and we're going to work a day and time out to get together over on your channel. All right. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to throw the link out. Anybody wants to take it, you're more than welcome to. I got a couple of different things that I've come across that I've seen as red flags regarding this case. There is something that I want to read after I'm done with that. Hey, Jeremy, how are you? Um, about the Titan and what happened with it today. I'm sure if y'all were keeping up with it, y'all probably heard about that. Um, I'm going to read a statement that was put out by the company today. And then if Big Al is still in here during that time, and he wants to, there was a case in his state that he can come up. I don't know all the details to it. He does. If he wants to come up and talk about that, he's more than welcome to as well. Okay, let me bring Lady V up. Let me bring Riddler up. How are y'all?
Doing just fine.
Hello.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I have my earpiece in, so I wanted to make sure.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you.
Can I ask you a quick question before we get going?
Sure.
What's the difference between talk chats and all messages?
Okay, if your chat is on top chat, you're not going to see all of the comments in chat.
Oh, okay.
So if you're on a phone, it should say all messages. If you're on a
Yeah.
computer, it'll say live chat.
Oh, okay.
That's the one you want to be on because in that way you can see everybody's comments
Okay.
in
I,
chat.
I wondered because you kept saying live chat and I didn't know for sure if that was all messages or not. So
Yeah,
thank
and
you for answering that.
oh, you're welcome. And that's what happens to me for some reason. And I know Big Al had mentioned it a couple times where his was getting kicked off of live chat back to top chat, and then you go to missing people's comments,
Wow. Okay.
and I don't know why they just won't have either give us the two options and we make one of them a default and we
Yeah.
don't have to worry about it, or you just give us live chat because what do we need top chat for anyway?
Yeah, I don't get that either. That doesn't make sense. But thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Protected, you're very welcome as well. Thank you, Summer. Yeah, if y'all have not hit the thumbs up, please do so.
I hit you on both of mine.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Mariah,
Uh,
how are you?
so I don't want to confuse people. On my phone, I'm Nell Elegance by Lady B, and on your panel, I'm Lady B. So
Okay.
that way you can have twice the time too.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what is up with me tonight. I don't know if it's because the headache was so bad yesterday that it is just like done something to me, but I am just clicking on the wrong stuff tonight. Hey, Tina Marie, how are you?
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's horrible.
I had one of those headaches yesterday that, your head is pounding so bad that you can't like
Yeah.
concentrate on stuff. And I don't know if it just messed me up because I didn't sleep hardly any last night either. And today I've been just like looking through stuff and clicking the wrong stuff on the StreamYard and everything else.
Oh man. Well, I'm sorry. I hope it gets better soon.
It's a little bit better. I think it's my allergies that's doing
Uh,
it.
Do you have allergy medicine you can take?
Yeah, they've got me on two different allergy medicines. And then I called my doctor today and I have an appointment Tuesday with him. So he's going to have to do something because I can't keep dealing with the allergy
Have you
headaches.
looked I mean, I don't know how you feel about this, but have you looked into like some of these new CBD things like Kratom Red or anything like that?
Somebody was telling me about the kratom in the vape shop that I go to.
It really helps.
I may ask the little dude that works there. Well, him and his family own the vape shop, and
Yep. They've
I
got
may
like
ask him about
yeah,
it.
and they've got like quite a few different ones like Kratom Green and Ben something or other. Anyway, they've got quite a few and there's a list of what they each of them do.
Uh huh.
Yeah, you might try that unless you're on, unless you're on controlled substances from the doctor. If you are, don't take it if they take your blood because you'll get hit with THC.
Oh no, the only thing I take is I think one is Singulair and one is what is this other one? What is the other one? There's I have Singulair and then one that is loratadine.
Okay.
Flip, what is that? The Singulair. And I forgot what the other one's called, but anyway, they got me on both of those. Okay, so with your allergies and the drastic changes in the barometric pressure, it causes headache, migraines. This happens to me. Jen, is there any certain thing that you do for your headaches? Drink water with the heat. You might be dehydrated. King Scarlet, I have drank like enough Gatorade. Literally. Claritin, that's it. Thank you, Jen.
Have you tried that cucumber Gatorade?
No.
It's
I
really good.
only drink one kind of Gatorade, and that's the white. What is it called? Cherry Glacier. That's the only one that I'll drink.
I mean, if you like cucumbers, it's
Mm-hmm.
like that's the only one. That's the only one I'll drink. I don't like any of the others, but yeah, that cucumber is like it tastes like cucumbers. It's so refreshing and it's just amazing.
I mean, we've got cucumbers here that's growing. I may have to see if I know a lot of people do like the cucumber water.
Yeah, that's what it tastes like.
I just can't do water though. That's my problem. Hey, Sally Mae.
I mean, have you tried putting like fruits or stuff in your water?
It's just the fact that it's water. Like the closest to water I get is tea, iced tea. It's got water in it, so.
Yeah, I usually drink tea, coffee, and water sitting by me all the time. I try to sip on the water some, so.
Stay out of Florida. Humidity is source, Mariah. I'm in Louisiana. Our humidity today, I want to say, is like 88%.
Oh my goodness, that's terrible.
Yes, it is hot. Avery, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are y'all?
Doing good.
Pretty.
I was listening to you just talk about is it allergies or is it sinus infections that you have a problem with?
Mostly my allergies. I just got over a sinus infection a couple of weeks ago.
So when I moved to the South, I had terrible allergies and then it would, turn into sinus infections.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody kept telling me, go get local honey and take a teaspoon a day because it has to be your local honey so that you're putting in the pollens, that are in your local area. You're putting the anti into your body, and you can we have farmers markets you can get it at, or we have like the old timey like Jones Pharmacy, like independent pharmacies where you can get it. And it's been a life changer for me.
Yeah, I forgot about that. You're right.
I know there's some people here that live probably about 2 or 3 miles from my house that have bees and sell honey and all that. So I may have to see if I can get some from them.
Theirs is
completely raw, unfiltered. So that's what I need.
Yeah.
Yes, you do a teaspoon a day, and then it makes your body immune to all the local pollen.
Mm-hmm. You need to go get some local honey, the raw and take it.
The raw unfiltered kind.
It's an allergy that you have. My husband has like a skin rash thing. It's just like little bumps everywhere. I had forgotten about the honey thing. He gets it every year. I think he's allergic to the grass.
Oh,
could be.
Because we own our own drain and sewer business. So like he's down on the grass all the time pulling the cable and everything, and I think that's what it is.
Probably. Yeah, I honestly really thought the whole honey thing was just a myth, and then finally one year I was just so fed up, and it was just a game changer.
I'm gonna have to get. Which I knew about it. I honestly I didn't even think about it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna have to get some.
Yeah, once you do, you're going to be like, oh, yes, I should have been doing this.
Yeah. I was taking it for something here a while back, and it really did work, and I just completely forgot about it. I'm glad you brought it up.
Mm-hmm.
Mariah says
See,
she had her
sometimes
problem is the pollen in Florida. Mariah, we had the pollen a few months ago, and it was like the whole state of Louisiana was just yellow.
mm-hmm. Is how it is here in Alabama too. And we'll have the love bugs coming soon. Do you get those where you're at?
We get the love bugs and the June bugs.
Which
Those
ones
love
are the
bugs.
love bugs?
They're literally these bugs that they're
attached to each other
because they're mating.
Oh,
And they will be everywhere. You cannot open your mouth outside.
oh my goodness.
Oh, it's terrible.
And then at night, you can't, if you have like a front porch light, you can't open your front door because of the June bugs.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
They
see,
will
we
literally
get
attack
June
you.
bugs. Oh, okay. I've seen these. These bite too, don't they?
June bugs?
Those love bugs?
No, they don't bite.
No, they don't bite. They're
eat the paint
annoying.
they eat the paint off your car.
Oh yeah, they do.
What?
And then the
Yeah.
June bugs are the ones with the claw legs, and
Yeah, they stick to you.
they'll
I don't
land
like
in your
June
hair.
bugs.
And, oh, they hurt.
I don't like June bugs. My dad, we used to have a squirrel monkey, and squirrel monkeys like to eat June bugs. So my dad used to send me and my sister when I was like 8 years old. He'd send us out there to catch them, and they'd get in my hair, and I don't like June bugs, and I don't like walking sticks.
We
I'll
have
pick
those
up
here too.
spiders. I'll take them outside. Not that, yeah, those two I'm like, no, I don't. But right now, what we're having problems with, I have a wreath on my front door,
Mhm.
and I opened it the other night to let one of the girls leave that I had at my house, and there were probably, I kid you not, there were probably like 150 moths that had gotten in there. It was horrible.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Charlotte, I can't send you a picture in the back chat, can I?
No, you can email it to me.
Okay, I have a screenshot of it's a very good description of what happens to the human bodies when they implode.
Okay.
So what is your email, real quick, and I'll send it.
Here, I'll put it in the back chat.
Okay.
You can see the back chat, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's such a terrible, oh my gosh, that's just horrible. They probably imploded though right when they lost communications, probably, I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's what was said. I think it was an hour and 45 minutes after they went under the water, they lost comms. And then it was like right at that time is when the Navy is claiming that they heard the implosion.
Yeah. They said if there was one tiny itty bitty little hole in there, it could cause it too.
Yep.
Now we're upsetting Sally Mae. I'm sorry, Sally.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead. Sally Mae, we're just gonna get started on Bryan stuff. I do want to go over and share what the Mariah says it sounds like a Southern chat. I do want to share with y'all, for those who haven't seen it, what Ocean Gate had put out their statement today. It's not very long. I want to say that I have an article about the 19-year-old boy that was there. He didn't even want to go.
And I just sent you since you're going to talk about the Titan for a minute, I did just send you that. I don't know if you're,
okay.
It's a little graphic, but it explains why, no bodies will ever be found.
Oh, okay. I don't think protected. I don't think they were aware. I think it was pretty much instantaneous from what I understand.
Several people, and there was actually, I can't think of the guy's name, but I'd seen him today. He was like an expert underwater explorer. He was in the Navy he was a submariner. And
Oh,
when
I know
something
who you're
like
talking about.
when an implosion happens, it's instantaneously. Like there's no warning that it's going to happen. It just happens, and if there's someone inside of it, they don't even know what happened. So
Yeah,
they
they
suffer,
don't even know they're gone.
right.
Yeah.
There was no suffering. It's not like they were down on the bottom of the ocean floor, freezing, and just waiting for either someone to come rescue them or
I'm glad
someone
for that.
or their oxygen to run out. So
I'm pretty sure that expert is the one who wrote excuse me, who wrote the thing that I just sent you. And it's really interesting because he describes like how fast the sub starts going, and then he even compares it to like how fast your brain can comprehend. And so he breaks it down to where like they literally would not have known what would even happen to them.
oh, I think I read that. But I'll look back over it then. Thank you for sending it to me.
Well, if you're not going to play it, I think I sent you an email the other day. Maybe you can email it to me if you're not going to play it on here. I'd like to see it.
Okay, is it a video, Avery?
No, it's a screenshot. He typed it. It's something he wrote out today, and it was I don't even remember where I screenshot it from. But I believe it was that expert guy who wrote it.
Okay, but Lady V, I can email it to you.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Let's see. I just seen somebody else. Okay, Kelly says, right, your mind don't even have time to comprehend anything. Yeah, it's like super quick.
You know, that's why when I'm having surgery and stuff, I don't really get worried because I'm like, if I'm going to go, I'm not even going to know because I'm asleep.
Right.
I mean, you can't ask for a more peaceful way to go.
That is true. Okay, what am I looking for? So I'm trying to scan through this document that we went over the other night about the DNA. Do y'all remember when it said that? And I don't remember the exact wording, so I'm not going to say this verbatim. Hey, Rich, how are you? But they were talking about that the reason why they didn't have to turn it over to Bryan in his defense is because it wasn't the results of tests or experiments. I wish I could find that part. Okay, so I got to thinking about this. And this is before I come out with my theory. This is strictly just my opinion only. I am not stating this as a fact or anything like that. But I got to thinking about it because I was just like, why would they not want to bring into court and show how they got this? Like the steps that they took. For whatever reason, I get stuck on it. It bothers me. So I got to thinking about it, and I was watching Crime Circus. One of his, I think it was his last video that he put out.
Yeah, I watched that.
And I got to thinking about, in the document, it says that they sent it to a private lab. Well, if a private lab does this, takes this DNA and compares it to another DNA, then you get test results back, right?
Right.
Okay. Therefore, it would be considered test results. They would have to turn it over to Bryan's defense because it would be either test results or the results of an experiment.
Right.
So instead, Ellie thought, okay, let's stop this private lab and let's let the FBI take it over. The FBI can go into these genealogical sites like I can, Avery can, Lady V, Riddler, like any of us can, and submit DNA. Well, whenever they do it, it's not like the results, because they're putting it in there to get the results from of people that are kin to the person of the DNA. Right. So it builds the family tree. Therefore, it does not become the results of a test or an experiment. Therefore, they don't have to turn it over. See where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So it's like more of just like an investigative
Investigative.
tool.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Makes sense.
are they saying they're not going to use it though?
They're
They're
not
not.
using the genealogical part of it. The only thing that they're using is they're taking the DNA that they got off the knife sheath, and they're going to show where they compared that to Bryan Kohberger's DNA that they took from the buccal swab when he was arrested, and how they came
Wow.
up with it. But the
Yeah.
whole genealogical part of it, of them taking the DNA from the knife sheath and they're putting it into CODIS and it doesn't come up with a hit, so they're putting it into like Ancestry.com and 23andMe, and where they're submitting that DNA, and then they come back with all the people who are kin to that person. They're not using none of that. They're not using the part
Yeah, well, they don't
where they
have
got the
to.
dad.
I mean, if
Right.
they've got the other, they don't have to.
Well, see,
And then they don't have to, like, you know,
they don't have to turn it over because the results of it were not the results of a test or an experiment.
right.
And which is what, hey Dennis, how are you? Which is what it says in the paperwork. So I was, and like I said, it just kept bothering me. Like, why would they not? Why would they delete it? Because that's what the
Yeah.
FBI did. Hey Richard, how are you? They deleted all of it, and I got to thinking about it. I was like, okay, so they had the private lab. Why not just go ahead and let the private lab do it? The FBI has a lab. Why not use FBI's lab to do it? Because then the results would come back as test results, because you're doing
Right.
a DNA test, and then they would have to turn it over. Instead, they just went in and submitted it like we would.
Right.
They get the results of the family tree and then build it from
And
there.
then they did the other separately.
Right. And
Right.
then, yes, they did Bryan's direct DNA from the buccal swab.
Yeah, so they don't need to use it, and then, you know, they don't have to
It just seems weird though that
try
they
to get
would.
all those people's names either.
Right. And I get that point, because, you know, like they could have redacted their names so
Yeah.
they're not put out to the public. I get why they didn't want to do that. But then again, those people they probably don't want to know if they're kin to a person who is being accused of murdering 4 kids. And the police are probably not going to tell them that they assisted in finding out who the person is that done this. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah,
But
I do.
I was thinking about that because it bothers me, and I just don't believe that the FBI did all this and they didn't make a record of it.
Well-
Sally Mae, yeah, the arrest was done based on the genealogical DNA, and then once he was arrested, they took direct DNA from Bryan, and then compared that to the DNA on the sheet, and then it came back as a statistical match. And then now they're throwing the genealogical DNA, like they're not even going to use it. And they're saying
Yeah.
that it wasn't presented to the grand jury or anything like that.
Well, I don't have a problem with taking that one out, I don't think. I mean, they don't need it anymore.
But I wonder though,
Unless it questions, you know, their ability to get the warrant
that's
if
what
they need it to prove why.
see, I don't know how that would work. I need to dig more into that part of it, because if you got a PCA and that's what you put in the PCA is the genealogical part of it, okay? And
Right.
then you got the arrest warrant, and that's what you arrested him on. So can Ann Taylor challenge that? Okay, Avery, that's fine.
I don't know. That's
It just seems it seems fishy.
it does. And everybody, I mean, was on Melissa Jade's today, and I watched Crime Circus on his last one. He has some good thoughts too.
Right.
But yeah, everybody's trying to figure out why they're hiding this and saying, you know, it's so fishy. Oh, Avery left.
Yeah, she just said in chat that she said, I threw myself right off, but I'll come back up later. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna munch on some cherries.
Not Johnson Cherry.
Let's see.
Here we go with food.
Wait, Mara. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we actually came to St. Louis today.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, so I'm talking to you from the hotel room.
I've been to St. Louis many times. We lived across the river over in Illinois from
I
there for
don't like St. Louis.
I, me neither. And I'm not
My
talking bad
husband
about
had to
people
bring.
from St.
Sorry.
Louis. No, you're good. I'm not talking bad about people from St. Louis. I just the city itself I don't like. Hey Philly, how are you?
Hey guys, how are you?
Doing good.
Hey, Billy.
Hi,
Hey,
hi, Philly.
hey Riddler.
Yeah, he had to bring one of his machines up here, his camera, and get it fixed. And
Oh, okay.
I we used to live in Wentzville and O'Fallon and all of that when it was teeny tiny,
Mhm.
way back when. And yeah, it's not one of my favorite places.
Yeah, we were in Illinois, like I said, right across the river from St. Louis. I hated it.
Yeah.
So I stayed like
You
2
have to be
months.
careful here too.
Yes, because my daughter was up there a couple of months ago, and I was, and well, she was over in Illinois, over in Collinsville, and they were talking about going to St. Louis. I said, you do not go to St. Louis while you're there, and if you don't listen to me and you do go to St. Louis, you be out of that city before it gets dark.
Exactly.
Do not go there while it's dark. And I think they went one time, and that was it.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Very, very dangerous. So, Billy, I haven't got to talk to you a whole lot since all of this DNA mumbo jumbo stuff come out. What is your thoughts on it?
Yeah. So yeah,
He's speechless.
yeah, I kind of am because like the last update we got was the Bryan's DNA was on the underlying sheet next to Maddie,
Oh,
right?
yeah. It was in the PCA. Payne puts that it is on the bed next to Madison Mogan's body on the right side. And that's not verbatim what it says, but it's on the right side of her on the bed. When this new document came out Tuesday on the 20th, it says in there, and this is from the prosecuting attorney, it says that the knife sheath was found face down in the bed, partially under the body of Madison Mogan and the comforter that was on the bed. Now, some people are looking at this and being like, okay, this isn't a big deal. It's just a little bit more specific of where it was at. But underneath and beside of, it's two different places. When you tell me something's beside of me, it's beside of me and not touching me. But if it's under me, it's underneath my body, touching my body. Two
Right.
different places. And there's a lot of people that are just like I said, oh no, they're just being a little bit more specific on where it was found at. But my problem is if it's under her body and under the cover, how did Payne see it from the front from the bedroom door?
Yeah, and you're right. Like when I saw the recent news with
Mhm.
that evidence, I was like, all right, the case is closed. Like his DNA is on the sheath. Like this is like a closed case.
Mm-hmm.
But
I,
what you're saying is it's suspect, right? So
the, I don't have a problem with his DNA being on the sheet. That like I'm not questioning it. I believe that it probably is his DNA on there. My problem is that they arrested this dude on the genealogical part of it, but then they're not going to use it when he goes to trial. And maybe they don't have to, but I'm kind of looking at it from like Bryan's standpoint that if I was in his shoes, I would want to know every way that you came up with that DNA on that sheath matching to my actual DNA.
Scarlett,
Uh,
when this officer Payne was writing this PCA, or when he was at the scene, was he actually the detective that puts the gloves on and rolls the body over and checks it? Like, did the knife wounds go all the way through? Or is he standing there writing down what he sees investigators doing?
I, I don't know. I don't have a problem with him writing down what he sees investigators doing. But my problem is that they arrested this dude on the genealogical part of it, but then they're not going to use it when he goes to trial. And maybe they don't have to, but I'm kind of looking at it from like Bryan's standpoint that if I was in his shoes, I would want to know every way that you came up with that DNA on that sheath matching to my actual DNA.
investigators doing? How does he come up with
He's
all this summary? What I'm trying to
he
figure.
walked through the house. I don't know if he moved bodies or did anything like that. The way he's writing it in the PCA is as soon as he's doing it from uh, his perspective of when he walks in the front door for the first time and walks into the crime scene for the first time. And I don't know if he went back after that, after he did the initial walkthrough and then did what he had to do. I don't know. But the way he is explaining it, he goes upstairs to the second floor, learns that it's Xana's room and where Xana's at, and goes up to the third floor and the girls are in the bed, and then says he later noticed the knife sheath from the door.
Yeah,
So
okay, so they're saying his dad's DNA was on the sheet.
No, his dad's DNA went on the sheet.
his dad's DNA was like a probability that
And
it was
they,
his family, right?
well, they found his dad's DNA in the trash that they collected
Right.
in
Right,
Pennsylvania.
right.
And they took
Oh,
that DNA from the trash and compared it to the DNA on the sheet, and the DNA on the trash come back as 99.9998% the biological father of the male DNA source that was found on the sheet.
Right.
Now,
okay,
Exactly.
gotcha.
once
I
Yep.
got
again,
some
once
people are
again,
saying that it's his dad's DNA on the sheet. I hadn't heard that before, and so that's why I asked because it was confusing.
Yeah, no, it's not.
I'm sorry,
well,
Riddler.
once again, did his father ever take an ancestry test or that me, whatever that other one is?
Oh,
He
the
ever?
23andMe, that I don't know.
Because when they send the test to the
Or
genealogy places, they came up and they says, did they come up and says, here's somebody it matches?
it could have been a relative
Th-
of the father.
That's what I'm saying. It had to come
Yeah.
back, and that gave them, now we know which guy to chase.
Well, they're
And
saying that it came back with 100 that in the document that came out the other day. They're saying that they are wanting to protect these hundreds of names that came out in this uh, or that they used to build this family tree. Now, I'm sure it was distant cousins. His dad could have done it. I don't know. They never have came out and
because
said if he did or not.
something had to tell law enforcement that the results we just got back, and I'll just say ancestry, the results we got back from them says that these people are related to that Kohberger guy. Where something had to lead them to go to Kohberger or
Yeah.
to BK. Something had to lead them. I mean, something, even maybe something before the DNA, like, okay, we got a car, and that car is also, we believe, is at Washington State. But something had to lead them to believe that blood test that they got back, or DNA test they got back from.
Well, I'm pretty sure Bryan's name came back on that list when they put it in there as far as like the family tree type thing, and then they just went to narrowing it down from there
Now
and building.
The Richards said actually the first time around it was connected to the father. This is precisely how I did my very first theory.
Okay, wait, what was connected to the father?
I think he's talking about the sheath.
Who said it was connected to the dad?
I don't know. I mean, I heard that today a couple of times. That's why I asked. And then Richard, he's like, saying that it was the dad's DNA on there too. But I didn't think it was.
I've never heard that. Hmm.
Today was the first time I heard anything like that.
Well, I'm thinking the dad probably had a DNA test done, and when they sent that to the lab, there's a name that pops up, and since they got the same last names, aha!
Mm-hmm.
Now we're not on a rabbit trail. Now we're going to really find out what's going on, and
I was
we'll get more evidence from the garbage cans because you don't have to have a warrant to go through a garbage can. That's public.
right, and I was listening to Melissa Jade, and she had a clip on there where Debbie, that criminologist,
Uh-huh.
she has one, and she was talking about it, and it was a really good, and she thinks they have plenty of DNA evidence that they need. Did you watch that clip at all? She was
Mm,
being interviewed. I don't remember who it was by though. We were
I
driving.
I might have. I've watched so much stuff with this case that I
Yeah,
would
I hadn't seen
probably
it
know it
before.
if I watch it again. I would know if I've seen it before.
Yeah,
I just
it's pretty new. I think it's
okay.
probably in the last day or two.
The one thing I will say is I totally agree with Scarlett that there there's no way that it was just one person. Like somebody was driving that car, circling and making U-turns or whatever. And you know what? Maybe he had something to do with the DoorDash, right?
Yeah, that theory has came up as well about him possibly being DoorDash.
Like it's just kind of ironic that like within a couple minutes DoorDash comes and delivers food,
It is very close, isn't it?
Like
and
super close.
we saw the picture of Zana, right, in the kitchen getting the DoorDash delivery.
Wait, I
I
haven't seen
didn't
that
see a
picture.
picture.
No, now there's a picture of a Jack in a Box bag with Xana's name on it, but we don't even know
Right.
for 100% fact that that bag came from that delivery. It could have been from another night.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, you're good.
Well, everybody assumed that that was the one.
Yeah, that's what everybody's thinking, and it could be possible because I mean the bag wasn't. It didn't look like it was that like super old. Maybe a day or two or whatever.
Yeah,
Um, I don't know if there was any other restaurants that was open that late. I think Jack in the Box was the only one that was doing like DoorDash and stuff like that. And everybody just assumed that that bag, because it had her name on that white sticker, that it was from that night. But we
Yeah,
don't know.
you're right. Yeah. They're college students, so it could
Right.
have been like the last 3 nights. Yeah.
Plenty of ironies in this plot.
yeah.
I think that's why we're all curious because, I mean, when this case starts, I mean, there's going to be, there's a lot of evidence against Kohberger,
Mhm.
but there's a lot of, the defense is going to have a lot of twists
Yeah.
to why they can prove that Kohberger wasn't there, right?
Yeah, I totally agree.
I think his attorney's going to challenge everything.
But I mean, okay, even if, okay, so, but his DNA was on the sheet. So if his DNA is on the sheet, then he was there,
Or I mean,
right?
they're going to have to. I mean, if technically it doesn't prove he was in the house. It
Right.
just
What?
means that
How?
it technically it only proves that there is an item in the house where 4 murders were committed that has his DNA on it, which he can argue or his attorney can argue, well, uh, somebody else could own the sheath and Bryan could have touched it. They could have shook Bryan's hand and then touched
Well,
the
I
sheet.
get that, but seriously, I mean,
I mean, she can argue that.
yeah, I understand that, but I mean, I just don't. I mean, that's crazy. That would set a precedence of like, okay, well, your DNA's in the room, but okay,
especially
somebody,
especially if there's no, like, okay, so they're taking all these buccal swabs, right, throughout the house, uh,
right,
and his DNA is nowhere else in the house, and then they go and they test his car, and none of the kids' DNA is in his car, and none of the kids' DNA is in his apartment. So Ann Taylor would then argue that sheet. You see what I'm saying?
right.
It would be
Well,
easier for her to argue it.
okay, I understand what you're saying. I mean, it's like my husband. My husband's in like 10 houses every day.
Hmm.
And, you know, he's working there, so the DNA is going to be there, right?
Right.
So if something were to happen, they would find my husband's DNA in the house and have to clear him.
Right. But
I
he
mean,
would
it's
have
that
proof
kind
of
of
why
thing.
yeah, he would have proof of why he was in there because he would have basically a paper trail,
Right,
saying
right.
that he was here at this time doing this work.
I just don't understand how they're going to argue that he
It's going to be very
wasn't there.
interesting, honestly.
Yeah,
He may have been there like for like several parties that they were having, right? I
That's
mean,
what I was thinking, that he's been in the house before, and that's how he was able to get around so quickly in the house. Because the one thing that
yep.
stands out to me is that step that leads from the little hallway where Dylan's room is to the living room. There's a step there, and if it's completely dark and you've never been in the house before, you're going to trip and fall there because you're probably not going to be paying attention to a step when what was going on that night was going on.
well, maybe not because they had all those lights on too. And there was lights on in the bedroom, in Maddie's room, on her bed, over her bed. She had those little fairy lights.
Hmm.
And then you got the good vibes light, which, I mean, we saw that picture the other night where, I mean,
How
it's
bright it
pretty
was.
bright. Yeah.
Right.
How do we know the lights were on?
Because, because um, after they went in there, they left the lights on exactly like it was. And whenever they were looking through the house, that light was on. That good
Right.
vibes light, it was on.
I mean, how do we know that? That's what I'm trying
Because
to get
there's
at.
pictures of it.
Yeah, every picture that the girls before the murders happened, every picture that they ever took, whether it was daytime or nighttime, those lights were always on. Those
I
little,
don't think they ever turned it off.
yeah, I don't either. It was like decoration type thing or whatever, but they just always left it on. And
Right. And
real quick, let me just, Mary, I don't know who, if someone has mentioned something about a nightgown or whatever. I saw your comment. I just wanted to let everybody know that um, there was mention of a nightgown in the document the other night, but it has nothing to do with Brian's case or the girls or anything like that. That had to do with another case that they were using as an example, and what happened in that case for the judge and the defense attorneys and all that to go back and look over regarding like the whole legal thing with that. So I just, like I said, I don't know if Mary was answering someone or letting them know that, but I just wanted to put that out. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I still
Yeah, I
think
just want to.
BK should use my alibi that I provided a couple nights ago. That's the only way he's going to get out of this thing.
what was that? I don't think I heard that. What was it?
You have to ask Scarlett if I'm allowed to say it on here.
Wait, what was it again?
You remember the alibi I provided for BK the other night, about 2 or 3 nights ago? I said how he picked up a stranger and they went into town to go get some weed because it was dry. He drops him off right in that area where Queen and King that little area where the house is. And I said, the stranger never comes back. He said, the only thing I can tell you about the stranger is he told me he was from Portland. And when he got out, he was supposed to go get us a bag of weed, and I never seen him. I've been driving around looking for him. And he also took my knife. If you don't believe me, check with Amazon. That's where I bought the knife.
I remember you saying
And
that.
this
I
guy,
remember
this guy
something.
had bushy eyebrows too. They're bushier than mine.
Okay,
Yeah,
Kelly,
I understand what you're saying, but where's the evidence that he had picked up some stranger?
That's for the state to get that. I picked him up on the side of the road. He was hitchhiking. There's 100 ways these lawyers will come up with some story, and they're smarter than I am. I'm not a lawyer, so they're smarter than I am.
The thing is, if this guy is innocent, his life is totally destroyed. I mean, I don't know how he would do anything the rest of his life. I don't think he is innocent. I'm just like, if he has an alibi for that time and it's solid, this guy's name has been like totally destroyed.
Well, everybody's life is destroyed when you get slung through a court system with all the TV cameras and all the coverage that we now get on the internet. You think that guy Humphreys down in Gainesville, his life is normal?
Oh no, none of them are.
None of them are.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's what I'm saying. It's just
OJ's life was never the same. Casey Anthony, her life will never be the same.
no.
Even though I believe both of them were guilty, but anyway, the jury have to go what the jury says. Have to respect it.
Yeah.
And I'll have to say too, like, there's 200 people in this chat, and this is the best true crime channel. Like,
thank you.
hit the like button. Just hit it. Like,
Yeah, it only takes a second to hit the thumbs up.
Yeah, because it's like I see 71 likes. We can do better than that.
Yeah, I can only see it when it updates every minute.
A lot of people ask, well, if he's got an alibi, why hasn't he given it? Who does he give the alibi to? He can only give it to the judge. And when does he have that chance?
I mean, there's like some people that think, that thinks that he can just come up and say, oh, I've got an alibi and this is what it is. And boom, they'll just let him out. It don't work like that. He has to give his alibi to his attorney. Then his attorney presents it to the judge. They're going to have to vet the alibi and make sure it's legit.
Right. And they got to get the timelines to all match up.
Yeah, they have to make sure that what he is saying is true and correct. If he says that I was at Pizza Hut and I got a pepperoni pizza and I was there from 3:45 to 5:15, here's a receipt, and they're going to go back and they're going to look at the cameras from that time. Like, they have to vet everything before they can just go. Say, okay, but even then, when say vet it, then they have to go back to the court, to the judge, and let the judge know, okay, he gave us his alibi. We vetted the alibi. The alibi is legit, as the state will now drop the charges on him. That's how it works. It doesn't just say, oh, I've got an alibi. Here it is. Okay, boom, you're out. It don't work like that.
There's so many loopholes in this case. Like, there's no evidence of him actually being there, right?
No, well, I'm wondering, whenever they're saying that they have this car on camera. Okay, hold on. Let me put the link in here. I'm wondering if they're able to see him either driving this car or him being in the car.
Right.
Between the 404 and 420 time.
Well, you would think, I mean, there's cameras. You would think some camera caught him somewhere.
Right, but the prosecution may not be sharing that.
But now his windows are tinted. His windows are tinted, right?
I don't think they are.
No, because I think
whenever,
I think they are.
I don't think they are either, because it seems like whenever he got pulled over in Indiana those 2 different times, that on the body cam footage, his windows wasn't tinted. Because I remember when the cop was standing and on the dad's side, and he said, "I'm sorry, I can't hear you with all this traffic," and Bryan rolls his window up to kind of block the sound of the traffic coming through the car, and the window wasn't tinted.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Because I remember that too. That was exactly what I was thinking of. Avery said there was no tint either.
Okay, I didn't think it was. Let's see, tested my tint right away. Yeah, his car didn't. It just neither time, and it was completely sunny in both videos, and neither one of them looked like it had any type of tint on it.
That one where the lady cop pulled him over like a month before.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he had his window all the way down, did he?
I don't know. Betty Joe, you don't remember when, I don't remember if it was the first stop or the second one, but Bryan was talking and he was talking to the officer, and the officer says, "I'm sorry, I can't hear because of the traffic." So Bryan rolls his window up. And he rolled it up so it would block the sound of the traffic coming through the car. But
I mean, there might be a tiny bit of tint, but not
like a factory tint maybe,
yeah.
But it's not dark to where you can't see inside the car from outside of the car.
Right.
But yeah, this whole case, like I said, some people are thinking that he can just say he's got an alibi and that he can produce it, and
and he's just gonna walk out of court.
Yeah, it doesn't, like I said, it don't work like that. He can give his alibi and it can take him another month before they come back and say, okay, it checks out. Let's see. I don't remember. I don't know. It maybe
lost.
So let's see here. Tenant windows are illegal if there's too much. Yeah, if it's, I think, a certain percentage or whatever of the tint, then it becomes illegal. Okay. Let me see what my next thing is here. And I did put the link.
Paradise Lost. Do you remember those guys?
Who?
With Damon Eckert, Paradise Lost. There were 4 guys that they said that they had unalived somebody, and they were in jail for years, and then they found out that they were not guilty, and then they had to go through all of this stuff to get them out. They were still in prison for like, I don't know how long. Yeah, it's the West Memphis 3. And it took forever to get them out. And then they wouldn't let them out because the state didn't want to admit that they made a mistake. So they made them take an Alford plea where they say they're guilty, but they'll let them out. It's a weird thing.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Lori said we can all agree to disagree, but what if the other BK was his alibi? That's a good question, Lori. And the other BK can't come forward and speak for him. He would have to come up with some other way to prove an alibi, I guess.
I'm with you, Scarlett. I'm with you. There's no way that he did this all by himself.
You think Brett Kopacka was involved?
No, I don't. But she was just saying, like, what if he was his alibi? Like, now that he's gone, like, what would he, in a situation like that, what would he do?
Gotcha.
I mean, because Brent can't come and be like, okay, yeah, he was with me that night. He would have to come up, just like, he would have to figure out another way to prove that the 2 of them, or whoever he was with, if anybody, if it was anybody else and they couldn't come forward, he would have to figure out a way to come forward and say here's my alibi and here's my proof.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, and like
Wow.
Betty Jo says, he has no family there. So his family can't say, well, I had eyes on him that night. He was with me and we were doing this, or we were at his house, or whatever.
Did you look in the back chat?
Let me look. And I don't think he has a whole
Rid-
lot of friends.
Riddler left a link in the back chat. Oh.
Okay, let me see if this shows. Does it show his window?
Can you
in
hear
this
me?
one? Yeah, I can hear
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Okay, let me see if this one. Wait. Let's see if it shows his.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that even on the passenger's window, you can see it's not tinted.
Well, if it is a 10, it's a light one.
Yeah.
I can't tell if his other window is even up in this one. Her body cam cuts like half of his head off.
Yeah.
In it. The way she's standing. Let me see if I can just. I'm not gonna play it. I'm trying to pause it at a certain spot. I don't know if this will work or not, but we're gonna try it. Shoot.
I'm sorry. What case are you guys talking about?
Do what?
What are you talking about? The Kohberger case, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know if you were in here, Philly, whenever the body cam footage had came out of him getting pulled over like a month ahead, like back in October. And I don't know if this is gonna let me play it. I might have to play it for y'all to see it.
I've been MIA, so.
Okay. Well, there was a body
better.
cam footage that had came out where he had gotten pulled over because he was trying to go through a red light and the car in front of him stopped, and when he had to stop, he got stuck in the intersection, so he got pulled over for it. And give me a screenshot of that. And this is the video about it. And we're trying to figure out if his windows are tinted, but the only way y'all are going to be able to see it is if I play it, because if I pause it, it's going to be super dark for some reason. Let me get back to the part. And I'm not going to put the sound on it. I'm just going to play it from here. Let me do it this real quick. Oh, shoot. I almost kicked Philly off by accident. All right.
Yeah, Mariah, he does look kind of weird when he got pulled over in this.
Okay, can y'all see that like through the other glass? It's not tinted.
Okay, is that window up or down right now?
It looks like it's up over there, but it's hard to tell. And I can't tell when.
I think it.
Okay, that's all it shows in that.
I think the passenger side is up.
So it wasn't tinted.
That's definitely his face, though.
Yeah. Yeah, he was kind of wanting to argue with the officer a little bit. Like, he wasn't rude or disrespectful to her. It was just
It's weird.
Yeah. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, a lot of people try to talk themselves out of a ticket.
But I guess maybe that's what he was doing. But it was, I don't know. Maybe it's weird to us because we've been hearing all of this stuff about him. It was just, I don't know.
Yeah, no, his face just looked strange.
Yeah.
That is true.
Okay. I just remember that photo that they showed the car streaking by when the lady saw a white Elantra at the gas station.
Uh-huh.
You remember that photo they showed up?
Yeah, that one there has tinted windows.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, that one has tinted windows. Unless he went and got the tint stripped off his windows and all this and that and made it look somewhat different car. I don't think it's the same car.
Well, I'm like Lady V, and first of all, let me just put this on the record. I think he did it, but anyway,
yeah,
I think he's guilty.
Yeah, me too.
I'm like Lady V. I'd have parked down the road about a mile or half a mile, as good a shape as he was in, and I'd have found my way to navigate through some kind of woods where there was no cameras could pick me up. I mean, he made hundreds of mistakes.
He did. silly mistakes.
Exactly. Things he never even thought about. Cameras, phone pings.
His own phone,
Yeah, the
his
phone
own
pings.
car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wait, what is this? Pick
I mean, I'm
it doesn't
surprised
say.
there's not a camera picking him up going in their backyard.
See, that's what I'm
Yeah,
wondering
I
about.
know.
Because I'm wondering if those the apartment buildings next door to the girls, the ones that the creepy neighbor lived in, I wonder if they have, or anybody that lives in those back apartments back there had like a ring camera, or maybe just like a regular camera out up by the top of their door, or anything like that that could have been possibly pointing towards the kids' backyard.
Well, okay, did they or did they not say that when Dylan and Bethany came home, they saw them on the camera?
Olivia, which is Kaylee's older sister, because the cops put out that Kaylee and Maddie got home at 1:45, and Kaylee's sister had found the ring camera that showed that they got home at 1:56, and she gave that to the police. Now I'm wondering if that ring camera is the same one that caught the car and the kids showing up the next morning and all that.
Have you seen the
Hold on just a
video?
second, y'all. Okay, y'all, I'm sorry, I'm back.
I said, have you seen the video where the police officer comes to their house during daylight hours? And first he goes to there's a complex in the back, way in the back on another road. And there's guys and they got the music way too loud.
Yep. Yeah,
Oh
I
yeah,
saw
yeah.
that.
That's Jack D's house that they went to first, and then they walked over and went to the back door and talked to Kaylee. Is
Yep.
that the one
Yeah,
you're talking
yeah,
about? Yeah, yeah. I've
yeah.
seen that one. Richard is in the back chat, and your audio is robotic. Oh shit. Okay, hold on a
And
I
second.
I
and
hear
her
you fine.
boyfriend's sitting on the bench, and yeah.
Uh, Richard is not in my back chat. He never came up.
And I believe you see Dylan in the picture, but she's got her back to us. But it's a tall girl with pretty blonde hair, and she walks away.
I
Now,
remember seeing her in the first police complaint at the bottom floor.
Bethany.
Oh, that was Bethany. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so the dude that came in the video that where the cops were talking to Kaylee at the back door, the dude that came out that had the zip ties on his wrist, that is a Hunter, not Ethan's brother Hunter, but Ethan's friend Hunter. Him and his girlfriend Emily, I believe is her name. They live next door, if I'm not mistaken, to where the girl's house was. And a lot of people thought that whenever the cops went up there that night and they had to talk to Maddie on the phone, they thought it was Bethany that answered the door. But I think they said that that was actually Hunter's girlfriend, Emily, that answered the door.
Now, here's something. Let's go to the 911 call again. What is so incriminating on that phone call? What time was it? 11:58. What's so
Yeah.
incriminating on there that we can't hear it? Did the
Okay.
person calling use the wrong term?
What do you mean? Like,
All right. Nobody's heard the 911 call. Am I right? Has
No.
anybody heard it?
No. Real
Okay.
quick, let me ask y'all something real quick. Y'all can see all of y'all's stuff at the bottom of your screen, right? Like mine, Lady V, Riddler, and Philly, right? And y'all can
Yeah.
see somebody pops up
Yes.
and I pull him up. Do y'all see the Richard back here anywhere? Because I do not see him, and he's saying he is in my back chat.
I don't see him.
I
Okay.
don't see him.
I see the Richard. I click again, though. I am looking at your back door. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, the Richard, but he's saying that he is backstage right now in StreamYard.
He said,
And
"LOL,
he's
I
not.
see you."
Okay, do y'all see his little picture down here at the bottom beside of y'all's?
No.
No, I
No,
Okay,
don't
well
see him anywhere.
then he's not in my back chat.
I see him in the chat, but I don't see him in StreamYard.
Okay, Richard, you may have to let me drop the link for you again, because you're not in somewhere. You must be in the wrong one.
So the Richard, close out your YouTube completely, and then
Yeah.
I see Big Al now.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I
I
just
see
brought Big Al up
219 people in this chat, and
with only
everybody's
92 likes.
I just jumped on to let you know that your participants can't
Uh-huh.
Big
see
Al.
the other participants at the bottom of StreamYard. Only you can.
Right.
Okay, so how do y'all see it when somebody comes
We
backstage?
If
don't.
they type in the private chat, we can see that.
Oh.
We can't see them backstage. Only an admin or the creator of the
Oh, well,
stream
hell, I
can
thought
see
they
that.
could see if somebody comes
Nope.
backstage or whatever.
Nope. Just if they type in the chat.
Okay, well, he hasn't been up here, and he hasn't put anything in the back chat either. Only person that's posted anything in back chat is Riddler. So I don't know where he's, unless he was in the wrong person's StreamYard, but
Isn't there a button once you come in? You have to click it. Says enter.
Yeah.
you have to, what is it, enter studio or something like
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
Enter
he has to
studio.
hit that so you'll know that he wants to come
Yeah,
on
that
board.
he'll come up down there where y'all's little things are. I took screenshots. Gonna try the late. Okay, here. Wait, Richard. Don't click on any links. I'm gonna put a new one in the chat, and you click that one.
So once again, I'll ask the question: what's so top secret about that 911 call?
That's a good question.
What's in that would taint a jury?
Because you know the one where the guy murdered his 3 little boys just a
Oh
few
God,
days
that
ago,
guy.
a week
Yeah,
or so ago. They
yeah,
done
Yeah.
released that, huh?
yeah. He used the rifles and
Yeah,
shot
they
his
done
3.
released that 911 call.
Yeah, I know. I mean, and most of the time they do.
That, but what is it? There must be something that they're not wanting the public to hear.
Yeah, I mean, it was the same way. Remember, with when Truckee,
Uh-huh.
Kylie,
Right.
it was the same way with them. Remember, they wouldn't release the 911 call either.
Wait, who made the 911 call?
I don't know, but they didn't release it then either. I mean, I just think it's weird that those two never, and they're both so confusing and have a lot of
Wait,
strange things
I
going
don't
on.
I don't think there was a 911 call in Kylie's. I don't
The only
think.
911 call in Kylie's case was, I think, the day after.
Yeah, they
Okay.
wouldn't release it.
Okay.
And I think they were actually, the family was organizing a search before they even called the cops. There were so many weird things about that case. It wasn't even funny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, I just think it's just weird because this case kind of reminds me of Chucky, with all the weird
Yeah,
craziness.
there's not similarities as far as what happened, it's just how they're
No,
handling things.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Wait a minute. Okay. The Richard, there you are. How are you?
There he is.
oh, now we got him.
Hey,
Hey,
what
Richard.
guys? Aloha, can you hear me?
I can barely hear you.
Barely. Yeah.
Wait, you can barely hear me?
Yes.
We do have audio issues.
Yeah, you kind of sound like you're far away from your
Okay.
mic.
How are you now?
It's the same. I can hear you. I can understand what you're saying, but it still sounds like you're a little ways away from your mic.
If you have a headset on, Richard, you've got the wrong mic in your
I took
Windows
everything
settings.
off. Let me call you back.
Okay.
Something along those lines. There was an issue, and I'll call back. Go ahead.
Okay. That's fine. Just let me know whenever you want the link, and I'll drop it for you. Okay. Oh, wait. I had a picture pulled up here, and I had to stop sharing it. Give me a second. I'm going to pull it. Where the hell did my picture go? Okay. Give me a second.
Scarlett,
Uh-huh.
Betty Jo said she tried to come up, but she can't seem to put stuff in, so she had to. I tried to come up, but I can't seem to put my stuff in, so I had to do when I'll be able to see.
Okay, Betty Jo, that's fine. I think the only thing you have to put in is your name. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever you want to show on the screen.
Everybody just hit that like because this is the best channel.
Well, that's the truth.
Hey, right?
Well, you know, Melissa Jade's pretty good too, though. I really like her channel too.
Melissa
Yeah,
Jade's really good.
I don't know who she is, but at this late at night, Scarlet and Troll.
Oh gosh, yes.
This is where it's at.
Thank you.
Exactly.
You're
All right.
welcome.
So I've got the picture pulled up from one of the two Indiana stops, and you can clearly see through the back glass. It's not tinted.
Yeah, that was
At all.
another thing I wanted to tell you, that almost every vehicle that comes off the assembly line now has a light tint on all of the windows.
Yeah, like
It's
a
so light that
factory.
no, on your windshield too. There's a UV tint in all glass in North America now.
Okay.
But usually you can't. I mean, it's so light you can't see it.
Uh-huh.
But if you put on a really good pair of polarized sunglasses, you'll see it. Because
Okay,
I can't
didn't know
wear my fishing glasses and drive my Explorer. Can't do
that.
it.
Oh wow. Okay,
It's,
because
I
of
see
the tin or whatever.
you can see the UV filter in the glass, and
Oh
it's like
wow.
rainbows. It's really trippy. But if you have like good Costas or Oakleys, that are polarized glasses, you cannot wear them while you're driving.
I love
You
Big
know,
Al,
I've
man.
done that too. I know what you're.
The gal's getting trippy. Y'all driving down the road.
No,
I know what he's talking about.
I bought a new pair of Oakley fishing glasses, and they're really good polarized lenses.
Yeah,
And I've had
Oakley's are the
polarized
best.
glasses before, but never any that I paid, sadly, as much money as I did. And I don't want to admit how much I paid for them, but that's
Well, I
here
mean,
to
they're
there.
Oakleys. They're going to be expensive.
They
so.
were the fishing glasses were extreme. I mean, they had to pull my credit card out of my hand. But anyway, I got in the car and I was all happy with these new glasses, and I slammed the door and looked forward and went, "What the fuck?"
So
yeah, I know. I've seen that. I know what
whoa.
you're talking about. I had a pair of glasses that did that too. I was like, wow.
But I actually Googled it, and I was like, why is my windshield like that? I can see the side windows because I have those. They're tinted.
Uh-huh.
And they have UV protection in them because it helps keep the car way cooler.
So
that's when I found out.
What year model, or like what
Mine's
year
a
did
2018, but it goes all the way back to like 2000.
Okay, so his car would have it at that slight color tint that you're talking about then.
But if you look at the windshield of like a Mercedes or an Audi, you can't even see through it with polarized glasses on. There's so much UV protection in the glass, you can't even see through it. You have to take your glasses off.
Oh wow.
It's really weird.
That is
so
crazy.
I have two pairs. I have one for fishing and just being outside. And then I have one for driving in the car. Because you just can't wear them. I mean, it's impossible. I mean, I guess you could, but it's really hard to see.
So I would have never thought of that, but I mean, maybe that's all he has on his then, as far as tint goes, because it don't look like there's even like the least amount of tint other than what it had when it rolled off the assembly line.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so I wanted to show that because, like I said, you can see straight through the back glass, through the windshield. All right, let me get Avery up here, and let's see. The Richard is coming back. Okay, the Richard. See how we can hear you now.
Let's see. Let's do a testing. 1, 2.
You still sound the same. Does he sound any better to y'all?
It's the wrong mic. He's got the wrong one. Somehow in Windows, I think the wrong mic is selected and somebody's singing.
Put on a headset, dude.
He's got a headset on. I can see it.
No,
We
I
heard
don't have
Avery
a headset
singing.
on, and this is exactly how I usually go on to all the shows. All right.
I can hear what he's saying. It sounds like.
Where's your microphone?
Okay,
you guys
may
can
try
hear
to come back up. Do what?
You guys could hear me singing.
Somebody was singing.
Yeah,
we heard you singing.
Because I've been sitting back here for a while, and I didn't realize that I had my mic open. So when you put me up there, that's just a little embarrassing because I kind of sing like crap.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Were you singing Milli Vanilli, like, girl, you know it's true?
I didn't know that you were back. I didn't know you were backstage.
I was singing Crazy by Patsy Cline.
Oh, even better.
So I think he said he didn't have one on, a headset. Isn't that what Richard said just a second ago, that he didn't have one?
His picture looks good, but it sounds like he's like in a tunnel.
Yeah, like I could hear what he's saying, but it's just it sounds like it's way off.
He needs to scoot closer too. I think he's got like his device sitting, like up in front of him. Is the way it looks, and
that's what it sounds like.
Yeah,
it sounds like a laptop mic, and he's like 3 feet away.
Yeah. I was gonna tell you guys, I'm not gonna like stay up as long as I did last night because you have a lot of people up tonight. But one thing I was thinking about the 911 call is Riddler. Yeah, Riddler's still up here. I was thinking the 911 call, it may have some details on there about like maybe where the bodies were positioned, or maybe even a description of some of the injuries that the person's seen. And maybe they don't want that, those details released yet.
I would agree. It could just be a complete freak out call.
Yeah, because like the operator's gonna say, they're gonna try to see if there's any chance to go in and do CPR. And so I can just picture like this young college student being like, just an example, no, they're like, I don't know, there's just an example like that.
Yeah,
like,
I get what you're saying. Like graphic.
Yeah,
it could have graphic details on it.
Yeah, and it might be things that they plan to use in court that they don't want known.
Right.
And you know what? Like, God bless those kids for freaking seeing what they saw. Like whoever, like whose friends was it that showed up?
They said it was Ethan's friend. It's that had came out. Virginia, how are you?
And didn't one of his twins come and see it?
I think so.
I think both of them did. I don't know. Now, I had heard that whenever Hunter, the triplet, showed up, that the other Hunter, Ethan's friend, wouldn't let Hunter Chapin go in the house so he wouldn't be able to see it. I don't know if that's true or not. That was just something that was put out that he wouldn't. That Hunter Johnson, and we don't know if Hunter Johnson is the one who was in the house and found him. They're saying the source said Ethan's best friend. There's been other people that's come out and said that his best friend is Hunter Johnson. So we don't know who it was for a fact, but just that whoever the friend was that went in and found him and took the pulse and all this and that would not allow Ethan's brother Hunter in the house. He didn't want him going in, so he wouldn't be able to see anything. And at some point, Maisie, their sister, showed up because both of their vehicles, because they were inside the police tape, they both got towed away and towed to the storage facility.
Yeah, because they went over their cars too.
Those kids. I mean, they're all like in their early 20s or even younger, and
Well,
Mhm.
to
was only
experience that, like that's horrible.
right.
You know,
Yeah.
Ethan and Zana were both 20 years old, and Kaylee and Maddie were 21.
Well, didn't they have to hand the phone off at least? I know they've handed it off at least once because.
Yeah, it says in one of the press releases that they put out during this time that 911 was called from inside the house from one of the roommates' cell phone, one of the surviving roommates' cell phones, and that the dispatch had talked to multiple people. So that
Right.
could be another reason why maybe they're because like when you call 911, they want to know who they're speaking to, and it
Right.
could be just the fact that the names are put on there and they're
Yeah,
not wanting that out.
yeah, that too. Yeah.
Liza Rowe in the chat said, I want to know about the motion that was accepted by the judge today. I wasn't aware of any motions today, was there?
Yes.
Oh, I
Hold on
wasn't
just a
either.
second. Okay, which motion, Liza? Because there is. Here, let me pull them up.
is that the one with
I think there's one.
the
Wait.
DNA, the DNA under the sheath? Is that something different?
Oh no, that came out Tuesday.
Oh, there was a motion
I'm
today
sorry.
filed by Ann Taylor from. Wait, was that today?
Yes.
To shorten time or.
Yeah, there's. I have it pulled up on the screen. There's the motion to shorten the time. And it just says, comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorney, Ann Taylor, public defender, hereby moves to court for an order shortening time for hearing the defendant's second motion to compel. The motion is made pursuant to the ICR 45C and 12D, and it was dated this was dated Wednesday, and they just dropped it today. So
that was yesterday. It was dated Wednesday.
Okay, yeah, because now it's after midnight. Okay. So yeah, it was.
No, now it's Friday.
So it was dated the 21st, which is Wednesday.
Yeah, that was 2 days ago.
Yeah, but it was dropped on the 22nd, not the 21st. My days are mixed up now because it's like literally 15 minutes.
They held the document for a day before they uploaded it.
Yeah, because it wasn't on there yesterday. When I got up today at like 1:00, it wasn't on there. It didn't get dropped till after 1. All right, so there is that motion. And then the order.
Yeah, just for the record, I wasn't ripping on Avery's voice. I just thought it was cute that she got busted singing. So you guys can all calm down. Nobody was ripping on her.
That was not funny though.
I thought it was cute. You got caught.
I thought you were laughing at my Milli Vanilli voice.
Okay, Betty Jo. Betty Jo saying it was dropped today, so today's Thursday. Yesterday was Wednesday. It was dropped on Thursday, the 22nd. It is technically Friday now where I'm at.
And it's dated the 21st.
Yes. It's dated for Wednesday. It was dropped Thursday. Okay, so this here is the order to shorten the time, and it just says the court having received the motion to shorten the time and good cause of hearing. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered that the defendant's motion to shorten the time to hear the defendant's second motion to compel is granted. And it was ordered on June the 21st. And then John Judge signs it. All right. There was actually 4 different documents that dropped today, and they're just like super short. This is being added on the 27th, which is a notice of hearing. And this one says, notice is hereby given that Bryan C. Kohberger, by and through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, will call on for hearing defendant's second motion to compel in the above entitled matter on June 27, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. or as soon as thereafter, as counsel may be heard in front of the Honorable Judge John Judge. Counsel for the defendant gives hereby gives notice of the intent to present oral argument and or testimony in support of said motion. So this was also done Wednesday on the 21st.
So all these different motions to compel, is that like all going back to her wanting that genealogical testing, or is she demanding something else?
This is just the discovery that they haven't given her.
I wonder why they're still not turning over discovery.
That's what I don't understand. I mean, if she's entitled to it in order to defend her client, why not just give it to them?
What exactly is she asking for? Do we know?
Gosh.
Discovery.
Yes.
Right.
Well, they gave her the terabytes. So what else is she asking for that she's not getting? I guess is what I'm saying.
Hold on just a second. I have to find it.
Oh, they did give her the terabytes already?
Yeah, they gave her that whole drive. She should be busy as shit.
Yeah, they gave her 51 terabytes.
Did she want to see the grand jury, what evidence was presented to the grand jury?
Oh, that's right.
She wants
That's
everything.
what it was, yeah. But
everything.
I think she's going to do whatever she can to make the prosecution look as if he's not getting a fair shake.
Right. Yeah. I mean, she wants every single person that was on the grand jury. Yeah, I was saying the same thing, Lightning. Grand jury, and I think she wanted all the names on the ancestry stuff. I mean, crazy. By the way, I was muted, but Avery, I thought it was really adorable when you did that.
That is so golly.
I'm trying to find the document where, like, her last discovery of everything that she's asking for. So it may take me just one second.
That's crazy ridiculous. What she was asking for is like, why do they even need that?
Yeah, it's...
Another thing I was thinking too, I was seeing people typing in the chat about possibly DNA being under the victim's fingernails, but I suspect that the defensive wounds that they have are throwing up their arms, like, you know, like you would automatically, if somebody's coming at you, you'd throw up your arms, like you usually instantly cover your face.
Right.
And so I'm thinking the defensive wounds are going to be, you know, like stab wounds to the hands and arms. And with him having the mask on and the hood over his head, you know, and the heavy sweatshirt.
Fibers from the clothing.
Yeah, they could have fibers. Yeah.
They could be stuck under their freaking cuticles. They could be under their nails.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like they moved a whole lot after they came into contact with their killer.
Well, they could be in their hair, too.
Could be in their hair. It could be wrapped under the bed. I mean, all they have to do is find a fiber at his house or in his car that matches something under their fingernails or on their person or in their bed or in the house, anywhere. And he's shit out of luck.
Okay, so I just dropped the link in the back chat of it.
Okay.
I think the Richard wants to join again.
Okay, let me put the link back out. That one there is the third supplemental request for discovery, the one that I dropped in the back chat. It's like all kinds of stuff in it, so it's like a lot to read. Okay.
The Richard, come on down.
Avery, you were right. There's a difference between a defensive wound and an offensive wound. Defensive wounds, you're trying to block something. That's how her hand got hit by the knife. Offensive wounds, when you're going to have bruising on your knuckles from landing a shot.
Right.
Up against a hard cheekbone or a jawbone.
Yeah, that's why
and they may have nothing under their fingernails. Remember, in the Murdoch case, they found DNA under the lady's fingernails, but it did not match anybody at the scene.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that's right, huh?
Yeah, and the state couldn't explain it. Whose DNA that
weird.
was underneath her fingernails.
Well, didn't she have a manicure that day?
I believe so.
All right.
Okay.
upload the chat real quick.
Yeah, and that Murdaugh dude probably had a manicure too, because I'm sorry.
Yeah, with
That
Clorox.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Accidentally.
That guy is a tool with a capital T.
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying.
I couldn't
Yeah,
handle
that guy.
I couldn't handle 5 minutes of him.
Yeah, no, I
Okay,
agree.
I'm gonna hide y'all real quick just so I can zoom this one in a little bit better for people to read. This was the fourth one that they released today. Okay, let me find Liza's comment real quick. Hold on. Where is Liza's? Do y'all see Liza's comment? Okay, the terabytes are usually a data dump. She wants specifics. Lawyers do that all the time. Yes. Yeah, she's asking for very specific things. And they have probably given her some of what she wants, and she may not know it because she's going to have to dig through all of that.
Well, and about the Murdaugh case, she did have Betty Jo said she did have a manicure, and he wasn't close to her when he unalived her. So there wouldn't be anything under her fingernails.
Unless her manicure was code for AKA affair with somebody else. She had some other man's DNA under there.
Who knows?
If I was married to him, I would have.
Okay, so on this one, it's the order regarding the notice of hearing for the Zoom information. And of course, we're not going to be able to watch it. But it does say that the court is mindful that limited courtroom capacity and the potential travel restrictions may interfere with the victims and the defendant's families' abilities to observe the court proceedings in this case. Therefore, in the event that they are unable to or prefer not to attend the proceedings in person, the court finds it necessary to make the court proceedings available via Zoom for the victims and the defendant's immediate family members under the following restrictions. The victims and the defendant's immediate family members may observe the court proceedings in person or via Zoom. They redacted the meeting ID and the passcode. The Zoom information above shall not be disseminated to anyone other than the victims and the defendant's immediate family members, and any recording or live streaming of the proceeding is prohibited. And that was done on June the 22nd. So that one was done Thursday and dropped Thursday.
I wish we could watch it.
I know. Too bad we're not going to be able to. And it just says who it's sent to: William Thompson and Ann Taylor.
Someone's going to get into that Zoom meeting. Someone will find. Oh shit! Didn't you see any of the stuff that was going on during COVID? There were swinging dicks showing up all over all kinds of college courses and high school courses that were on Zoom.
What the hell is wrong with my page?
There were people doing all kinds of crazy stuff, breaking into Zoom, private Zooms. Zoom is not very secure.
Okay. Something is.
Well, if they televise it, they won't have to worry about it.
Exactly.
What's wrong, Scarlett?
My page doesn't. My little icons up on my screen don't look right. But
she's doing the hokey pokey.
It's working, so it's good. It just don't look right on my end, but it does on my TV. So
I gotta say, I just seen Betty Jo's comment. She said if she was, she said for one, I wouldn't be married to him, Murdaugh. I have like a really hard time. And I'm not trying to change your topic. I'll just say this, and then you can go back together. But I have a really hard time feeling sorry for Maddie and Paul because. Of what Paul did to Mallory Beach.
Yeah,
And Mallory, I feel like, or not Mallory. Oh my goodness, what is his wife's name? Maggie. I feel like she was complicit. That whole deal of like when they flip the truck drinking and she's out there cleaning up beer bottles and covering for her kid. I feel like it's just really hard for me to feel bad for them.
Yeah, I agree. It is.
Okay, hold on just a second, y'all. I'm about to pull something up. something else up. If my stuff will continue working correctly. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Oh, and one
Thank
more
you,
thing.
Big Blue.
One more thing while she's doing that. Do you guys know that there is already going to be a documentary on the Titan on Sunday, coming out on Sunday? When they don't even know exactly what happened, they already have a documentary coming out Sunday. I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Great.
I mean,
When
I
I
think
started
it's a
reading
little
about
bit.
that today, I got really angry.
It's a little bit too soon for that, honestly.
I mean, how do you make a documentary that's
Let
crazy.
the families grieve and.
Well,
and all
here's the
that.
thing, though. If you read back into that company, they fired their safety director in 2018
For speaking out.
for demanding that they get that vessel seaworthy checked.
Right.
And telling them that it needs to be certified before another person goes underwater in that thing. And they fired his ass. And then they came out with those crazy woke statements about we want someone young in here that's a visionary, and we don't want some 50-year-old submarine captain and all this, crazy stuff. And it cost those people their lives.
They had me with the Xbox controller.
Yeah, that was
you're
just.
going
I thought it was a joke.
14,000 feet underwater, and
yeah,
I thought it was a joke too. And then I saw it, and I was like, "Good Lord, are you kidding me?"
So you guys, I got up this morning and got my coffee and everything, and I'm sipping my coffee and I'm like hardly awake, and I have a news break at the top of my phone, and I slide it down and it says shocking link between the missing Titan and Alabama. And I was like, I'll be damned. Why out of all states, why the state I live in? So then I open up the article to read it. And it turns out that engineers from NASA at the Huntsville location here in Alabama helped build it. And I was like, you know what? I'm never telling anybody on YouTube again where I live.
Wow.
Of all states, it had to be the one I'm in.
I think the most disturbing thing is that the U.S. Navy knew what happened on the descent.
I just heard that. I didn't click the article to get all the information, but I seen that headline.
Yeah, they confirmed it tonight, and the scary thing about that is the Coast Guard has a vessel that could have gone down to that depth, and they started to dispatch that vessel, and the U.S. Navy notified the Coast Guard that they had audio of what they believe is the implosion of the sub on the descent.
Oh wow!
So they never made it down there, and
why
for
were they...
whatever reason, the U.S. government decided to hold on to the story until
money
and make their family think that
oh, there's still oxygen, there's still hope. But they knew. I mean, we have microphones on the bottom of the ocean that can literally hear a fish fart.
Yeah,
I mean, we really truly do.
Hey, Megan, how are you?
They knew what happened, and that's why they never dispatched that submersible, because it was considered to be a waste of resources.
Well, not only that,
I know.
There was a lot of money, just spent.
Somebody's got a lot of explaining to do why they knew about this on Sunday, and they strung those families out. That was when I came in earlier. I said I'm pissed off because I'm angry at them for letting that family think that all week long, and that false hope, and maybe, and it just wasn't a thing. And I really hate that people in this day and age are that cruel for whatever reason they did it for, whether it was a distraction thing or whatever. I'm really angry that people of this day and age are that cruel to one another. It pisses me off.
We were just talking about that last night with the Idaho 4. How the parents were calling, and they were being told, call back later. We can't give you any information, and they had to wait all those hours, not knowing, if their child was alive or that's just torture.
Philly, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you.
Oh wow, $20.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm with Big Al. I can't imagine the torture that those families were going through.
That's tough to think of.
It had to be agony. I mean,
and then to hear The one thing I will have to say though is when they released the info today that like, and I don't know that this is probably not like appropriate or whatever, but the pressure, like
milliseconds.
milliseconds,
They didn't know what happened.
They weren't. They didn't suffer, and that's probably like it's got to be comforting to the families.
Yeah, I think so too.
You know.
I mean, I figured that's what happened. I mean, either that or the batteries just totally died or something. But I figured it probably imploded.
So then if you guys know that part, then you must have read the same article I did where it says that after, after the fire came from inside of it, then basically it said like their bodies would come out as blobs, and once they hit the cool water, they just turned to ashes. And so there's like literally not even a bone left of them.
No, that pressure is at 1,600 feet, I think is what they said.
Mm-hmm.
That's
16. It was 1,600 feet from the bow of the Titanic is where one of the debris fields were. But I don't think I heard them say anything about the second one, like where it was located at.
I hope what a lot of news media is reporting that the administration held on to it as a distraction because other things that are hitting the news this week is not true. I really hope that's not true.
Me too. But they do that.
I bet
they do, absolutely.
Okay, I hear some type of background. Do y'all hear that?
Yeah, it sounds like crickets.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah, I don't think it's. Huh?
It's me. I'm sitting on my porch. It's great.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. I'll hop down though.
All right. Well, thank you for coming.
They're loud. Okay, I'll be down in chat.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so this was an article. I gotta find the date. It came out on the 22nd, so Thursday. So it just says that experts weigh in on the implications of the DNA evidence linking Bryan Kohberger in the Moscow murders. And real quick, Big Al, what time are you planning on getting off of YouTube tonight?
1:00.
So 25 minutes?
I had 25 minutes, but you know how that goes. I'll end up stuck for an extra 15, so it'll probably be 1:15.
Okay, because I want to read this real quick and go over it, and then that the story that you were telling me about that went on up there in your state.
Yeah, that's tragic.
Because you know all the details and I don't. So
yeah.
Okay, so it says Tuesday, Idaho News 6 reported on the release of the DNA information in the investigation of Bryan Kohberger, charged with the November 2022 murders of the 4 University of Idaho students. The affidavit discusses the link between the DNA found on the knife sheath found at the crime scene and the DNA retrieved from the cheek swab of Kohberger after his arrest. The prosecution says that DNA searches and CODIS using the STR, or short tandem repeat, analysis were unable to generate a match to the DNA found on the sheath. Once the DNA recovered from the sheath was tested against Kohberger's cheek swab, the profile findings were said to be at least 5.37 octillion. Like everybody's having fun with this octillion.
Yeah, they are.
Times more likely to be seen if the defendant is a source than an unrelated individual randomly selected from the population is the source. So according to the information in the motion for the protective order, which was filed on June the 16th, those numbers are not like the force of gravity or E equals mc squared. They're calculations that give us some idea of the weight of the match. The confidence hold on. I can't see this very good, so let me see if I can zoom it in. All right, so those numbers are not like that of the force of gravity or E equals mc squared. They're calculations that give us some idea of the weight of the match, the confidence that is a very strong match to DNA expert and Boise State professor Dr. Greg Hampikin. Hampikin is not affiliated with the case and only knows what the public does. He says that the DNA can tell us a lot, but not always the full story. Did he touch this? Did someone else touch it with his DNA or on their hand? Did he touch it a long time ago? Was there a mix-up in the laboratory or by the police? Did someone plan it? Hampigan said, offering hypothetical situations of how DNA can show up in places. All of that DNA tells us nothing about. The affidavit also talks about how Kohberger was first identified as the suspect. The investigators used the genealogy service, one like popular family tree tracking services like Ancestry.com or 23andMe, and the investigation on DNA then turned over to the FBI, utilized a technique known as investigative genetic genealogy or IgG, like we heard all about that the other night, using an SNP or a single nucleotide polymorphism profile. So the information learned during the IgG was only used to establish the familial relations. Excuse me. The IgG information is only used as a tool to develop a possible lead to the suspect. The prosecution says that the lead pointed towards potential relatives of Kohberger, and investigators were able to create a family tree leading them to find Kohberger. To say it's a genealogy mapping publicly available to me is misleading at best, Hampigan said. The police have special use of these databases. They can use the databases in a similar way that I can, but I can only do it for my DNA, and they can do it for your DNA. So Hampigan says that he is concerned about the use of these genealogy services in this way, and he wants the public to be aware that their DNA could be used by authorities when they submit it to these companies. I just hope that we are going to find out how the genealogy was done, Hampigan said. They can blank out the names of the people, but I think that transparency is about how the leads were generated is really important for the general public to know because they're being used for this. So it's kind of like what we were saying.
The feds don't want it out there. What their abilities are.
Right.
Now, do we know
it's as simple as that, in my opinion.
It's misleading, like he's saying.
It's very now. I mean, do we know for sure that they didn't find any DNA of his in the house at all, except for on that sheet?
That we don't know.
No, we don't know. We only know what's in the PCA.
Yeah, we don't know yet. There's probably so much more.
I think there's a lot more.
Well, I hope so, because I mean, I keep hearing that they didn't find any more DNA in the house, and I'm like, how
we don't know
be?
that, because if they only use what they found on the knife sheath in the PCA,
yeah, that's gonna be.
So we don't know if they found any more or not. But if they would have found, wouldn't they have included that maybe in this document that came out Tuesday, or
Not
use that DNA?
They're probably releasing as little information as they have to. I mean,
like everything else.
But,
well, I mean, the prosecution or the defense is going to tear this whole DNA thing apart in court.
I think so.
I mean, they're gonna attack it.
Yeah,
and rightfully so. I mean, they should. It's obviously one of the deciding things in the case. But I mean, the fact of the matter is if they got his DNA somewhere else, he's SOL.
Yeah.
And I mean, anywhere else, the car, the apartment, the DoorDash bag, the whatever.
And wasn't there some kind of report that the defense was like requesting all the prosecution's evidence or whatever, and they were like, "No, we're not giving you like whatever."
They wanted to do a bunch of testing on their own.
Yeah, they were like, "We're going to give you as little evidence as we have to legally, but you're not getting everything."
Right.
Yeah, there was some things that they have that she's asked for that they've came back and been like challenging it. And I mean, the way I see it, if she's entitled to it, just give it to her. You know what I'm saying? If he's, because all you're doing is you're delaying the process and you're causing her not to be able to defend her client properly. And when it gets down to trial time and she doesn't have the evidence that she needs to adequately defend her client, then she has no other choice but to go to the judge and say, look, how can I defend my client if I don't know what all they're going to present in a trial?
Or if she lays back on it, she can just use it as grounds for appeal if she has a feeling that she's, not going to win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, Scarlett, you're dead on with that. Like, that's just another thing that with this case, like,
and it's because like I hate going back to Lori Vallow and giving her name airtime, but look what happened to her. Now the only difference in her case and this case is her case had the death penalty on the table. Bryan Kohberger, as of right now, they have not said that they're going to go for the death penalty in his case.
Right, but they denied her.
Well, they gave her the death penalty, but because the prosecution waited till like a month before her trial was supposed to start, and then gave her attorneys some evidence, her attorney turns around and goes to the judge and is like, look, I just got this evidence. This is a death penalty trial. I don't have enough time between now when I receive this evidence and the time that this trial starts to build an adequate defense for my client. And they asked if the death penalty be taken off the table, and that's what happened. The judge was like, okay, he understood the situation and he took the death penalty off the table. And so I'm wondering,
for Daybell?
No, for Lori.
Oh, okay.
Chad still has the death penalty.
I thought, wasn't she denied something today, her appeal or whatever? I thought she was denied.
Her attorney asked for a mistrial.
Oh, and that was denied,
and that was denied. Yes, that was denied. Is it Tuesday? I want to say Tuesday. It was denied.
Yeah, I just heard it today.
Unless something else came out today that I don't know about, but yeah, her attorney said ask for that and it was denied. But
no, it was for the mistrial.
Okay,
I remember seeing it was a mistrial.
So, if in Bryan's case, if they continue doing that, and as of right now, there's no death penalty on the table, what can Ann go and be like? Like the prosecution's not giving me what I'm asking for. The judge, you are not making him do it. How can I defend my client and go to court?
Yeah,
in
it's
October?
Not very smart.
Like, something needs to be done here. Either you make them give me what I am entitled to defend my client, or drop the charges. You know what I'm saying? Like, something, because she can. If the prosecution keeps going the way they're going, she's going to end up working some type of deal, and he's going to end up getting off.
But isn't it, in the end, up to the judge on what they're actually entitled to and what they're not? I mean, is this going to have to be a decision from the judge where the judge says, yeah, you can have this, or no, you can't?
I don't know, because there's been some stuff that they've already sent over to her that she's asked for. Now, I don't know about if it's going this far.
Could the prosecution fight these pieces of evidence that she's asking for?
They can argue it, yeah.
Could that be what the prosecution's waiting on? Is
I mean, yeah,
her to force their hand, and then they're going to argue it?
That's what she's wanting to do on the 27th, for the motion to compel. She's wanting to argue it because they're not turning it over, which sucks for us because we're not going to get to hear any of it. I'm pretty sure there'll be some media in the courtroom, but it kind of sucks having to rely on them at the same time.
It really sucks having to rely on the media.
Because you don't know if they're telling the truth. If you listen, let's just say, for example, you listen to News Nation, and then you listen to East Idaho News, and then you listen to ABC News, and they were all three in there, but they're all three could have a completely different story about what was said.
Yeah. I'm sorry for the noise a minute ago. My
you're fine.
Headphones were acting crazy.
Let's see. So the judge, Avery, he hasn't come out with his decision on the cameras yet. The stuff on the 27th is going to be done by Zoom. They have given the Zoom, Zoom ID or whatever, and password to the families Bryan into the victims' families, the public can't have them, so we're not going to be able to see it on the 27th. He hasn't made a decision on cameras in the courtroom for the trial yet.
Didn't he say at one time that he had never, or didn't they say that he has never denied cameras so far? So this would be like a first, right?
Yeah, he said that he's never denied cameras in the courtroom, but this is a different type of case.
Right.
All right, let me get this up. And what time is
This
it?
is the judge. Like, I'm sorry. Are you talking about?
No, you're fine.
Yeah. So the judge is. You don't think the judge is going to allow the cameras in the courtroom?
I'm hoping he does. It's because he did say that he's never denied them before. The defense is not wanting cameras in the courtroom at all.
Oh, okay.
That actually really surprises me.
Well, I think
Be honest.
I think Bryan would probably be okay with them, but his attorneys are not wanting them. The state doesn't really want them either, but the state has come out and said, we know that it's left up to the judge's discretion whether cameras are allowed in the courtroom, but if you do allow them, all we ask is that, you keep the like there's strict rules. The cameras can't point at the jury at all.
Right. Well, of course not.
Nothing on the defense or the prosecutor's table is to where they can like get paperwork or anything like that. And there was one other thing that was in and that's basically what they were asking for is if you allow it, you make sure that there's strict rules.
Strict rules. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And so
if they control the camera and just give the feed, I mean, they can do whatever they want.
I mean, they do it all the time. I mean, it's not like there's not a precedence for the cameras being in certain places and
no, because the last
not
one, it was
anything
just,
else.
The last one that they had was just in the back of the courtroom. Just the one camera was.
I have a random question. So,
Mm-hmm.
do you think? So, how much money are we talking about here? That because if this case is televised, it's going to be CNN, Fox News, MSNBC. The whole case is going to be 24/7.
Right.
Right. Live. Like, so to me.
Yeah. Then you got court TV and all of that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So everybody's going to want to make money off of this. So, I mean, do you think that the judge is going to deny all the, like, I don't know, is the judge connected to those TV networks?
Well, depending on where he gets pressure from, on whether or not it should or should not be televised. I mean, this is another one of those huge distraction things from anything else that could be happening in the world.
Yeah.
People would tune into this. I mean, we all will.
Right. Yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
So this is, I mean, he could get pressure from somewhere that says, hey, this needs to be on TV. Who knows?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true.
I don't put anything past anybody right now.
I totally, absolutely agree with you 100%.
Everybody wants to make money, right?
Yeah.
Well, everybody
it is all
likes
about the dollar at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That is true.
And the government likes distractions from what's going on too. So
that is true as well.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that if he allows cameras in the courtroom, then it's going to be one camera. And this is if it's not done with their equipment. He's going to allow one camera like they did before, and that one, whoever wins the media pool or whatever to man the camera,
right?
Then they're going to have to distribute the feed out. however they
Well,
do that.
doesn't Law and Order or Court TV, one of them usually does it, don't they? And they do a really good job.
Court TV got it the last time when they had the trial or the motion hearing that morning with the Gonzalez family's attorney, and then later on that afternoon they had it for the Media Coalition.
Right.
So Court TV did it, and then Court TV turned around and sent it out to, like, once they played it on their channel, then after they played it, then they turned around and sent it out to everybody else, and then everybody else started putting it out on their channel, News Nation and Law and Crime and all these other different.
But Court TV kept the live feed to themselves, right? You can only see the live feed through them.
I don't think it was even. No, I don't think it was even a live feed.
Oh, it wasn't?
No, I don't think so. No, because after it was over with, they put it out and did a live stream after it was over with. Then they come out and did a live stream on their channel. And I was looking for it from other places, and it wasn't out yet.
Yeah, I remember that. Well, they wanted to get the scoop first and have everybody that would tune in there and then let everybody else watch it.
I'm thinking they're just going to have one camera in there, and I'm happy with that. Have it zoomed in to where the witness and the experts will be sitting next to the judge. Because when I looked at that place, it was so tiny. If they show evidence on them screens, you're going to see it. And if they turn the camera just a bit to the right, it looks like that's where the jury would be sitting.
It'd actually be perfect. It'd be better than what we had with Letitia, even. That camera angle they have, because they got that TV right there and everything you could see very well.
And somebody said last night about WebEx. I hope that they don't do it through WebEx.
Yeah, that was
WebEx.
That's a pain in the butt.
I used to have to use that at work, and
me too. It's awful.
It's
awful. That's what they had with Letitia. And when Letitia, when we would sign into WebEx, they would automatically mute the YouTube channels that was signing into it, but we couldn't mute ourselves. So, like, when my live stream was going, I had to make sure everybody in my house was completely quiet, so the people who were watching it on my channel couldn't hear what was going on in my house.
Right.
You couldn't even mute your mic?
No. There was no option to, and that's why I did it for, like, 3 days, and then I was like, I can't do it no more, because, you never know when something may happen in my house. And then, but yeah, I don't like how the camera thing, you have to, it takes you 20 minutes to move the cameras around to get them just right, and one ends up popping up bigger than it was a whole big mess.
It was.
Scarlett, how many people would watch it if it was on pay-per-view?
Oh God.
People would pay.
They would.
I would.
I'll think about that is one guy would pay and then restream it or stream IO it, and it would be everywhere.
But if I know they're not going to do it, but if they were to do that, that any money that they made off of it needs to be given to the victims' families.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're not going to do that. They want the ad revenue.
Right. So I'm sure Court TV will show it. Law and Crime will show it. Pretty sure News Nation will. Let's see, who's another one?
I kind of, I mean, I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong, but I think CNN's going to show it, because, and the reason why I say that is because for the last 3 days we've been watching the people, the 5 victims, unfortunately, that went down to go down the Titanic.
Right.
And every 45 minutes, they were like, "Oh, by the way, you remember that guy that murdered the four people in Idaho?" They're still throwing it in there. They're still trying to get your attention
To let you know that they're still
that they're
keeping
still
up with
paying
it.
attention. Exactly. So yeah, I totally think that CNN's gonna, if the cameras are allowed in the courtroom, they will absolutely live stream that.
For sure. Possibilities. Where to go? Betty Jo says CNN would do it to get their ratings back up because they're dropping.
Oh yeah, big
Yeah,
time.
that too. That too. Yep.
Well, in all honesty, they're all dropping. People have had enough of cable media.
Right.
Yeah, because
Right.
everything
Yeah.
is YouTube stuff mostly now, or like what is it?
Twitter and YouTube.
YouTube Premium.
Yep.
Isn't that what it's called? What did you pay for that subscription or whatever?
Well, YouTube
On
Premium
TV.
just gives you no commercials.
Oh.
Well, there's two. There's one, and then
YouTube
there's
TV. That's a DVR.
that's
Okay.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
different.
See, that's why the major networks want to carry this live, because they're going to get paid for them by commercials.
Oh yeah.
And I guarantee you, none of those major networks are going to be donating money.
No.
Hell
Family.
Well, I
no.
bet you anything. WF, what is it? The WFLA
Yeah.
with JB, they'll probably stream it
Yeah, I
if
forgot
they
about
can,
them. I forgot about them.
and that's like totally free, and you can go in there and chat and
Right. I know that Law and Crime
no
will, because
commercials.
they're I think they're like #1 with every trial. They've got trials going that I've never even heard of.
Yeah,
Oh, I know.
I've noticed that lately.
That, like, if you just want to watch a trial because you're bored, just go to Law and Crime. They're going to have one playing.
Are they only streaming, or do they actually have a channel like Law and
I
Crime?
think Law and Crime is. I know they're on Samsung TV.
Because I know I've watched them on my phone, but I don't know, like,
No,
if they're on TV.
there's something that you can click on whenever you go to their YouTube channel, and it says that some of the stuff that they have on there you have to pay to watch. But I always just go to the free part of it.
It's probably a members only thing.
It could be.
Are you talking about YouTube?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Well, you got a free YouTube, then you got your regular YouTube that you pay $70-something a month.
That's YouTube TV. Yep.
Right, that's
Yeah.
YouTube TV, and then there's YouTube Premium, right?
Maybe that's what it is then that they have on their YouTube channel. Because like I said, if you go to it, some of the stuff, like there will be some things that says it's live, but you have to pay to watch. And then there's other parts of their YouTube channel that you can watch it and it don't say you have to pay.
Yeah, a lot of them are doing that now, like Peacock and some of the other ones. They'll give you very few channels free, but if you want the
Right.
total package, now you're going to start paying.
Right.
Yeah, I have YouTube Premium, and the only real perk to it is if I want to do something YouTube on one of the TVs in the bar, it's commercial free. That's really
okay.
all it is. You just don't get all the breaks with the ads, and it just plays straight through.
Okay, so Big Al, let me ask you something, because I know you're going to have to get out of here in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Are you going to be busy tomorrow during the day?
Yes. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm usually
Oh shit,
free.
it's Friday. I forgot. Okay.
It's all good. No worries. I just wanted to kind of give people a heads up on that case, because that one I'm sure is going to be on TV.
Okay.
And it's pretty nasty. It's not a whodunit, but it's a look what they did and how they got there.
Right.
This is somebody who was basically let out of prison 5 years early and literally killed 5 people, and they weren't gonna charge him.
Which is crazy.
That's a crazy crime, and 5 young ladies that are all immigrants lost their lives.
I want to say that video is the one that I've seen, I think, on Twitter.
Yeah, it probably is.
He runs a red light, going like super fast and hits on broadside.
And our local government wasn't angry that this person committed these crimes. They were angry that the video leaked.
Oh, wow.
Because of who he is.
Is this in Minnesota?
Yeah. We had a really nasty one, dude. I mean, a really, really bad one.
Like Oh shit!
It's a state rep that was basically run out. It's his son. I'll just give you a quick 2-minute deal on it.
Okay.
His son had a hit and run in California, almost killed the lady, put her in a coma, got 8 years in prison, got out after 2 years, got sent back to Minnesota, somehow still had a valid driver's license in Minnesota, rented a car from Hertz. 16 or 19 minutes after renting the car, he broadsided a vehicle, was in possession of fentanyl, cocaine, heroin, a loaded pistol, and money, and they were only going to charge him with vehicular manslaughter because of who he is.
And he killed 5 people?
5 people. Well, the feds
God.
thankfully stepped in and said, oh, bullshit. We're charging you with felon in possession, in the commission of a felony, parole violation, they're going to throw the book at him.
If it's the video that I seen, he was going
97 miles an hour.
Like it was super fast, and
he went
hit
through
in
a
that
red light.
car and hit them, and they wasn't going that fast.
No, they were going 40 miles an hour. I know exactly where he was. I mean, I've driven through that intersection 1,000 times. But he exited the highway, and the key to the other part of this is the community is claiming that it's the police's fault that these 5 girls are dead because the police were chasing him.
Did you see any police after him in the video?
No, they weren't chasing him. Their lights weren't on.
Because I don't remember.
Their sirens weren't on. They literally clocked him and didn't even have time to do anything other than try and catch up to him. And he exited the highway and killed those.
And they're blaming the fucking police.
Yes, they're blaming the police, and that's why I wanted to talk about it, because I'm just enraged, and it's all because of who his father is, and it just really, really upsets me, the state of law enforcement. And victims are not getting justice anywhere. It's turning into a clown show in some of these courts, and in Minnesota it's really, really bad. I mean, they don't even set foot in the jail. They bring them in and they're out the door in Minneapolis. It's really, really bad. I mean, they don't even chase carjackers. They'll get behind someone, for an armed carjacking, and they'll just radio in, "Hey, we're behind that carjacking car," and they'll go, "Okay, thanks," and that's it. They don't chase them. They don't nothing.
Wow.
So yeah, that's that in a nutshell. But you can do that on your other channel sometime, and I'd be glad to. I've got all the data on it.
Okay. Well, we can talk about it on this one if you want to.
Yeah, I'm down. I can't do it over the weekend.
Okay, that's
it's
fine.
Just too hard.
You want to try like Monday night?
Yeah, we can do it Monday night.
Okay, and then that way it'll give me more time to look into the case, because honestly, I don't know anything about it. I just saw the video of the accident.
I think that video that you're talking about. Actually, it's right. I will send you a link to it.
Okay.
Right now.
Scarlett, are you an LSU Tiger fan?
Yeah, no, not really.
Okay, good.
He said, "Okay, good."
Well, they're going to be playing my beloved Florida Gators in the College World Series.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm
not too much on sports.
Go Gators.
There's that. I just dropped that video in your DMs.
Okay.
If you want to pull it up, just so people know what we're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I'll join Monday too.
Yeah, I want to. I'm really disgusted with what people are getting away with right now. It's sick. People are getting away with killing other people, and they're just literally getting away with it. And I don't care, black, white, Asian, whatever. It shouldn't matter. They're still people. These were 5 girls from Somalia that were all like in their teens and early 20s. I think the oldest one was 20 or 21. That they were just driving down the road and boom, their lives were over. And if she brings up the video, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, let me grab it real quick. I had
crazy.
I was answering because Avery was asking for the link on the other channel. Okay, let me grab it real quick and pull it up.
Looks like David Nolan 985. He's a LSU fan. I always pull for the SEC unless they're playing my Gators.
Why is it not letting me? Okay, here we go. Exit this down.
So, are you an LSU fan?
No,
Who,
I'm a
me?
Florida Gator fan.
Oh, Florida. Okay.
Oh, okay, let me pull it up here real quick.
Once again, I like LSU unless they're playing Florida.
Well, I have a problem with LSU because I don't know. Do you watch basketball at all? NBA?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I watch all of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm in Philly, and we drafted Ben Simmons, and you know he was an LSU boy, and that dude. Yeah, that dude.
I'd make
was
it
no
full
good for us.
screen.
Yeah, I think he went there for about a
Will it
year
go full
at
screen?
LSU.
Yeah, the two
Okay.
arrows down the bottom right.
And then he got drafted.
But
Yeah.
I can't. I need it to. Well, I guess it'll be fine. Can everybody see this okay? It seems like it's sitting like below the bottom of my monitor for some reason.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. I'm gonna cut the. Is the sound too bad on it, Big Al? Because when I watched it, I didn't listen to the sound. Wait, where did Big Al go? Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah,
I hear you fine.
Okay,
I
so
would put up a trigger warning, or at least
Alright.
something. Let people know that if you can't handle seeing something that's really shocking, don't watch.
okay.
Hey guys, I'm gonna drop off, but it was good talking to you guys, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Well,
Brother,
thank
have
you
a
for
good night.
coming up.
All right, thanks. Have a good night, guys.
All right, you too.
All right, bye.
Okay, there's no music in this, right?
No music. It's a traffic camera.
Okay. All right, y'all. So let's go ahead and play it. It's only like 5 seconds, so it's not that long. Why is it not? Oh, shit. Never mind. Here we go.
Ugh.
He is literally flying through there.
Just shy of 100 miles an hour, and the crazy thing is he pinned the car up against a concrete barrier that's the side of the highway, and he got out and took off. Left all his fentanyl, all his cocaine, all his heroin, his gun, all his money, the rental agreement. And keep in mind, he walked into an airport with a loaded gun and a pocket full of drugs. And I mean, I'm talking about like thousands of pills and a bunch of cocaine and a bunch of heroin. I mean, and somehow this guy, you know, they were going to put, I think it was originally a $10,000 bond, and now it's $1 million.
Good.
Thank God.
Right.
I'm watching it every day because I'll tell you what, if they lower that bond amount, that might actually put me in front of that prosecuting attorney's office with a sign in my hand.
Because I mean, he doesn't need to be out. Look at.
Should not be on the street ever again.
Oh my God.
Ever again.
Them
Over
poor
90 miles
kids.
an hour.
Yeah.
You know, and
Ashes,
it could have been prevented.
This is a video. Ashes was wanting to know what she missed. So this is a video. It happened in Minnesota. It's a really bad car wreck. I'll go ahead and play it again because I think it's just basically looping over and over because it's only like 5 seconds. So, and you're going to come up Monday night and talk about it, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got all the stories from his crimes in California. I'm working on the parole information from California.
Okay.
And then I've got the stuff from Minnesota too. And nobody can figure out why this guy had a driver's license. He was literally convicted of putting someone in a coma in California. Not even 5 years ago. He got an 8-year prison sentence, and somehow he's back in Minnesota killing 5 people. It makes no sense.
No.
Yeah.
So,
and his father, I mean, his father is, in my opinion, an evil person. But he was a state representative who was run out of office.
Well, I mean,
and this is his second kid that was involved in major vehicle issues. His daughter was also involved in a DUI stop where she refused to get out of the car, had a suspended driver's license, and the police let her drive away.
It's almost like they feel privileged.
Exactly. And it's driving me nuts. And it's happening all over this country. It's just everywhere. And until people start seeing what's happening in other places and speaking up, I don't think it's going to get any better.
What island was it where the American guy, he was spraying graffiti and they caned him 3 times?
That was
I have no idea.
Singapore?
Was it Singapore? I remember they were having, before that had happened, they were having elections, and the gentleman who won the election stood up and says, if you like the way things are going right now, because the country was doing what ours is doing now, it was being run by thugs. He says, don't vote for me. But if you want order, then law, vote for me.
Yeah, it was Singapore in 1994.
And so he made it so safe there you could leave your wallet on the sidewalk and nobody would touch it.
He took 6 lashes from McCain for violating the Vandalism Act.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I don't know. I'm a fan of corporal punishment, especially, and I hate to say this because a lot of people don't agree with it. And if you don't agree with me, that's your right. I don't think we should have ever stopped smacking knuckles in schools. I think the idea of a Catholic nun or a nun in a school with a ruler was not a bad thing for a lot of kids. Because the stuff I see today is just mind-boggling.
Yeah,
the way kids act. It just blows my mind.
So we're gonna do this Monday night, right?
Yep.
You're gonna.
I'm cool with that.
We can do it. I don't think my son has to work Monday, so I can probably start at 10 o'clock that night if that's good with you.
That'd be sweet.
Okay. Now, if he ends up having to work, it'll have to be 10:45. But as of right now, we'll do 10. Okay.
I'm good. Monday's my day off, so I'm
okay.
good. I don't have to be up Tuesday morning for anything.
Okay. So that's what we'll do, and I'll try to get some stuff together too, or whatever on it, because like I said, I don't know anything about it. So, other than the video that I've seen, so.
Yep. No, I got all the data. So.
Okay. So that's what we'll do then.
And I'd like to, look at cases in other places where people from the chat are. If they've got a case they want us to talk about where they live, let's look at that too. I mean, just to get off BK for a minute and
yeah,
get some awareness to where we're all at. I think it would be a good thing. And having this many people talking about things is not bad.
That is true.
I think this is good.
Would anybody put a 1 in the chat if y'all would be willing to? I mean, I would still talk about Bryan stuff as it comes out. But is there, just put a 1 in the chat if y'all would want to hear about other cases as well that we have going on. Now, did you hear about the one that's in Idaho? I believe northern Idaho, the guy that murdered the 4 people?
Briefly.
Okay, well, this happened like the 18th, I believe it was, or 19th, and they've done, the judge or the prosecuting attorney has put in a thing saying that they're not going to go for the death penalty on him. And this just happened, it ain't even been a week ago.
Whoa.
And he has the same exact charges that Bryan Kohberger has. 4 counts of first degree murder and burglary. And they've put it that they're not going for the death penalty.
Do you think they're going to go through with the death penalty in the Kohberger case?
I don't know, because
it makes the burden of proof a lot harder.
I mean, I think that if they don't, then the families are going to be upset. So how much is William Thompson, like, is he going to take the family's feelings and their opinions on this into consideration in his decision? Because we know that the Gonzalez family wants it, and I'm pretty sure Maddie's family does. We've heard Xana's mom say she's not for it, and the Chapin family, they won't speak on it, and they're not going to attend the trial. But that's their way of healing and dealing with all this. So we don't know really about Xana's dad and where he stands, but I'm pretty sure the prosecuting attorney is going to talk to everybody and kind of see where they're at. And then, if you got 2 out of 3 or 2 out of 4, I'm sorry, that are for it, maybe he'll go for it. I don't know.
Scarlett, I was looking up why a prosecutor might want to have the 911 call sealed. And the only thing I could find in there is that they're trying to keep security for a potential witness. Now, I don't know how that would play into that situation. But I can't find any other reason why they would
So if
seal a
somebody
911
called,
call.
and they want them to remain anonymous, is what you're saying?
Well, like in this case here, we can't, the BK case, Idaho 4, we cannot hear the 911 call. They've got it sealed up.
Yeah, my opinion on that is I think it's probably shocking, and they don't want the potential jury pool to hear it. And if they release that, everybody in Idaho is going to hear it. That's my opinion.
Izzy, no, I haven't heard of that case, honey. I'm sorry, go ahead.
But we've heard of others. Maybe it's just the way Idaho operates. But we've heard other 911 calls with shocking information.
True. There's got to be something on this 911 call that they don't want the public to hear. And it could be like Avery was saying earlier. It could be a description of the victims, and they don't want to put that out until after the trial or what? Because they're going to play it at the trial. So maybe they don't want, if that's what it is, they wouldn't want that description of the crime scene and what these kids seen out to the public yet.
Could it be, hey, the neighbors said they saw someone, blah, blah, blah.
I remember listening to the OJ. It was a 911 call from his, I guess she was his wife at the time. I'm not sure. But she said, yes, OJ Simpson, y'all should know him. He just kicked in my door. He's coming in. And he's coming in to beat me. You hear all this, and then, of course, the cops didn't do anything to him.
Excuse me. I don't know. Hopefully at the trial, though, we'll get to hear what's on it. And hopefully we'll be able to, I mean, if there's something on it, we should be able to figure it out, what it is and the reason why they didn't want us to hear it.
Yeah, and then again, they may not even play it because it has nothing to do with the case.
You think they wouldn't play it possibly?
Whose benefit would it be for? I mean, I haven't heard
if
the call
they don't
like anybody else.
If they don't play it, the defense is going to push for them to play it. If they don't want to play it, the defense is going to push for it to be played. And if they don't, then there's something on there that they don't want people to hear too.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what the defense would gain by it, but that's what I'm trying to say. What? How would that leverage the scales in my favor by playing it or not playing it? Like I said, we don't know what's on it, so
yeah, we don't know what's on it. It's infinite speculation with that.
I mean, because it kind of would seem like if the prosecution doesn't play it, it's going to make people think that they're hiding something.
Yeah, but then again, I'm sure the defense has heard that call, and the defense don't counter it and wants to says, no, we want to hear it. If both sides agree not to hear it, then what?
I guess it just wouldn't get played then.
Then we do what we're doing right now and speculate.
Exactly.
To no end. That'll be one of the things that'll be contested forever.
And then people would be like, wondering, well, why didn't Ann Taylor challenge that and have it played in the courtroom? Because I mean, I'd be asking that. Well, I wonder why Ann didn't like this, or she heard it. Obviously, is there something she didn't want out to the public as well?
So confusing. Well, thank you for having me up and letting me jump on my soapbox for a minute there. But
you're welcome.
I think it's important that we all pay attention to what's going on around us because a lot of people are running around with blinders on right now, and that's dangerous. It's dangerous to all of our freedom and all of our safety and security.
Yeah.
You never know if you're going to be the one driving down the road and, some guy who shouldn't be driving just wipes you and your whole family out.
And you're not even doing anything wrong.
Yep, just chilling. All those girls were planning for a wedding.
a damn shame.
You know, it's just awful. But y'all have a great night. Thanks, chat. Hey, smash that like button on your way out, guys. There's 234 in here, and only 139 of you have hit that button. So help the channel. It's free.
Yep. So have a good night.
Riddler, Lady V, we'll see y'all later.
Take care, brother.
Mods, thanks for swinging that axe in the chat. And
any big parties this weekend at your place?
Yeah, I got huge stuff going on this weekend and next weekend. I've got Dave Landau coming, so it's 4th of July weekend next weekend. I've got to go fireworks shopping and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Well, you have a gorgeous place there. I love the layout.
Oh, thanks. You know, one of these times when we're just talking about nothing, I'll bring up all the pictures and let y'all see it.
And that would be cool. If I lived around there, I'd be in there partying with you guys.
I don't party anymore, but I do hang out with everybody who is. And
well, that's what I'll be doing, just hanging out.
Yeah,
but I would have a blast there. I just want to try some of your delicious food.
That's my weakness right now. Is I'm coming up with some new stuff, and you got to eat it to sell it, you know. And it's God, the last 3 days I've had the smoker running nonstop, and I'm just dying. I feel like I ate a whole freaking cow. All right, guys, have a great night.
All right, you too.
See y'all soon.
All right. Okay, Izzy, thank you. Yeah, if you can send me an email about it, because I haven't heard about that case. If there's any other cases that y'all know of, like in your area or just know of in general, that you would like me to take a look at, if y'all could just email them to me, and I will look into them.
We're gonna have a big one here in here where I live at in Florida. It's where the Microsoft executive, he's driving down the road and he's got his little girl with him. Mm-hmm. There's a tire in the road, so he stops his car to go out to move the tire, and he gets shot.
Oh, God. Is the baby okay?
Well, the baby was left in the truck, and it was a hit. And now they've arrested the guy who did it, and now they're talking to his ex-wife, even though he remarried. Mm-hmm. And that's been the big buzz around here, and we're sure that was going to hit the television, the court TV. That's going to be a big one that comes out.
Elliot, no, I've never heard of him. I'll have to keep an eye on court TV and all that for the one you're talking about. So I want to see the body cam from Gunderson as he pulled up to respond to the 911 call, be able to hear what's being said and who's there. Mikey, I wonder if when Brett Payne walked through that house for the first time and what he's basing his PCA on, if he had his body camera on. Because that's the one I want to see, because where he's claiming that he can see that sheath in that bed on the right side of Madison Mogan from the door, I want to see how good he was able to see it compared to what they're saying in those documents that came out Tuesday, and that it's partially under Maddie and under the cover. Okay,
I'm sorry I was gone so long. I had to get some ice cream. I had to take my service dog out, and then I was like, I'm hungry, so I got some ice cream.
Okay, no, you're good. Melly is off. Mariah, I've watched a couple of different days of the YNW Melly trial as well. I don't really like the prosecutor in that one.
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah.
What is it?
YNW Melly. He's the rapper where two of his friends were shot. I like his attorneys. Like, they're very like they will object to anything and argue and all that, and that's what I like seeing. And the prosecutor, I don't like her. She's very snotty, and there was even a witness that was on the stand that said that the prosecutor intimidated her.
Oh, wow.
And it was said in front of the jury about the prosecutor intimidating her, and was lying, saying that the prosecutor had served her a subpoena when she hadn't served her. Like she let it all out in front of the jury.
Well, I guess, if you're being rude to people,
Yeah, so
somebody's going to say something.
right.
I'm sorry, now I got everybody wanting ice cream.
Yeah, I wish I had some, but we haven't. The stores around here, since the power came back on, they haven't got their cold stuff yet. So
Oh my goodness.
I think it's supposed to be this weekend before they all get it.
Yeah, I don't usually eat anything like this late, but we didn't really eat hardly anything on the way here, so I'm like justifying it.
Oh yeah, I forgot you were in St. Louis, that you went home.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, if anybody has any cases that y'all would like me to look into,
Are you going to look into that Chad? What's his name?
Chad,
the one.
Chad Dorman,
Yeah.
the one that I want to. It's
Do
such a
you think?
sad case.
Oh my God, it's horrific. Do you think that because he pled guilty? Do you think there's even going to be a trial, or do you think there's just going to be sentencing?
It should just go to sentencing. I don't think it should be a trial if he pled guilty.
Yeah, I don't either. I just remembered that. My husband and I were talking about that earlier. Yeah, that one's like that, and Harmony Montgomery is just
very sad. And I know that Oakley Snow, her case, her mom and I guess the mom's boyfriend or husband, whatever he was, their trials are supposed to be coming up here soon also. So I need to get the dates for those and put it on my calendar so I can keep up with it. And what was the other one? Oh crap! There's several of them that I've seen, and I need to write them all down, and so I can keep up with them. Let's see, the Henrietta, Astro. You're talking about the one in Oklahoma, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
That's bad too.
Yeah, it disgusts me how they let him out of prison.
Oh yeah,
with the charges that he caught while he was in prison.
Yeah,
that's what I didn't understand.
But so, I don't think there's going to be a trial or anything there either. I mean, there's nothing to do.
No, just probably more information will come out about what happened, which I know that I want to say most of it's probably came out on that case or whatever.
Yeah, I think so.
I just wondered if there's going to be anyone held accountable for letting him out when he had those charges that he caught while he was in prison for what.
Yeah, I mean, there might be a lawsuit or something.
Oh, we got Avery back.
Oh, Sarah Boone. Hasn't that already started?
I think so.
Hey, I'm back for a second.
Okay.
Hey, Avery. I love your hair.
Wait, is she still here?
Yeah, she's right here.
Oh, I got an echo. Hang on.
Okay. I could see her little thing bouncing around her picture, but I wasn't hearing anything.
That color of hair just looks awesome on her.
Okay, she dropped. So let me put the link back in the chat for her. Sarah Boone don't start till July. Okay, I was thinking that it started in April for some reason.
Yeah, I was watching. Well, I wasn't watching the trial. I was watching the interrogation and all of that. And I thought I had seen where the trial had already started, but I could be. Okay, everybody's saying no, it can't be. Maybe it's just hearings or something, and I thought it was the trial. I want to watch that one.
Is there still an echo when I talk?
No, I don't hear one.
Oh, okay. I stepped inside because of the crickets, so I don't usually get a really good signal in here.
Okay.
But so, do you guys remember the Cassie Carley case?
Yes.
So, the father of her child was arrested, Marcus Banavello, and he's in jail, like right here near me. And he is still not charged with her murder, and he's not going to be. So he got charged with federal kidnapping, and he got charged with abuse of a corpse. But they can't charge him with her murder because the coroner couldn't determine a cause of death.
Good heavens.
Oh my God.
Who is that?
Remember Cassie Carley? She in Navarre Beach, Florida. She went to go meet the father of her baby to exchange.
She was taking the baby down there to him, right?
Yeah, and then she disappeared, and it was like JB covered it, big time for days on end, and then they ended up finding her body in Alabama, and then they caught him in Tennessee, but her body was on land where he worked. And I feel real close to that case because when she was missing, I went, and me and my sister both went and joined, in on the search. And then when we were actually searching and everybody started talking, saying that a body had been found, in Alabama and not far from my house, we headed up this way, and people were, grouped up out there. And I wanted to bring it up to you guys because I feel like her name just kind of fell out of the news as fast as it went in.
Yeah.
And it just infuriates me that he's not being charged with, her death.
Yeah.
I don't understand it because they know
that she went there to meet him.
Yeah, and if they're charging him with abuse of a corpse and federal kidnapping,
but not with her murder. Like, how do you charge somebody?
How
with
do you do
abuse?
that?
See, like, it's so frustrating to me. And then the other case coming up too, and I'll email you these also, but is I'm gonna say this wrong. Marie Holland. She's a little girl who, her mother. It happened in Alabama, but her mother lived in Georgia, just right across the border, and her mom sold her to the guy for drug money, and he took her right across she's just a little tiny girl, and he brought her right across the border into Alabama, and
was she African American?
She's mixed.
She's mixed. I think I remember that one. Could you send both of those to my messenger Facebook?
Yeah, I will. But their trial's coming up, so, and that's going to be a pretty huge one.
Well, I tell you, Sarah Boone's hasn't started yet. I'm definitely happy because I want to see that trial really badly. So hopefully they'll have cameras there.
It was talking about one in the chat where a mother left her 16-month-old child at home while she went on vacation.
Oh my God.
I actually Googled that after Ezzy posted it to see, and that little girl, she was so cute and chubby, and her name is Jalen, and her mom left her for 8 days, 16 months old, not even a year and a half, 16 months old, left her for 8 days, and she is just so.
Did she survive?
No.
Oh man.
Chubbiest face, so cute, just like, oh man.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that one tonight too.
I don't know what's wrong with people.
If I remember all of these, Scarlett, I'll send you a list of them in the email.
Yeah, because like I said, I'm gonna continue with Bryan's, but there's gonna be some days that there's not gonna be anything new that's gonna come out as far as Bryan stuff. And if there's not, I need other cases that need to be put out to the public that we can talk about or whatever. And so I would like to try to do one, if it's not like a huge case, but I can put all the information out, maybe one a day.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Throughout the month of July.
You
and
know, the
just
thing
try
of
to
it
get these
is,
cases.
that she could have dropped that little girl off at the hospital
Yes.
and just left her there.
Yeah, I mean,
They,
that's pretty much in
yeah,
every state now that you can,
yeah.
I mean, oh man, I typed her name in Google, and as soon as I seen that baby's face, I couldn't believe, I don't know how you could I can't even leave my dog
No, I
alone,
can't
you
either.
know,
Yeah.
That's crazy.
if I don't understand it. I just don't.
So yeah, if anybody, like I said, my email is pinned to the top of the chat. So if anybody wants to send any cases for me to look into, that would be awesome. Because I'm gonna be honest, like Bryan Kohberger, if you stay on that case and you keep thinking about like, well, what if this could have happened or that could have happened, and you get to thinking about the victims and their families and all the crazy stuff that they are possibly reading about them on social media, and I mean things that are not good. It can mess with your head a little bit,
It really
honestly.
can. It really
And
can.
there's people in my chat who has come in and be like that I haven't even seen for a while, and they said I had to take a break from it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start mixing it up a little bit. I'm not gonna stop talking about it, but I'm going to mix it up a little bit and try to incorporate some other cases in on the channel along with this one. Anytime there's a document dump on Bryan stuff, of course I'm going to go over it like I always have, and
Oh,
we're
yeah.
going to keep up with the trial and all that.
I think
you
that's
got
a
a good
great idea.
plan.
I think that's a really great idea because I know I like hearing a variety, and I really like hearing about cases that other people aren't talking about,
Yeah.
fresh
Right.
cases.
Me too.
I feel like, certain cases get, more attention than others. I got real frustrated over Gabby Petito case because it was like, it just captured, the audience of the nation, but yet in the meantime there was so many other, people who were, you know what I mean? And it would always bother me.
Oh, I know. Yeah, me too. It's like, why those,
It makes you wonder, like, how do we pick and choose, which ones that the nation grabs hold of,
Right.
I've
Yeah.
always wondered which ones the media is going to pick and choose. Do they say this is the one that's going to give us the most ratings, or is this
Yep.
the most significant one?
Most ratings.
Yep.
I'm positive of that.
The most shocking ones.
I still like looking back at some of the other cases like that we have unsolved, like DB Cooper, Alcatraz. Do those guys survive?
Oh, yeah. I love all of that too.
And then the FBI gets a letter from a guy that he says, "Yeah, this is me."
Scarlett, did you ever do the document dump on Delphi? Did I miss that?
No, I never have.
Oh, okay. All right.
I haven't heard any of it.
I hadn't heard it either.
Yeah, no, I haven't done. Honestly, I haven't done anything on that case at all.
See, I have that. I'm waiting for you to do that one. I'm very curious about that one because, what I know of that they have tied to him is that unspent gun shell casing. But I know for a fact 110% that those girls were killed by knifing. And
Yeah,
so
they said.
Yeah, I'm so interested to see what it is that they really have on him.
Yeah, because they said it was a bloodbath. That was the word they used.
Yeah.
I have followed that one since it's happened.
Yep.
Well, he's already pleaded. Well, maybe not in the court. He hasn't pleaded guilty.
No, they said that he was talking about that he confessed, but it was to other people.
But he's not in the right mental state. He's so malnourished and, just stressed, and I don't know if that can be.
They're probably gonna have to do some type of evaluation, like a mental evaluation on him.
Well, I hope they don't let him out on bail like they did that guy.
I don't think they're going to do that, but I think he's lost like 60 pounds already, and
He does look horrible.
He's saying things that like just literally don't make sense, and
yeah.
I think they need to put him in the psych area and like figure out what's going on with him mentally.
Yeah, because they have him in a prison. You know, they don't have him in a jail. He's in a prison. So, oof.
All right. So let me get started on this that I have pulled up here real quick.
Okay, I'm gonna go back down so I can listen outside with my crickets.
You're funny.
All right. Thank you for coming up.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, let me fix this real quick. It's gonna hide y'all on the panel, but it makes it easier for everybody to see. Okay.
That looks like one of those nutritional labels.
That's what at first I thought it was. Summer, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Okay, so do y'all remember a while back? Wait, what is this? Oh, that's somebody's name. Okay. So anyway, do y'all remember a while back whenever it came out that Moscow had gotten like $1 million, I believe it was, to help with this case? Hold on
Just a
just
second. I'm trying to fix my earpiece.
Okay, I got to mute for just a second.
Okay.
Okay. King Scarlet, that's why I was looking at their name to make sure it was a name. All right, so anyway, they had gotten $1 million. It was to help on the case, to help with the security and all that. Sweet Melissa says she remembers, and was somebody, oh, yes, it's me, said they kind of remember. So this is the stuff that all that money was spent on. And now the prosecutor has went back and asked for $135,000 more, which I had read the other night about that, where he's wanting the $135,000 for like the expert witnesses and all that. So this is the estimated incurred and expected future security incident costs through May the 15th of 2023. And so for the Idaho State Police, plus the meals, plus the lodging, they had to end up spending $158,771 on that. So now they need more money. In my opinion, they stealing money too. Yeah, sure, there's no telling. Honestly. So they had third-party security. They had that through May the 15th of 2023. That ended up costing $108,853. Yeah, no way. Which I haven't made it down that far yet, but yeah, that's how much they were spending on that. U of I increase in security through May the 15th of 2023 was $166,594. Then they had consultants that was comprehensive a campus, a physical security review and plan. So that is $212,076. Then there was the consultants, the comprehensive security policy review and plan. Just a policy review and plan was $259,470.
Yeah, and they spent more on that than anything else.
Yeah, on the comprehensive security policy review and plan. The crisis.
I don't even know what that is.
Consulting would be just talking over something.
Right.
Talking over the security policy review
for
and their
the
plan.
school or for the
I guess
school?
wherever they were going to put the security at, because they have the third-party security, possibly where they were going to put them at, what they were going to, like, how they were going to handle things, whatever it was that they had to consult with each other or whoever it was they were consulting with, whatever it was, it cost $259,000.
Yeah, and they paid for the vigil too.
Yeah. So the crisis media consultants was $23,000. The vigil was $12,900. The security
Shouldn't the school have paid for that?
for the vigil.
Yeah.
Well, this is just the security for the vigil.
Okay. Okay.
Was $12,900. Then they had the security technology, which that come up to a cost of $28,963. Student lodging and meals only cost $1,400.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, what student lodging and meals? Like, who was the student?
Maybe for Dylan or Bethany.
I think it's probably both of them.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. It could
Probably
be
put
them.
them up
They
in a
might have.
hotel, yeah, somewheres, and had to feed them until they can figure out they're going to go back home.
Yeah, they might have done that. And
So when it was safe, yeah.
Yeah, had security.
Because I think they kind of sort of put him in kind of a witness protection thing at the beginning without it being called that. But
yeah, so that could be what that's for. And they had to put security with them to make sure that they were okay. Where did I watch? No way that I don't know. And then there's counseling and crisis support. Was $27,280. All that came up to a whopping total of $999,307.
And they want more.
And now he was asking for $135,000 more for expert witnesses. And there was
$1 million. Wow.
Now, let me ask you this: on the security for the school, doesn't the school have to reimburse them that?
That's a good question.
I would think so.
Yeah, I mean, more than likely.
So that should wash itself out. Yeah, that should clear itself out.
Said he's not eating but looks sick.
Oh, they're talking about the Delphi dude. I think is who they're talking about. Yeah. So I found this. I thought this was kind of interesting to show where all the money.
A lot of money.
Right. The taxpayers' money.
And we still haven't seen how much money they got to pay for their crime labs. The FBI.
No, that is true. Wait, Dennis, are you talking about the Richard Allen guy? So he's not eating. I believe he's going for the insanity plea. Is that who you're talking about? See, I think that the consultant.
He might be.
That someone aligned their pockets.
People were speculating if Richard was doing it on purpose.
Oh, well. When did he accuse? Not guilty. I think he should have paid.
I think Ron Logan had something to do with it.
I don't know. It's, I mean, like, what are they consulting about that has to cost that much?
I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me.
Like, I get the lodging and the food for the students if it's for Bethany and Dylan. I get that.
And I get the counseling and stuff too.
Right.
I'm sure for them.
Yeah, probably for them. Probably for the officers and what they had to see and all that.
Well, and the twins and, I mean, the triplets and all of that too. I mean.
Right. The consulting stuff, though, I mean, that's just wasting taxpayers' money.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. When that, and like Mikey S said, like Drip Drop said, which is Crime Circus.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Most of it is for talking. So
Yep,
you go in
exactly
and
what we're doing.
you go in and you talk to people, and it costs that much money. I mean, dang, that sounds like that's a good paying job, honestly.
Yeah, it does.
You just go in and you talk to people about policies and security stuff, and you get paid that much money.
For hours and hours, apparently.
Right. Let's see. Should televise a case and get money from that. Mikey, I think though, if they're going to get money from the trial, I think they should give that money to the parents of the victims. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, and I still can't believe it's like Don Shella. Yeah, they're tearing down the house and stuff too. I just can't believe
Oh my
that.
God. I wish they wouldn't tear the house down. I'm thinking that's going to be like a really bad idea.
It's going to be a big mistake.
What's going to happen is they're going to tear it down, and then when this trial starts, something's going to come up, and then the university is going to be like, "Oh my God, I wish now I wouldn't have tore it down."
Right. I mean, I know they want to make everything disappear, but they need to wait until the trial's over on this thing.
True. It just seems like it would be common sense for them to wait.
Yeah, it does. You would think it would be against the law, actually.
Elliot, no, I've never heard of that one either. I just it's
what
like
would it hurt? What would it hurt to leave it up for 3 more months or whatever the time period might be?
Nothing.
Exactly.
I mean, it like this little bitty small town, this quaint little university college town. Why are they in a rush? I get that it's an eyesore, and the students there that went to school with Ethan and Xana and Kaylee and Maddie, they don't want to keep looking at this house. And yeah, I've said this 1,000 times, but it's just like if they cared anything about those kids and they wanted justice for them, then they would understand that the house needs to stay standing until the trial is over with.
Exactly. I know. They just, they're just rushing it because they want it to disappear. Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, and they're saying they haven't given a date, but they said that it's supposed to happen sometime this summer. So I don't know when in the summer, but I guess they have their minds made up that they're going to have it done during the summer, and then that way it'll all be gone by the time the new start of the new year, new semester. So security experts are expensive. They have to study the grounds. They have to come up with better planning. The numbers look okay to me, but again, I want to know the name of the security company. Liza, I wonder why they didn't include that. Oh, we lost Lady V. Okay, hold on just a second. Let me put the link back up for her.
Yeah, I'm sure there's more charges than what they're showing.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Because, I mean, the $135,000 in the article that I read about it says that the whoever it was that he had to go to, the prosecutor had to go to that asked for the money, that person told him, well, you might as well just ask for the 100 instead of 135, just ask for 150. Okay, wait. Okay, are you here, Lady?
Am I back?
Yeah.
And who's he asking? The governor?
I believe so. I have to go back and try to find the article.
The building down.
Let's see. You get a counselor, but that determines whether they get the money or not. Scarlett, look at the jurors on the murder trial who said once they were there in person, Facts of defense laid out didn't fit. Don, that's what I'm afraid is going to happen with this one. It's just going to be better for them if they allow the jury to go look at the house.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's an oddly shaped layout on the inside, and I just don't think the 3D scans are going to do anything. All right, y'all. The mods are saying we need 70 more likes. So if y'all have not hit the thumbs up, please do so, because it is a free way to help the channel. Let's see, from what I just read, Scarlett, is that the judge can determine whether or not the house gets torn down. They said the family's got a second letter, but it didn't say what was in the letter. Okay, thank you, Betty Jo. Well, hopefully the judge will realize that the house needs to stay standing.
Yeah, I don't know why he hasn't said something about it yet. I mean, I don't care how good of a 3D scan you have. I don't care if it's a holographic scan. It's just not going to be the same as going in there and seeing it and hearing what it sounds like. And even though I'm sure all this stuff will be mostly out of it, you can still have a good idea of what it would have sounded like, muffled a little bit.
Right.
But with the wooden floors and all of that, it's going to still be pretty loud.
That
and
is
they
true.
still have the house guarded, right?
Yeah, they have that trailer out there.
Let's see. Have to leave it. The sounds from upstairs, the views from the bedrooms. It's just the way it was, like, and I don't know if they've cleaned up all the stuff, like with the trash and that was outside the back sliding door. I don't know if they moved that or not.
I don't know either.
But I'm sure they probably did because of it being trash. But like the stuff that was right there beside of Dylan's bedroom window, I think all of that should stay. The ladder on the side of the house should stay. The lights, if they haven't cut the power off, the lights at the back, I don't know if they tore them down or not. Those, like, it just, the wreath on the door needs to stay. It's just like the little things.
Exactly.
So they can see where these girls lived at. And I know there's probably no furniture in there, which would have made a huge difference.
Yeah, but you can imagine, I mean, with hardwood floors, it's still going to be pretty because there's not anything that's going to absorb that sound. And so it's still going to be louder.
Right. It's going to have a really bad echo. But they still need to just listen to the floor, listen to the stairs.
And who knows, maybe nobody wants that furniture, so they might just like leave it there and tear it down and, you know, it just be in there when they tear it down.
Yeah, that is true.
I can't, oh yeah, I was getting ready to say the same thing, Lori. I can't believe the prosecution isn't fighting for it. I can't believe the prosecution on a lot of things. This prosecution is...
It's weird. Michelle, have a good night, honey.
They're terrible.
I just... I get... I mean, if he was... I thought whenever his 60 days started for the death penalty thing, that he would have came out within, like, the first month and said, yeah, we're going to go for it, or no, we're not. And then some people were saying, well, you know, the firing squad goes into effect on July the 1st, and he's probably waiting until after that. But this...
I would say right now, everything's in favor of the prosecution. I mean...
But yeah, it's just they're doing things really
Does
strange.
Bethany have to testify now? No, we squash that with a grand jury. Ha ha.
But she'll probably will at the trial.
Do I have to give you this evidence? Nope.
I'm sure she'll be at the trial, though. Her and Dylan both will have to testify.
And you know what? If I was the prosecution, those would be two people I would call up, and I would give them softball questions to smooth it over with the jury, especially on that 8 hour, because I can hear it now. Okay, where were you standing and what did you see? But the main thing the prosecution is going to paint a picture is, at what point did Dylan recognize there was an emergency in that house?
I think that's everybody wants to know that.
And well, I'm going to tell you, Dylan's going to probably come up and say, about the time I called a friend to come over and check on him, that's when I realized there was something wrong, but I wasn't sure.
I just
8 hours without checking it out. That's just. I mean, I believe she didn't go see them within that 8 hours because I think she would have freaked out like she did, that morning. But that's a lot of time not to.
Well, sure it is. And once again, the defense is probably going to, how shocked were you? What did you do after you shut the door?
Yeah.
But even with all that there, it's more like a smokescreen. It still doesn't separate the fact that BK, the state's going to say it doesn't matter what she did. BK did this.
I don't know. It's just, I'm with Lady V on the prosecution. It's almost like he's not, I don't want to say connected to the case.
I don't know. I think he's trying to postpone it too. I'm not sure they're ready.
Well, I felt that way, but this might be an unorthodox tactic that this guy has used for over the years, and it works.
Well,
for
it
him.
might be, but if you don't give the defense everything they're entitled to, there can be a mistrial.
Well, I was thinking the same thing as you, Lady V, until Avery read that. She read those laws, and it says he don't have to get them.
Well, I was not here. I was taking
okay. See, I was all upset.
I'm in a hotel, so I had to take my
Okay. Well, I'll replay a little bit. I'll summarize it for you a little bit. I was upset that she hasn't received the evidence as well. And then Avery read the ruling, what do you want to call it, the statute, and it says that the prosecution doesn't have to hand it over. So I said, well, that kills all that. So she might as well go look somewhere else.
And I think that was, what the evidence was. I want to say it had something to do with the DNA or whatever that we were discussing the other night.
Right. It was a genealogy.
Mikey's right.
It was a genealogy DNA. They don't have to tell how they got that. And I think now she wants to know what evidence was brought before the grand jury. Lord knows there's probably a rule that they don't have to turn that over either.
Yeah, but Mikey's right. We had to remember. I had forgotten this till I saw Mikey put this on here. He is a master at plea deals. He likes to plea them out.
Well, most lawyers will. They'd rather have a plea. They don't have to tie up too many things.
Yeah,
you come out and you confess.
If it becomes a death penalty, there's a lot more work that has to be put into it. Dennis Nightbot is about to drop the link for the iPhone, the membership for the iPhone.
The thing about it is the prosecutor is backing them into a corner, and they're going to have to come out to him. He's not going to go up to them and say, "You guys want a plea?" They're probably going to come to him for a plea.
Yeah, I could see that.
Once the death penalty is put on the table, and now you only got two pleas. You want life in prison or you want the death penalty? If that's not the case, okay, then do you want life in prison or 25 years for each one? So that's how they're going to play the game. But so far, everything I've seen, it's like you got to win so many battles to win the war. The prosecution is winning the battles right now. They have squashed everything the defense is trying to get. Well, most of it, at least.
It's a shame, though, that this case, it's the defense, and I know that that's like part of it and everything, But the whole playing it back and forth and, I want this, well, I give it to you. You got to go find it, and all the 51 terabytes, and just the back and forth bullshit games. Like, these are 4 kids who have lost their lives, and you have all these families, and including Bryan's family, all sitting back wondering, like, what is going on? Are my kids going to get justice for what happened to them? Bryan's family sitting there wondering, is my son going to go on death row, or is he going to get life in prison? And so if Bryan's the one that did this, he affected a lot of people's lives.
Oh, man,
and this whole tug of war of whatever they want to call it, just if they ask for something, the prosecution has it, and he knows that they're entitled to it, just give it to them.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Just make it be a smooth transaction, so nothing takes it. So there's no chance of anything happening for this man to walk.
Right. I mean, don't give him a reason to have a mistrial, or don't give him a reason that they got a really good appeal. I mean.
Right. It's just
and the things
nonsense.
he's doing are just silly things. Like, why are you doing that to yourself? I mean,
they have to go to court on the 27th at 1:30, and so far they have 3 different things that they're going to be talking about that day, and one of them is the motion to compel. I mean, if they would have just gave her what she needed, like I said, I know that Ann Taylor is throwing everything at them, and she's just trying to see what's going to stick. Okay, well, if there is something that she has asked for that he knows that she is entitled to, give it to her.
Yeah, why do they have to be compelled to give it to her? It's ridiculous.
Right. Instead of having
and if we're headbutting this much now before the trial, can you imagine how much headbutting there's going to be during the trial between these two?
It's going to be a lot. But if they would just give it to her, and then if there's something else that she's asked for that they know that she can't get, then send a letter to the judge and be done with it, instead of having to take all these days. Like the 27th, there's 3 different things that they've got to go over now on the 27th. They could take that day to be working on the case. The prosecution can be working on the case, and so can the defense. It's ridiculous. And Avery, that is true. They're both being stubborn.
Alibi, yeah. Well, they are, and I just want to hear the alibi. I know everybody keeps saying that.
I mean, if there's an alibi, I want to hear that. I want to know the motive, like why this house, why these girls, why?
Yeah, and if it's a good alibi, why not say what it is and start getting him out of jail? If it's true.
Right.
I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, why?
Dennis, thank you so much for becoming a member, and welcome to the family. Yeah, I don't get it. Like,
I got a good one for you. Do you think he's going to give an alibi or just remain quiet, silent?
He might remain silent.
I think if he has an alibi, but he's truly innocent.
Don't they have to give it?
No, he don't have to give it. But if he doesn't give it, he can't bring it up in the court to the jury.
I mean, if he is truly innocent, okay, let's just say that for a second.
Right.
If he is truly innocent, then he should give his alibi, prove that he is not the person who done this to these kids. So then that way, the prosecution can start their part of what they need to do to fact check it. Say that we checked it. We're going to drop the charges. And the police need to go find the person who did this. Because if he didn't do it and he's sitting in jail and he's waiting to go to trial for this, but he truly didn't do it, the real person who did it is still running around out there.
And they could do it again.
Exactly. Now, if he is the person who done this, and the state lays out their evidence and proves that he's the one that done it, then I'm all for the death penalty. But the state has to prove 1,000% without any reasonable doubt that like he done it. They have to prove that, because you don't want to send an innocent man to death row.
I totally agree with everything you just said.
But I do think that if he does have an alibi and he truly did not do it, I think he should give his alibi.
All the state has
Really
to do
do.
is convince 12 jurors to say that he was guilty. That's all the state has to do. Convince 12
Well, and
jurors.
all it needs is one that thinks he's not.
And right, and all the defense has to do is convince one juror that he's not
Right.
guilty or that there's doubt.
True.
But if the law says I don't have to turn this over, I'm not turning it over. I can see his point. And I can see the defense wanting it because they're going to try to look for a technical
technicality.
mistake. Yeah, they're going to be looking for something like that, saying, and where'd you get the DNA? Because we want to see what their process is for getting DNA.
But they deleted that.
But if they're not going to use it, why do you need to know it? It's not going to be part of the trial, so it's null and void.
I mean, me personally, and I said this last night, if I'm sitting in BK's chair right now and I'm facing what he's facing, and they come in and they say, we have proof that we have your DNA on this knife sheath, I want to know every step that was taken for them to prove it. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
See what I'm thinking? I
totally agree, but I mean, if they're not going to use it, then it's not.
To me,
they have to give it to her.
The way I see it is the defense is trying to say, if I can disprove this genealogy DNA, because that's the link to getting the real DNA directly, then I could say you couldn't have done that if this was done properly over here.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you.
And that's what I mean. I'm just trying to put both hats on.
Yeah,
I know. I try to play devil's advocate.
I would want to know, because I want to. Same thing of them challenging the grand jury. It's he's looking at life in prison as of right now if he's convicted, and then if they go for the death penalty, he's looking at death. I would want to know every step that they took in this whole investigation.
I would too.
And I just,
because if they did something, let's say they did something illegal or inappropriate,
yeah,
that would cause what they did to make the warrant null and void. That's the whole point of why they want it. If it's something that was inadequate procedure or whatever, and what they did was like of a level where I'm just going to say it's illegal. Okay. You understand what I mean? So
yeah,
the way they did it was illegal. Therefore the warrant wasn't valid. So all of this stuff that they have, because they got the warrant, is null and void and can't be put into the trial. That's what I think they're trying to do.
Well, bingo. Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say. If I can disprove that genealogy report, then I could say, now we got null and void. At least that's what I would argue.
I mean, all of that evidence.
Everything that's connected to it now gets null and void.
Exactly.
Right. And we were talking about the whole grand jury thing and everything that Ann Taylor was talking, or what she was asking for, and I said I don't think that she should get the jurors' names and all that. So I was watching the lawyer, I was watching him one day, and he was talking about
I know who he is.
And he said, I want to say it was the day that his dad was on there, and he had asked his dad about them challenging it, and the dad was like, if it becomes a death penalty case, you challenge everything in a case like that. And the reason why that she is asking for these jurors' names is because she wants to go back and see if they were eligible or qualified, whatever the word was that he used, to even be on a jury. Because that can make a huge difference. If they have, Sally Mae, if they have someone that is sitting on that jury that's not supposed to be sitting on that jury, that becomes an issue. So I wasn't looking at it like that whenever I first seen that she's wanting to know the jurors' names and all this and that. But after he had said it like that, it does make sense.
I don't understand. I guess I didn't follow what you said. I don't understand. Why would somebody not be allowed to be on a jury if they're called for jury duty and they're fit?
It could be anything. They could be just whatever their eligibilities things are for that state.
Unless they've been following the trial or watching the trial while they're on there or something.
That would make them not eligible to be on the trial or on the jury. So that's the reason why she was wanting it. I'm pretty sure she would take those names and make sure that they're in the district or in the state or whatever it is that you got to be in. Like here, you have to live within the parish that you're serving on the jury of. Up there, it could be a district or however it is.
Yeah, it's like 4 or 5 counties. We looked that up. It was a district with 4 or 5 counties where they came from, and because sometimes they mess up because they're the paper trail. I would guess is kind of late getting in. You could be you can't be on jury duty if you're a convicted felon. At least where I'm at. That's
well. No, you can't hear either. But I mean, why would they send jury summons to somebody that's not in the district?
It could have been done goes by back accident.
Right. They don't know
anything like that.
I got once again. I got called to jury duty, and I got a family member's prosecuting. So so that got me off real quick.
Yeah. So I mean, it could have been sent by accident, and they could have went on to do the jury duty, and it could have not been a question that was asked for when they were doing like jury selection. Okay, do any of you in here have a felony record? Because if you have a felony record, you shouldn't be getting a notice for jury duty.
Yeah, that's
you see what
true.
I'm saying? So it could be something like that. And so, like I said, after the lawyer, had put it out like that, then it made sense. And I was like, okay, well, I see now why she's asking for the names and stuff like that, because she's going to go back and she's going to check everything.
What you're saying.
So, because in the very beginning, I was like, I don't think she needs them, but.
The grand jury could have had people who were kin to people in the police department. If that comes out, the grand jury could have had people in there who shouldn't have been in there. They were ineligible.
Yeah. Read the back chat.
She's scraping the bottom of the barrel right now to get anything she can find, and maybe she can prove that the state so far is a little weaker than we thought, something like that.
If she's scraping so far down the barrel, doesn't that kind of indicate that maybe she doesn't have as much to fall back on as she professed to have?
To me, in simple terms, the alibi should be your scapegoat. But it may not be that simple for that case, because maybe he was driving around in the area. Does that mean he's an SK or a SA, anything like that? No. But there's just so many coincidences, and they got him tied in now with that knife sheath. And they may have more. We don't know.
That is
we don't
true.
know. They don't know what they picked up at his apartment or in Philadelphia or in his vehicle.
I can't wait for the vehicle thing to come out.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second, y'all. I just need to tell Troll one thing.
Reality chocolate and such. Okay, Riddler, how many times have you been on jury duty?
2. Okay. I've been kicked off lately. I just had jury duty not too long ago. I received a letter in the mail. I go, here we go again.
Good Lord, I don't think I've ever heard anybody been on jury duty as much as you have been, or called.
I've never been called. A Troll has.
I've been called once in my whole life, and I'm 61.
I got called one time I've been called for federal court. Now that was a little different. I got called for that jury duty. and they had me fill out paperwork, and I was lucky. We had some connections on the base that he's military. At the time, we had that Gulf War going on, and they said he could be activated any minute to go over there. So they said, "Oh yeah, we'll let him go now." And theirs is a lot easier to get off. The state court, oh my gosh, you better have a good excuse to get out of that one. Real good excuse. Because what they do is they knock you out of this court, then they herd you over with another
The
group.
different one, right?
Right, and now you go into another courtroom. You go listen to what this case is going to be about, and they go back through and vetting. And that's the one where I was in there, and one of the lawyers wanted me, and the other one said no. They couldn't find the right number of jurors and alternates. And I said, "Well, watch them. They're going to make me an alternate." I didn't get selected. The judge finally agreed with them.
Wow. That's
But
just
it's
a lot,
amazing because the judge is refereeing this. When those two guys, at least in my state, I guess every state's got a different way of how the process works, but the two lawyers are up there. They've got who they want, and they got who they don't want. They cross out the ones they don't want, and they got circles around the numbers they want. And see, we were all assigned a number.
Yeah, we were too.
Okay, so you're pretty much doing about like what we're doing.
But I mean, it sounds the same. It's just like, how old are you? Do you mind me asking? I'm just wondering.
That's why I'm called the Riddler.
Well, I think you're a little bit older, so I'm just thinking that wow, I don't think I've ever met anybody who's had as many as you. That's just, oh, my husband would be furious if it was him.
Well, yeah, and I was fortunate because, well, right now I'm retired, but everybody that's in the if you're military or if you're civil service, you work for the government, they go ahead and keep paying you as if you showed up to work. And
which is a good thing.
Right, while you're
Yeah,
on jury
definitely.
Because here,
that
we
works
get
good.
$25 a day in Louisiana.
But could you imagine being on one of these OJ things where you're in there for 11 months?
Oh my God, I felt so bad.
You might as well ask the judge to get me a bankruptcy lawyer. How you gonna pay your bills?
That's a long time, honestly.
And I don't want to get on a roll of it, but if we can go give billions of dollars to other countries, we can find some kind of way to pay people who are on jury, so they can continue their life and feed their children by medicine.
Oh God, are you okay, Lady V?
Did you fall off the balcony?
Just about.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Ridiculous. Okay. We're good.
But I mean, you go look at the average working family that goes in there.
Oh my God.
Are you good?
Yes, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm just going to take my earpiece out. It's just like being horrible. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Muted and then it unmuted it. And anyway, it's good now.
But I mean, like $30 a day, that's slow starvation.
Right.
It is.
They got to come up with something better.
Yeah.
And I felt really bad for these single moms. I felt really bad for these single moms that are called in on jury duty.
Mm-hmm.
You know, okay, they closed my daycare up at a certain hour. How long are we going to be in here tonight?
Right.
I give you 100 things, but nobody cares about that.
I mean, let's just even here, $25 a day. You have a single mother who is working, paying for daycare. She can't make it on $25 a day. Just
no. Well, I mean, then she's got to pay for a babysitter too.
Mm-hmm.
If they're sequestered, I mean, that's just how are they supposed to exist?
Plus all of her other bills, I'm sure she's either renting or paying a mortgage or something like that. Mm-hmm. She's got credit cards she's paying. I'm sure there's a doctor bill. How's she going to keep paying her insurance?
How's she going to pay her rent?
Well, yeah, rent, insurance, phone. how's she gonna keep paying for the gas to go in her car to get there and back?
Yeah. Mikey S said that it was 265 days sequestered for the OJ trial.
Jeez, that's almost a year.
Holy.
Wow. That would get hard.
I couldn't have done it.
I can't remember. Do you remember if they were sequestered or not?
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, they were. Yeah, their family members could come over like on the weekends or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking they were. I mean, but that's just like, I mean, what if you don't have any family or anybody that can watch your child for almost a year?
Well, hopefully that gets vetted in the courtroom.
You would think so.
But look how far down now you're narrowing things. If when you do it that way. Okay, so now we're going to have an all-male jury.
Or an all jury with older people whose kids are already grown. Yeah.
Senior citizens.
Excuse me, I resemble that remark.
Well, me too.
That's just crazy though. And I'm trying to eat and be quiet, so if I'm trying not to smack.
And I hope before the good Lord takes me, I found out how they determine who gets that letter that comes to the house. It says, "Congratulations, you've been selected for jury." Oh, great!
I forgot all about calling to find that out.
Oh, that's funny.
Until you just mentioned it.
Why does it matter? Are you just like fixated on that? You're like, oh,
well, like here we have what's called the clerk of the court, and it's an elected position. So they're really, for some reason, they're real tough about who they get in. That one and the tax guy, they want to make sure that each side wants to make sure their man gets or woman gets in that position. Why?
You know, I would love to get on a really good, juicy murder trial. I'm weird, but I would.
Nothing weird about that at all, honestly.
Well, I tell you what, you come to my city, you can go down there every day, and they've got one going.
Oh, man, I'm sure they do here too. I don't know. Yeah, it's funny because when I was in school, everybody was like just as morbid, had just as morbid of a humor and everything that I did, and I was like, I found my people, and then on true crime, it's like I found my family.
And I'm looking at Betty Jo's comment. Yeah, here where I'm at, they go by your driver's license. They used to go by your voter registration. And
that's what they go by here.
And they go by your driver's license. But once again, how does my name get picked 4 or 5, 6 times, and my neighbor never gets picked?
Yeah, exactly.
Because Troll's been picked. Weird. Oh God, I know 4 times that I can remember in the 25 years that we've been together. But I never have been.
Now, my husband, he's been picked, I think, I know 2 for sure. And he tried to get out of it, but it was a short one. So it was like a week. So they wouldn't let him out of it.
But see, there's a lot of good people that could serve on jury duty. They don't want to do it because if this is one of them 6 or 9 month cases, I'm without pay for 6 to 9 months, especially people who are self-employed.
Well, Liza and I will do it. Liza wants to do it too. Lisa.
Yeah, I mean,
she has her hair and nail appointment.
It would be interesting if you could get on a jury trial.
I would really enjoy it.
Now, I don't know about one like Bryan's that involved kids or whatever. I don't know if I would want that.
I could do that.
Civil court's another animal about when the jury deliberates. No, that's terrible. But when you're in criminal court, Now, that's the one I like because we had to have a unanimous decision on that one.
Right.
The other one, now we got to guess how much we're going to charge them to, how much they got to pay after you find them guilty.
I would have to take extra notebooks with me. I don't know if that'd be allowed or not because one.
They gave us each a pad and pencils.
They'd go broke with me with notebooks and pens.
Me too.
Yeah. They give you a little pad and it's got about like 50 pages on it.
Oh,
that's
jot down notes.
They might as well just stack them up beside my chair. And when I finish one, I'll just reach down and grab the other one.
A pencil's not going to work because it'll be dull pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But I was the only male. We had one male alternate. Well, actually, we had one male and I think 3 females. They dismissed the 3 females the day of that we were going to end the trial, and they kept the one male there as the alternate. And we went in the room. I was the only male left on the jury. The ladies all said, "You're going to be the foreman." I go, "Great." Boy, they picking me here for everything here now. And we deliberated. And then we had to go back out to the judge and let him redefine murder 1, murder 2, murder 3, and manslaughter. We had to get it redefined because 2 of the jurors was confused. But we got back together and we finally came up with attempted murder 1.
Well, there's probably, though, a lot of cases like that where you're at, too. Or I would think that there is, because every time you
see, it depends on
anything,
it depends on your state attorney. We had one state attorney. Okay, he would tell the guy if it wasn't a real high profile that committed murder, if you plead out, I'll give you 12 years in prison. If you don't plead out, you're looking at 20 years in prison. All right. Then we got another, after he got out, retired, we got another state attorney. It was a little bit different. Do you want life in prison or 25 years? Think about it. And then walks away. So that was a tough, and that's the way it should be for these murder cases.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we got one now. Do you want to plead out? And once again, now we dip back down low again.
I am not sure I agree with them pleading like that in that case.
Well, it saves a lot of money. It saves appeals. It saves.
But he's getting out in 25 years.
Right.
To do it again?
Well, most of these guys are going to be about 75 or 80 when they get out. Now, the younger ones that are like 18. Those. Well, we had the famous trial here where a 17-year-old, 17 or 16, he was out on like probation. And he broke into a house with a pistol while on probation, robbed this elderly lady, then beat her. I want to say beat the hell out of her. I'll have to get it for you. Beat the hell out of her with a pistol.
I think I remember that.
Okay, so now it goes to the trial, and the judge asked him, he was found guilty. The judge asked him, "Do you have any remorse?" He stood up and says, "No, I'm an animal." And the judge says, "Well, you know what we do with the animals? We either put them down or we put them in a cage for life." He gave him life in prison.
That's a hell of a thing to say, though.
Yeah.
If you're asked if you have any remorse and you say, "No, I'm an animal."
Right. So the judge gave him life in prison. Supreme Court says you can't do that. So you're going to have to...
25 years.
So he had to come back and get... Well, the next judge is... no mercy from her either. She started giving him 25 years. And then when you finish that one, you got another 25 years to serve. So 50 years he's going to be in prison. Or it was actually 85 years he's going to have to serve in prison.
Well, it sounds like that's exactly what he should be doing. That's just
right.
ridiculous.
And then they're trying to appeal that. That was the latest one. But here's the bad problem about it. While he's in prison, he's going to get free dental, free everything else. What's that elderly lady? She has to use her own insurance now to go, and that only pays so much. And then she's got these headaches, the black eyes. I mean, head
Can
concussion.
probably hardly get around and everything
Yeah.
else.
And it sounds like she lives alone. I mean, so yeah, that's horrible. Well, at least he was honest. I'll give him that. But
Well, he's just an idiot. He thinks he's tougher than everybody. Well, he'll find out how tough he is when
yeah,
he
I
goes
was
down to
getting
Ray.
ready.
Yeah, he had to go. I think he went to Rayford. We're going to put him in Florida State Prison, but I think he ended up going to Rayford, which is across the street from that. The Florida State's where Bundy was at, and Danny Rolling. They were both in there. They got a bunch of famous ones that were in that one.
Yeah, he'll find out real quick in prison that he's not so tough.
Let's see. I did college off an iPad, no writing. King Scarlet, I wouldn't be able to do it, honestly. I literally have to write everything down. I can't keep notes on my computer. Like,
Oh
I
no,
can screenshots and stuff like that, but I have to, if I'm doing notes, I have to write it down.
that's how I am. If I'm not writing it down, it just doesn't stay in
It's
my
like
head.
it doesn't register.
Yeah, I
I
have to
will,
see it in my writing for it to
yep.
say.
Okay, there is something that I do want to show y'all real quick that makes absolutely no sense. Let me see. Do y'all remember when I said, maybe a week or two ago, that on December the 17th, that Moscow PD was still asking the public to help with the 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra?
I
Right.
remember.
Okay, well, apparently, all the way to December the 29th, they were still asking for the help on the 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra. I'm gonna zoom this in. You can see right here, it's December the 29th of 2022. And then I'm just gonna scroll down here. I gotta zoom it out because it's hard for me to see it when it's that close. Okay, right here. Why is it not? So it says progress continues to locate the white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Why were they still looking for it? And then that very next morning, he gets arrested.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
We'll ask Ann Taylor why. That'd be a good point for her to bring up to the judge.
I'm pretty sure she already
Oh
is.
yeah, she knows every trick in the book, and she knows what she can't get away with, and she's not going to bring some of that stuff up. But
Because just think, if we can see this and we have no law experience, okay, we're just random citizens out here that love true crime. If we can see all this, then she can. And what this almost seems like is that they kept looking for this 2000, for whatever reason, they kept putting it out to law enforcement. But then whenever they go and they arrest or go to arrest Bryan, they put in the PCA up to a 2016. But before the PCA, I never remember it being up to a 2016 white Hyundai Elantra.
No, it was always, up to 13.
And what does it say below that? No suspect has been identified.
Yeah, no suspect has been identified, and only vetted information that does not hinder the investigation will be released to the public. And this was, I'm sure, put out early that morning, 9-10 o'clock or so their time. But the next morning at 1:30 is when they arrested him. So they already knew that the arrest was going to happen, because on the 29th is when the PCA was done, if I'm not mistaken. But let me go back and...
Betty Jo wants to know, are you reading the PCA? And the answer is no. It's a police release.
That was a press release, Betty Jo, off of their off the Moscow PD website.
Okay, I had heard a speculation, and I want to know you guys' opinion on it.
Okay.
Do you think that it's possible that his sister could have called in on her suspicions? if she had any.
Possibly. I mean, if it's true what Dateline was saying, it could be a possibility.
Yeah, wow, that would be.
Well, that'd be a new twist, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that. Yeah.
Okay, hold on just a second.
King Scarlet wants to know if you can send that to her.
Yes, ma'am. Give me just 1 second. And the PCA was signed on December the 29th as well.
And Betty Jo's right. Says the police are allowed to lie. That's true. That's backed up by the Supreme Court. But if you want to get the trust of the community back,
you don't keep lying all the way up to.
Right. Yeah.
Because they literally, I mean, they lied about stuff all the way up to the PCA come out, and they couldn't lie on the PCA. It says on the very bottom that it's.
Yeah, that's a legal document
yeah.
that's sworn in. Sworn in.
King Scarlet, I just sent it to you in on Twitter. Yeah, it says I can grab the affidavit and pull it back up.
His sister may be Papa Rogers saying he's in the Pocahontas, Pennsylvania. What do you mean by that, Avery?
Okay, let's put this back up.
How long has he been wearing gloves? Is it just since this? I mean, how long has people seen him wearing gloves? Like, did he wear them at college? I haven't seen any pictures with them on, but did he wear it every time he went to the gas station or every time he went to grocery shopping?
That's what I want to know.
I don't know.
Or is it just since the this event took place?
I would say probably since 2020. Like, we know what happened in 2020. I would say probably around that time. If he's a germaphobe.
Yeah, because the college, he's in college. He's not wearing his mask in there. From the pictures I saw where he's got that book in his hand, he's sitting on the front row. There's no gloves and no mask there.
When was that though?
Oh, I don't know.
That author of
that would have been when he was at DeSales, and I believe he graduated from DeSales University in May of 2022. I believe is when it was.
So he was there during that time that we had that, and he didn't have gloves on then.
Yeah, matter of fact, I don't see anybody wearing gloves or a mask.
I don't either. Huh, that's interesting. Well, and see, it's like his food too. I want to know if that's a normal habit of his or not. You know, I mean, just things like that. Things like that just drive me crazy.
Right. Okay. So real quick, y'all can see that it was signed on January the 20, or not January. I'm sorry, December the 29th of 2022. And on this very last sentence right here, it says that I declare under penalty of perjury, pursuant to the law of the state of Idaho, that foregoing is true and correct. So they can't lie on the PCA, but they can lie up to it on what they tell the public, which is, even though they can do it, it's not right to do it multiple times in a situation where the public can find out that you're lying.
Absolutely.
Well, I saw it one night on Cops. Matter of fact, my mother and I were watching it, and it said, the police officer tells the person, if you show me where the dope is, I won't arrest you, but I will take the. But if you don't, and I have to tear this car apart and bring a dog, the whole works, then somebody's getting arrested. So the young lady says, okay, I'll show you where it's at. It's just a small little bag of marijuana. He goes, put your hands behind your back, arrest her. You don't have to tell her the truth.
Yeah, they don't. Right. Yeah, they can lie to them all they want. And their greatest trick is, hey, you know, we're going in this room, we're talking, so I have to read you your Miranda rights, but the door's unlocked. You can leave whenever you want to, you know, and it's like, once they read me my Miranda rights, I'd be like, I want a lawyer now.
Yeah, I wouldn't say shit.
Yeah, that would be I don't care if I'm a witness or whatever. They read me my Miranda rights. That's it. My mouth shut.
Oh, I wouldn't even talk to them before that.
No, I wouldn't either. But I mean, I'd wait to find out what they get. But I mean, after that, I'd be like, I ain't saying how are you doing or nothing.
Mm-mm. I'm not saying nothing. I just want my attorney, and that's it.
According to most searches, you know who leads, what profession leads in domestic abuse?
Cops.
Police officers. Number 2 was
Yeah.
correctional officers was number 2.
Is number 3 military?
Well, I don't know. I didn't get that. I just
He
make
was
sure.
just worried about number 1.
I'm just not going to marry a female cop. I don't care how good looking she is.
Yeah, no kidding.
I don't want to get hit in the head by that club or a flashlight.
And they cover for each other too.
That's probably why it's the number 1.
Yeah.
Well, if you notice, most police officers belong to a fraternity, the Fraternal Order of Cops or whatever.
Yep.
Hold on, y'all. I'm answering something back real quick.
And I've got plenty of police officers who are friends of mine. And I used to be a range officer at a gun club, and I would help them out with their shooting. I said, well, you guys can shoot steel targets, but y'all can't shoot moving targets. Later, they became real proficient.
Okay, let me get back in chat here.
I used to love to skeet shoot and trap shoot. That was so fun.
Been skeet shooting. It is fun.
And the guys would always say, can I bring my puppy out here with you? I said, why's he going to bring his puppy next to me? And it's a bird dog, so they can get used to the sound.
Get used to it, yeah.
Yes, and they'll find out if she yelps or the puppy yelps or moves.
Yeah, we used to do that with our horses too.
Okay, I'm just catching up in chat, y'all.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Let's see. I used to be a bitch.
I always call him officer.
You did what?
I'm sorry, I got my hit on my mute button.
Oh.
I said I used to call them officer friendly because that's what we were taught to call them when we were little. And they do things like PAL, Police Athletic League, and you got to admit, when you're in trouble, all of a sudden they become your daddy. They come there to help you.
Right. Let's see. This was really good. I'm just trying to make sure I'm keeping up with everybody's excuse me, comments tonight. All right, y'all. It's showing we have 208 people in here with 175 likes. So if y'all haven't done so, please hit the thumbs up. Try to get the likes up as close as we can to the number of people that we have watching. Rosie, that is true. The cops will lie to anybody. They don't care who it is. They lie to their mama if they thought they could get away with it. And another thing I was thinking, you know that they put out the wrong year model of the car, right? So they put out this 2011 to 2013. Everybody and their brother's looking for this 2011 to 2013 white Honda Elantra. They put it out, let's say a police officer heard about it. And it may be in a different part of Washington State or maybe in Idaho or whatever. And they go to pull over this white Honda Elantra that they think possibly could be involved in this murder or in these murders. And someone ends up getting hurt because they're being pulled over by the police. The police are telling them, okay, you're driving a car that could be involved in something like this. And you know how some people are, they will go crazy over it. And they end up getting hurt because it scares them. Then what would Latah County and Moscow Police Department do at that point? All because this expert person that works for the FBI, who had, I think, 35 years of experience with 12 years experience with the FBI, put out the wrong year model of a car.
And hopefully I think, didn't he apologize for it?
Who? Payne or Fry?
About getting the wrong date on the car.
I don't know if he ever did or not.
But think about this. Let's say they did that intentionally. Let's just say it was done intentionally. You know what the public's going to say? Well, why should we help you out in the next investigation? Or an Amber Alert goes out. Are you sure it's a green Mustang? Wasn't last time.
It's just this. I don't understand it. If you have an expert, though, excuse me, if you have an expert, and they're saying in the PCA that it was turned over to these forensic experts with an S, then why did the one person who had all of this experience be the one person who got the year model wrong?
It wouldn't make any difference to me. I mean, I understand your point, but I don't know a 2013 from a 2015.
It's just, like I was saying, if you have a cop, if you have a cop though that's looking for a between those, and they pull somebody over and something bad happens in that stop, and they're innocent people and they get hurt.
Exactly.
Then that comes back on Moscow PD, and that comes back on the FBI agent who gave the wrong year of the car.
What's the point of having once they knew for sure what year it was, what's the point of saying the wrong years?
And what if other police agencies are looking for this automobile in the neighboring counties and the neighboring states? And all of a sudden, no, that's a 15. He's supposed to be in 2011 through 13. That type deal.
And they just pass him up because they think it's not the right year model.
That ain't right.
They look all the same to me. I mean, can you tell the difference between a 15 and 13?
I haven't never put them like side by side and just looked them really good over, but I'm pretty sure if there's going to be any differences, it's going to be probably something with the tail lights.
Yeah.
And like maybe the reflector lights and stuff like that on the back.
Yeah.
And then the shape of the grill on the front with the headlights and all that. And if they have fog lights and everything.
Sunset Gazing says, I think they said arrange not to include his year car as to not alert him. Authorities may have known the correct year. Well, that's true. Maybe they told their officers the correct year, but put that in there so it didn't alert him. And
maybe they got the information out to the neighboring county officers too.
Yeah, that may very well be. That's a good thought, Sunset.
I just think it was an error and that's what I think it was. I don't think they were intentionally lying on that. Because the public ain't going to help you the next time if they find out you're lying. You lost the trust now.
I mean, just coming out on the very same day that this happened and say, we're still investigating it, but there's no imminent danger to the community.
Yeah,
that's a huge that's like the biggest red flag that you could possibly throw up. I'm sorry, but there's no way you can say that just in those few hours of you investigating this, that you believe that it is a targeted, or you say that the evidence that found at the scene led you to believe that this was a targeted attack and that there is no danger to the community. You can't, but you don't know who the person is who done it.
Well, I mean, I was just telling you, like, I think it was yesterday or the day before, they had an individual shot. It was a murder case, just one person, and they were alerting the whole community. It's not my community, but one of the other communities to be very vigilant lock your doors, all that kind of stuff. Because they didn't
Right.
have this guy, and if you shoot and kill one, you'll do it to two. You're desperate now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they were sitting here saying that this person's not, there's no danger to the community, but he really was. He was back by the house where this happened.
Yeah. How do they know?
9 o'clock, between 9 and 9:30 that morning. He was at the same college where Xana's sister was at. So for them to say that is just, I have a huge issue with that.
Yeah, and then people were wondering if whoever's doing this in Portland is the one that was doing it in Moscow.
I haven't heard anything else about that, about the SK that was up there, or they thought that they had up there.
Now let me ask you on that Portland, and I don't want to dwell too much on it, but the bodies they found, how long had they been deceased?
I mean, well, like 30 days. There was one that was it wasn't very long, but there was one that was on the side of the road. Others were kind of.
Okay, so these aren't like 3 or 5 years ago.
No, this is like in the last 4 months.
Wow.
And they did frequent the same. A few of them did. At least 3 of them frequented the same food vendors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did see that. Let me see.
But yeah, that was just since the last 5 months, I guess now. Started in February.
I thought I had it wrote down.
And who was it the police interviewed at 2:30 or something like that afternoon? Was it one of the girls' boyfriends?
I didn't think about
Jack
that.
D. It was Kaylee's ex, Jack, that they interviewed.
Yeah.
Oh, we're back on this not Portland guy. I'm like, I don't.
Yeah, I've got some stuff wrote down about the Portland SK, but I don't know which notebook it's in.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about it yet either.
But
you need to assign one notebook for each case.
Oh God, it's hard to do that.
And honestly. One for notes.
It's really hard to do that.
I know, I do the same thing. It's crazy.
I had a buddy of mine. He lives in Portland, and he says, "I've had enough." And he says, "I'm either going to move to your city or I'm going to move to Charlotte." I said, "Go to Charlotte."
Let's see. No, I don't think they're, Dennis. I don't think they're linked. The SK thing that was going on in
no,
Oregon,
I don't either.
No, I don't think they're linked. I'm gonna be honest. I checked into it when it first came out, just to see how long these girls had been missing and to see if it was before Bryan was arrested, and they were all this year, 2023.
Yeah, it was after he was arrested.
Well, if BK gets convicted on this and he's rotting in a correctional institute, I'm going to write him and tell him I'm a scholar going through criminology school. And I was, why did you pick that night of all the nights?
And it would be awesome if he wrote you back and told you the reason.
Oh, it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, then I could get on here and read it to y'all.
That would be.
Actually, I would send it to you in a fax.
He probably would answer you just telling that you have a YouTube channel, which I mean, you have a YouTube name, so you have a YouTube channel.
Right. I mean, it would be.
He'd get a kick out of that.
Yeah, I mean, like if he wrote his answer down and then signed it, we've all saw his sloppy signature.
Yep. And then I'll say all the girls are crazy over you, buddy.
You wouldn't be lying to him either.
Yeah, because we're not that crazy, but we're crazy in a different way.
Not all of them, but there are some out there.
They can't get you off your mind.
I'll tell you, you're just a notch below Bundy right now.
Oh, that would boost the ego.
Oh yeah, I'd be a fan of his.
But I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure he's getting that money on his books and everything, so he knows that this is coming from women that he don't even know, and he's just eating it up.
I mean, and he has a tablet, right?
Yeah.
That's just
I think he
insane
gets
to
it
me.
to like I think they said, was it 11 o'clock at night he gets to keep it to, and then they take it from him
That's
and he
just
gets
crazy.
it back the next morning.
So do they let him watch YouTube?
I don't know, because I would think if he has internet access that they can only go to certain websites.
Well, and I think if they want to watch a movie or something, don't they have to pay for it?
I think so. Like they can watch movies, but like you said, they'd have to pay for it. I don't know about like TV shows or anything like that. And I'm pretty sure the movies are probably restricted to certain titles.
Yeah.
See here, unless it's something new they started, there's no television, no nothing. And at the jail now, when they go to a correctional institute, that might be different. But I think they took out all the televisions there too, and there's no tobacco use.
Man, they want everybody fighting.
That's what it seems like.
I mean, you go supposed to sit there and go insane. I mean,
there's these guys that used to fly drones when they first came out, and there wasn't any laws on them. They would fly them right over the prison courtyard, and they would drop like a pack of cigarettes, and you just see people scrambling. It was a mad fight. And then they would drop make it look like, I don't know if it was a little bag of marijuana. They dropped that, buddy. You really saw them going in then.
I heard about that. I did hear about that. Yeah. That was funny. I mean, I want them to be in there, and I want them to not have a good time and kind of suffer every day. I'll be honest.
And not be comfortable.
Exactly. But, I
yeah.
don't think it's right to have the lights on 24 hours a day. And I don't think that, they should have at least books or a common area where a TV is or something. But I don't agree with this tablet stuff at all.
No. Unless they're just doing it to keep them calm while they're in there.
So. And so they don't go bonkers and bang their heads against the wall, literally, I mean,
Right.
a year in solitary, I mean, that would be, but it's supposed to be horrible. I mean, what he did was horrible.
Yeah. They have to trick their minds in there that this is the world I live in. There's no such thing as the outside world anymore.
Exactly.
Okay, give me a second, sweet Melissa. I'm looking for your comment.
Right, Sunset, common area, books, read a book. Yeah, I mean.
Okay.
I mean, because there might be some of these guys that are good enough to hack that tablet to do what they want. And
sweet Melissa, yes, you're right. He did. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And he was in communications and all that. That's what he wanted to teach the law enforcement, right? So he very well could hack that tablet.
He gets to see what is the thing. It's his commissary, but it's what they put the money on. All those women. Is it tailmates?
Well, each area's got a different one. Yeah, you don't actually give them the cash; it goes into an account.
Yeah.
And you got a password for that account that matches with your name.
I think his is tailmate that they use there. So he has that on his tablet, and whatever they have to go through for the movies or whatever. But I don't think they can do like Facebook. Probably no YouTube. Probably email, but it's. I'm sure their email. Well, no, because Ann Taylor said that all of his mail is getting routed to her, and then she decides what goes to him.
Well, maybe she's trying to weed out some stuff that.
Well, all them crazy women sending him stuff.
I don't get that. There's something seriously wrong with those women.
I don't know if they got daddy issues or what's going on, but
It's the bad boy syndrome.
It must be.
Yeah, but there's bad boys and then there's bad boys. I mean,
well, look at guys; they do the same thing. There's these things called prison babes.
Yeah,
it's like a dating site.
Though.
I don't get that either.
And you write these girls, and I forgot the one. She had a famous case. She was whacked in the head, but she had a famous case. And the more you pay her, the more she'll talk with you, and she'll even talk sexy to you in your letters. But you got to pay. It's like pay to play.
That is just so weird, though.
And people do it.
Wow. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't get it. I mean, Bad Boy's a guy on a cycle with a leather jacket, smoking a cigarette hanging out of his mouth and standing over there looking like he's tough.
Okay, when you were saying all that, I completely just thought of like John Travolta in the movie Grease. Grease.
Exactly.
I don't know why when you were explaining that's who popped into my head.
Remember at the end of the movie, she's dressed in black and she's got a cigarette in her hand.
He's looking hot, yeah.
She was like the bad girl now.
Exactly.
But it's like that's what they're looking for. And they see this guy who has committed a crime like this, and he's in prison, and he's not showing any emotion, and they like that for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, but that's way past Bad Boy.
And Tanya, you said the gospel right there when you talk about prison as a moneymaker for companies. You're 100% correct. When you see how much that commissary costs, and when you see all the other things that you have to pay for in there, they have to pay for their own
everything.
Like pen and pencil,
toilet paper.
pads. Exactly.
Yeah.
Toilet paper.
Yeah. So
I mean,
everything.
$25 is like gold.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. What's funny, Scarlett, is when my husband flew me from Kansas City to Wichita when his 17th birthday.
Uh-huh.
And I had never been to the movies before, and he wanted to take me to the movies. And so I called my mom and dad and asked him if I could go, and they asked me what movie, and I told them Grease. And so we went to see that movie, and then we got out of the movie. He's like, "You want to go to another movie?" And I said, "Well, the only one I asked my mom and dad if I could go to was Grease." So we went back in and watched it again.
You just wanted to make sure that what you told them, you wasn't lying to them about.
Exactly. I was a little bit of a rebel, but I was a good kid.
That is too funny.
Yeah, so that's kind of our movie. Yeah, and that's exactly who I was picturing too. Or James Dean, like you probably don't even know who that was.
I mean, what are these women? Let's just use the Brittany woman, the one from Kentucky that posted all this. He's her divine masculine counterpart or whatever.
Oh my God.
She's in love with him. The first time she saw him, she just knew that he was the one. What is this woman going to do? If they're sending this man money, putting on his books, and they're sending him letters and emails and all this and that, and then he gets out for whatever reason, not saying that he is, but he gets out and he's like, "Yo, is what you telling me in your letters, is it really true? Because I'm out of jail. I want to come stay with you."
Exactly.
What the hell is she going to do then?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, what if he gets off? I mean, what if he's guilty and he gets off? I mean, that's a scary thought. There would always be that in the back of my mind.
There is women out there who have sent this man money who would be like, okay, and will probably, if he walked into her house and said, "You know what, I didn't murder those kids. They just thought that I did. I'm I got out of it, and he really did do it, she would believe that he didn't do it.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
And then
that's scary.
Her or her kids, if she has kids, it's people are just, I don't know, they're crazy these days.
I'll be honest with you. If he gets off, I think he'll do it again.
I do too. If he makes it out of the state of Idaho.
Yeah. I think he enjoyed it.
True. And just think of this though. His parents, when this goes to trial, they don't have to be there at all. But somebody's got to be there for him on the day that verdict is read. Because if some reason it comes out not guilty, he's got to, they're going to release him.
Yeah, immediately.
And he's got to have somebody to hurry up and leave with.
Yeah.
So if his family's not there and he ain't got a car no more, he'll be out on the street.
Maybe he'll get something he deserves out there. I don't know.
And I'm not in any way saying that he is going to get out of this or anything like that. I'm just thinking about all the different scenarios in this whole thing.
Yeah, that's what I like to do. I think that's why we all get along so well, because our brains are like going out on the what ifs and
right
devil's advocate thing. And Riddler had me almost convinced the other night that he was in the what?
That's
Bundy's
coming from. Wait, is that him talking?
That was my husband.
Oh, I thought that was coming from Riddler.
No, my husband was like, Bundy's girlfriend would be waiting.
Okay,
but Riddler almost had me convinced the other night he was in his corner. What? Yeah, she'll be saying he didn't do it.
Oh, the girl.
Yeah, she'll believe it.
Oh, she would. He would tell her. He could tell her that the sun was orange with purple polka dots, and she would believe him.
And some of these women, they're not stupid. I mean, they're intelligent women.
There's a slight issue in there somewhere.
Yeah, it's like, who was it?
I don't know if they have daddy issues, or if, like you said, they just like that bad boy image, or I don't know what it is. But
well, if they're in jail, if they're in prison and they are never getting out, maybe it's like a security thing of
having the relationship but not having to worry about them doing anything to you because they can't get to you.
Exactly.
It could be it. I don't know. Maybe they've had bad relationships before and they want the relationship part of it, but that's the only way they feel safe to have it.
They don't want any other contact. Yeah.
Yeah, that could be it.
Except for maybe an occasional visit or something. But
yeah.
I mean, too, I wonder, Bundy's daughter, it's like, how are you going to explain to your daughter who her dad was, and that you knew what he was? I think that would be like a mind trip, man.
Right. It'd be crazy to find out that your dad is like that. And that's why the BTK's daughter, Carrie.
Oh, yeah.
She is like just...
Could you imagine if a news reporter would have asked Bundy, do you want somebody to do to your daughter what you did to other people's daughters?
I wonder what his answer would have been.
That's what I'm just sitting here thinking.
Okay, that's the riddle for
I wonder
tonight.
if he would even care. Truly care.
I don't know. When he was asked about that young girl, that's the first time he was getting sloppy on the end.
Yeah,
and the girl was, she's 12 or 13. She was in middle or junior high. It was in Lake City, Florida.
Yeah,
they asked him about her, and he goes, "I don't want to talk about that one. The other ones I'll talk about, but not that one."
Yeah, that one bothered him.
Why wouldn't that one though? Why wouldn't he?
Yeah, he didn't mind doing it when he was having fun while he was doing it.
Well, why wouldn't he want to talk about it though?
I don't know. He wouldn't talk about that either.
Underage. It's one of those rules, I mean, they have these guidelines for different things, and that kind of makes him like a ped,
okay. I see what you're saying.
I mean, he was in solitary confinement, but.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why they have Richard in prison, is because that's the only way they can protect him.
Now, did he hit minors also?
In Delphi, those two girls.
Oh, not that, Richard. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of BTK. Did he have minors, or are they all adults?
No, he had minors too. My husband.
He had adults.
He had adults too, but he had minors too.
Not that he killed.
Yes, he did.
Oh, yeah.
The Otero family.
Yeah.
My lord, my husband's been in that house several times. He said it's really a weird feeling to go in there. But yeah, he had one little girl that she was, her feet were not on the floor in the basement, and so she was dangling, and right there, and I know, see him all the time.
I literally, Riddler, a minute ago, her husband was talking, and I thought it was you, like way back away from your mic talking.
I didn't know who it was. It scared me. I pulled my headset off. What's that? What? They're coming in to get me now.
Because it sounded just like you, but like way off away from your mic, and I'm like, is that him talking?
That's Lord V. Danny quit. Oh my God. Somebody called him Mr. Lady V the other day. I was like, what? He actually, if he actually has some really good points that he makes sometimes.
Yeah, that's how Troll is. Because Troll is constantly talking about these cases.
Yeah, so is my husband.
He literally knows just as much as I do. Or he'll send me something and be like, oh, do you remember when this happened? And I'll be done completely forgot about it.
Yeah, my husband will do that too.
He remembers everything.
But I hope this trial is on television, because that's where the truth really comes out, because all that stuff you hear before, and I've seen it just about in every trial. Well, that answered our question that we've been waiting so long for. And here we were thinking it was this the whole time, and now we know.
I mean, how can they?
Several years.
The one way to prove that it's a fair trial is to put it out for the public to see. Because, I mean, technically it is an open court. It is open to the public. We're the public.
Yeah, technically.
So, just times have advanced to more than just somebody going into an open court and sitting on a hard bench that is very uncomfortable, when there is technology now that can open your court up to a larger audience.
Exactly. I think all of them should be taped. I really do.
Yeah.
Because it's true. I mean, people, if they're taping it, people are going to be less likely to lie.
Well, I mean,
like witnesses and things. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And as I pray to the good Lord that this judge allows it. I really do.
I do too. I mean, I think it should be a law. I think it is a law. I think they should adhere to the law, because it's a constitutional right.
Okay, Sweet Melissa said, we contacted Governor Brad Little for help with a missing child. The parents are suspects. The county is like Moscow, a sheriff and a few deputies. We asked for him to donate money. He said, I can't do that. Sweet Melissa, he gave it to Moscow, well, Latah County, Moscow PD or whatever. He gave it to them, $1 million.
Yeah, God, that's insane.
Yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous if you ask me, honestly.
Once again, that city has what in it? A college. Big university.
And I think the governor, that's where he went to college at.
And we'll stop and think about everybody that went to college there comes back for homecoming or to watch football games.
Mm-hmm.
They all come back, congregate there. They're in the same
class reunions,
fraternities.
Yeah.
They would like nothing more than to sweep this all away and make it disappear like it never happened.
You know what I heard next year?
What?
Starts IT judge.
Hey, Windjammer, how are you? Let's see. It's not a good thing when the prosecution can't share with the defense. They have nothing. I mean, if they have such a rock solid case, why are they trying to stall?
Scarlett, you have to hear what my husband just said.
What did he say?
Look. Tell her.
You can tell him.
You tell her.
You tell him.
He said, I can't explain it like you did. He said next year, he heard on the news.
Today on let's see, on talk radio.
Okay.
What did I just say?
That next year they're going to start using IT.
IT judges.
What the heck is an IT judge?
IA, I'm sorry. IA.
IA judges?
Artificial intelligence?
Yes.
Oh, yes. AI judges.
Yes, that's what I heard today on the radio. Starting next year.
That's almost comical.
It is.
It is.
I mean, seriously.
Maybe the AI will televise them.
I mean,
how is that going to be possible?
How is it fair? How would that be fair?
It wouldn't be.
That's great.
I mean, that couldn't be fair, because could you program that to make a certain type of decision?
Oh yeah, that was on.
I would think so. I mean,
the Dana show. There was a guy that was taking her place.
Oh, Mr. Lady B, hello and welcome.
Oh.
Oh.
You know, artificial intelligence, I wouldn't mind that going to a place like Mars before we send humans there.
Yeah, but not
going down in that.
Though.
Going down in that sub we just saw.
Yeah,
that's what they should have put first, until they got all the bugs worked out.
You know, the one guy that was on the Titan this was his 38th trip down there.
Say. It was 38 times.
Yeah, this was his 38th time.
What was supposed to be so special about this time compared to any other time, or watching it on television?
I don't know. Apparently this guy, he was fascinated with the Titanic. The guy that was from Pakistan, that had his son with him, he was obsessed with the Titanic. And the boy, his son, didn't want to go with him. He was scared. He was terrified. But because the trip fell on Father's Day, he didn't want to upset his dad. So that's the reason why he went with him.
And then his other son was at a concert.
Okay, so was that his stepson that went, or was that one of the other guys' stepson that went? Because
I think that was his.
Okay,
he was like, well, you know, they would want me to be here so I could get my mind off of it. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
People were having a fit over him being at that concert when the search was going on.
Yeah. It's like, how cold and callous and selfish is that?
I know Cardi B, the music artist Cardi B, she called him out all over Twitter. I haven't got to hear it yet, but then he ended up going back at her, and I didn't get to hear that either. But she literally called him out for being at the concert when they were scrambling to try to get help there to get this, because at the time we thought that their oxygen was running out. We didn't know that the Navy picked up the implosion on their microphones in the bottom of the ocean. We didn't know that they picked the sound up, and already knew this whole time that they were no longer with us. And here the rest of the world scrambling, and we got all these other countries helping. You got the Canadian Coast Guard, you got the U.S. Coast Guard, airplanes, helicopters, boats, and all this and that. And here this dude is off at a concert enjoying himself while his family are missing.
Yeah, that's just like the most cold, callous, selfish thing I think I've ever heard.
I
And
mean,
how
a
much
Blink
did it cost to
182,
go down there? 250,000.
250,000. It was $1 million worth of crew that he took down there. You might as well say.
So if you weren't rich, you weren't going down there.
No, $250,000 per person, and it only carries the pilot and then the 4 crew members.
King Scarlet said, I'm still upset about the Titan after being on satellite all night. I was on coffee like Lady B. And I don't even drink coffee, she said.
I actually woke up early this morning, and JB Buno with WFLA was on. He had just went live.
Yeah.
And that's when, because I was wanting to know if have they ran out of oxygen yet and all that. And I want to say it came out after that about them finding the debris field. And of course, we knew by then that it wasn't.
Yeah.
They had already deceased.
That was so sad. But I think like that. What? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I've always questioned why don't they have a cable from the ship to the sub? That way, if something happens,
a 2.5-mile cable.
Yes.
Right.
And
that would make sense.
And reel them in. I mean,
it wouldn't. Yeah.
But they couldn't have because it imploded.
Well.
If it hadn't imploded, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Susie, how are you? Yeah, because they went down an hour and 45 minutes into the descent. They lost comms, and then right after that is when the Navy is saying they picked up the implosion sound on their.
Yeah, they knew.
They didn't say nothing this whole time.
No, they didn't.
No.
And it's like Big Al said, they did it because it's a distraction for don't look at this hand, look at my other hand,
Right.
There's
And like
nothing
King
going on in
Scarlet
the
said.
world, just this.
Right. And like King Scarlet just said, they said it was a rescue mission still lies. They had all of us believing this whole time that these people are trapped down there somewhere and they're missing and that they're running out of oxygen. And I told y'all, that's like, I hate thinking of somebody who can't breathe. And the whole time, we're thinking, could they be on the bottom of the ocean floor just waiting for their oxygen to run out, and they know that they're going to pass away?
They probably would have froze to death before then. But and still, all of these from other countries, all of these rovers and all of these things coming in.
Right.
I mean.
Yeah, that one came all the way from over in the UK, over somewhere over in there, as fast as it possibly could to get there.
So what are you going to do? Pay them back for wasting their time? That's not right.
It's ridiculous is what it is. And here you have the families who are thinking, okay, well, they have 30 hours of oxygen left. Maybe they'll get down there and be able to find them.
Right.
Okay, now we got 20. Then you get down to 10, and then it's like 5, 4, and then oxygen this morning was supposed to run out. And you got these families thinking this.
And then they're saying, well, people are ingenious. People have survived. Maybe they're just laying there breathing shallow and, but then you also have to think it's not just the oxygen running out. It's the CO2 that you're breathing that makes you breathe harder because you're gasping for air because you're breathing in CO2.
Right.
Because scrubber's not working.
Exactly. And all they did, in my opinion, is they put false hope into those families.
Well, they did. They put false hope into the whole world.
Yeah, because you can guarantee the whole world was watching that.
Yeah.
It was almost like everything true crime stopped while that was going on.
Yep, it did. I think every channel that I looked at pretty much had it on.
Well,
I was on Facebook.
It's just like when the Challenger exploded on liftoff.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the people inside, many think were still alive till they hit the water.
Now, I'm not gonna compare this to the Titanic. Was a huge, ginormous tragedy, and I get that.
Right.
But the Titan going down there and this happening was almost like a deja vu kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
It's like bad
Two
juju
in a row. It's kind of
yeah,
like being in the Bermuda Triangle.
exactly.
Well, they said that somebody had went on the Titan last year on a dive, and they said that they lost comms for 2 hours on that trip. That should have been like telling the pilot, okay, something's not right. I don't need to go down because my worst fear, and this came straight out of the pilot's mouth, his worst fear going down there was getting stuck down there and not being able to surface.
Exactly.
So
King Star,
why take a chance of going down there and losing radio communications?
yeah. King Scar, well, my husband, he's like, well, apparently, what was it you said? The owner went down.
Yeah, this time the owner
Talk a little louder.
went down on this trip.
Wait,
Yeah,
what did you say?
that's my thing. Now I read that the owner went down on this trip. And so my thing as the owner, you would think naturally he would feel secure
Mm-hmm.
by going himself. So,
I'm sorry, but I can sit at home free
Yes, Mariah.
and safe.
yeah.
And
I would never do it.
no.
That's James Cameron.
Yeah.
Scarlett, did you see what I just posted on the private chat?
Let's see here. So the U.S. Navy detected Titan sub implosion with top secret acoustic system. Dave vessel went missing. So the Navy passed on that information to the Coast Guard, which continued its search because the Navy did not consider the data to be definite. While not definite, this information was immediately shared with the incident commander to assist with the ongoing search and rescue mission, and the official said in a statement to Fox News Digital. So why didn't the Coast Guard? No, the Navy. Wait, I gotta go back.
Yeah, the Navy sends it to the Coast Guard, but they said it's not definite. We've heard something, but it's not definite.
So maybe they just decided to keep going with it until they were proven that it was
once they saw the debris field.
Nothing. Yeah, because
they
did say that once they found the debris field and they found the I forgot what the name of it is, but the pressure capsule or whatever. They found both ends of it, and then they said they immediately contacted the families before they ever come out and did the press conference.
And King Scarlet was asking, then what was the banging every 30 minutes? It sounded like SOS. It could be marine life. It could be a lot of things. I mean, seriously, we literally do have we have.
There's no telling what's down there. Yeah.
That can hear a fish fart. I mean, they weren't just joking about that.
Yeah, and see, I have a huge problem though with and that's why I kept keeping up with how much oxygen they had left. Troll's husband, when we were 19, our Troll's husband, good Lord, y'all, I'm so sleepy. Troll's best friend, when we were 19, well, I was 18, they were 19. He drowned, and they had went duck hunting, and they had crossed a bayou that we have down here. And all it was like a wooden bridge, and they got stuck, so he had to go get his a skidder from his family. His mom and dad owned a logging company, and he went across the bridge on the skidder, got the truck unstuck. The truck goes back across the bridge, and then turns around where he can see. And as he's going across the bridge in this big, huge logging skidder, the bridge, one side of it collapsed and flips the skidder upside down and traps him in it. Oh. And they know that he tried to get out because he had his dad's gun in his hand trying to get out, but the door got stuck and he couldn't. And it's like ever since then, I have this huge issue, and it bothers me really, really bad when I know that somebody can't breathe.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but it bothers me. And
yeah, well, yeah, definitely.
And like I said, he was only 19
That's
when that
scary.
happened. And so ever since then, anytime there's ever, and it was even with this situation with the Titan, it was like, I asked King Scarlet, I don't know how many times last night when I was live, like, how many hours do they have left? Because it's sad to know that there was people, or what we thought, there was people sitting in there and they knew that their oxygen was running out. And if they wasn't found in time, they knew the end consequences of what would, like, they knew what was going to happen if they wasn't found in time. And that's a very sad thought that they
Well, not
knew
only
that.
that, but they're sitting down. I mean, you're thinking, I mean, this is my thinking. They're sitting down there on the bottom, freezing cold, oxygen's running out. It's completely dark,
Black. Yeah.
darker than you can't even see your hand in front of your face.
Right.
I mean, how scary is that?
Yeah.
And yeah, I just, whoa. I mean, I think it's terrible, but I'm glad that it did what it did so they didn't have to suffer that fate that they had all of us scared to death all over the world of what those guys were going through.
Exactly.
Have they ever tried to run that particular submarine that deep before? Or is that its
37
first
times they
voyage?
went down there.
In that
They,
submarine?
I don't know if it was in that one. I know that they did a dive last year, but I don't know where they did that dive at.
Isn't that the only one they had?
I believe they had 3 total, but the guy that went down there 37 times to the Titanic, I don't know if he did it all with Ocean Gate. I don't know if there was other companies that he used or
I thought that
what.
was the only one that could go down there.
Because see, I'm trying to put this together, like step by step. What failed first? Was it power? And then everything will start failing. Well,
Right.
Was
I
it
was
metal
thinking
fatigue?
maybe the batteries got
Yeah.
messed up for some reason.
Well,
Was
it
there metal
was said,
fatigue?
the guy, he was on WFLA this morning. He was an expert. He was a submariner and all this and that. He said that he heard that right before they lost communication, because somebody had asked, well, could there be, could they have documented it, all this on their phone or something? And
Right.
maybe we'll get to find the phone later. And this is before we knew of the implosion.
Right, because there's nothing left now.
Right. And he said, well, it's a possibility, that they could have been documenting it. He said, but if it comes out to be an implosion, they wouldn't have had time to do that. And he said that what he had heard was literally right before they lost radio communication, the pilot of the Titan said that they were about to drop ballast.
Yeah.
And then the radio comms went out. And they think that's, and of course, right, they lose radio communication, and then that's when the Navy picked up the implosion sound.
Right.
Then I would want to know, were they going down too fast and had too steep of an angle, or?
Well, they were going down 1 mile an hour. I mean, 1 mile. Yeah, 1 mile an hour they were going.
Yeah, but sure. What I'm saying is, did they exceed that? Did they get their figures wrong? People's weight, all that plays.
Somebody said that, because they said that what it seems like is that they could have, with the weight, they could have been going down so fast, and it caused the pressure to change, and then it caused the implosion. And once that happens, it's literally a blink of an eye, and it's all over with. You don't even know what happened. You didn't know it was going to happen.
Well,
yeah, that's what I heard too.
Yeah, that's what my husband heard too. I mean, but it's like, okay, this is how much my granddaughter needed to be airlifted from Wichita to Kansas City to Children's Mercy.
Mm-hmm.
And my son was, what, 2 pounds over what he could be to get in that helicopter. And they were not going to let him in. And I told him he had like an hour or so, I said, you drink a bunch of water and you go to the bathroom and you push out as much as you can. And he did, and he got to go on the helicopter. But they're so, I mean, that's why they're such sticklers on that too. You think 1 or 2 pounds doesn't make a difference, but it really does between life or death. You would
So
think
we
they would have
loaded
known it on this, and it would have been just as strict.
Mm-hmm.
when we loaded aircraft in the Air Force. They have a load master, and he has to do algebra. He's got to know where center of gravity is. He's got to know
Right.
how much weight. We're only allowed to bring so much equipment with us, and even if you get on the airline, well, it's mostly those little smaller planes. They want to see how much weight and luggage.
Weigh your baggage and everything.
Who was famous that crashed down in South America or Mexico? Their plane had too much.
That was Aaliyah, the singer Aaliyah.
Aaliyah.
She was down there. She had filmed a music video, and they loaded her plane up, and it was too heavy. And whenever it went to take off, it crashed, and she died. That was back in. Oh God, did I even have kids during that time? Maybe 2000. I might have had just one, my oldest son, during that time. Maybe 2000, 2001, somewhere around in there. It was like a long time ago.
You had to take all those boots.
Yeah.
And see, we have to have everything tied down.
So it can't slide and shift.
Yeah, it can't shift on us. Yeah.
I remember all that in ROTC. We had to learn all that.
You know, I mean,
go ahead, Lady V. Go ahead.
I was just saying, going down into the depths of our ocean is just as much as going in spaces. It's like you have to be, it's just like another space, but wet. I mean, you're dealing with the same things basically with the pressures and all of that as you would if you were going to space. So I think wasn't even NASA involved in part of this? I think NASA had some part in it.
I don't know.
Private.
I know it's private, but when that guy was talking, that
maybe the construction of it.
I think they used something from NASA. I mean, it's just like going into space, except it's underwater, where you're dealing with the same, forces pressing in and oxygen issues and all of that. I mean, you would think all the safety things that they've learned in space, how to do it in space, they would have applied to this submarine or submersible. You know what I mean? Because it's like astronauts, they have astronauts that train in those great big old pools for simulation because it simulates being in space.
Right.
So the rules are going to be basically the same for going into space as it is going into the deepest parts of our ocean, I believe. So why not apply all of that?
I don't understand why they just won't leave the Titanic alone. Just let it rest and let the souls that are down there rest. Instead of going down there always wanting to mess with it and look at it and all that.
I find it fascinating.
Well, you can watch it on TV.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Watch it on TV.
I can sit at home and be comfortable and safe and warm, and I can watch. I mean, if you're going to watch it in the Titan, you're going to be looking at it through a screen pretty much anyway. I can do that at home.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. So, what's the claim of fame? What's the whole purpose to go down there? I guess if those guys were poor, they'd still be. They wouldn't have been in that fix.
No, they paid for. Yeah, I feel bad for the 19-year-old that didn't want to go. I really do.
Right.
Oh, I do too.
Because now that family has. Izzy, good night, honey. That family has not only lost a husband and a dad, but they've lost a son and a brother.
That didn't want to go.
Right. He told a family member that he was terrified, that he really wasn't up for it. But because it fell on Father's Day, he didn't want to upset his dad. So he went with him.
That was so sweet.
And he said that he told the family member that his dad was going because he was obsessed with the Titanic.
I mean, I'd rather watch James Cameron. If James Cameron was going down there and I could go with him, I might. But I think he's the only one I would trust.
I wouldn't go down there with anybody. I'm just because that's a situation like if it happens, there's nothing you can do to stop it.
No,
because
and
it happens so quickly.
They said it literally could have been just a pinhole in there.
Just any type of pressure. And from what I had read, it implodes on itself instead of exploding outwards. It implodes inwards, and it causes the oxygen inside to ignite.
Yeah,
and it's so quick that you basically just you're incinerated.
You have no idea you're gone until you're gone. Yeah,
and you never know that it's going to happen.
That's what happened on Apollo 1. They had pure oxygen inside. And when they got that spark, those 3 astronauts burned right up on that pad.
Right.
Isn't that what happened? Is that what happened with the Challenger too when it broke up?
Well, the Challenger, when it broke up, it had an O-ring leak. So they got a torch going onto a fuel tank. And when they goosed it up at 100%, that's when it blew up right there and fell to the ocean.
But my point is, it's not going to stop. The exploration of our ocean needs to be done, in my opinion, to bring more awareness of what we have here on Earth, the wildlife,
right?
Seeing how things. I mean, to me, that's more important than going into space. And then
I don't understand the whole space thing. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, and then they said it could have gotten stuck in one of those trawling lines, fishing lines.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're telling me. I mean, good Lord! I mean, can't we use a fishing line that is made out of rope or something where it'll degrade?
See, I heard that the first rumor I heard was that they were possibly stuck in the Titanic, inside of the wreckage. Then I heard that it could have been like a net that they got, they call it ghost nets or whatever.
Right.
They got tangled up in that. Then it was a rumor that, well, maybe they were going down and they ended up crashing into the Titanic.
Right.
I forgot, there was one other one. I forgot what it was. And it wasn't none of those.
Or they also said that there was a chance that like a whale or something might have bumped into them.
Oh, I didn't hear that one.
Yeah.
But I mean, even that makes sense.
Now, Lady V, you were kind of correct. Columbia, when it was re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, it disintegrated like that because there was a hole. And that heat got in there. And
yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, it got, and the tiles were burned off on it, and they were showing something like they don't have any tire pressure or something like that. But yeah, that was Columbia, and I think their bodies were scattered. I mean, wreckage was scattered across several states.
Yeah, that was crazy, and I have seen some of those parts that they've shown. But it's not. It's like just because something happens, an accident in space, you're taking the chance. You know that you could have an unaliving to yourself if you go there. You have to think about the same thing here. And just because this happened doesn't mean that we're never going to be exploring our oceans and our seas.
Right. No, they'll keep going with it.
Do you think this is going to stop people? No, it's not going to stop people.
No, and if you think about our fighter pilots, that's just one small part of the military. Every time they get in that, especially a fighter jet, or how about the spy planes, the SR-71, where it goes up there on the edge of the atmosphere. And they have to wear, they're wearing spacesuits up there when they're flying. And the U-2, they know that might be their last time flying, last time they were able to take off from that base. Yeah. They know that every time they go up, because look at the speeds they're going out there.
So the one I feel bad for is the 19-year-old. The other ones,
they went on their own.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
willingly went down there knowing the risks.
Right.
And it's just like Tom Hanks said in that movie Apollo 13. They go, "Why are we going back to the moon? We already been there." He says, what if Christopher Columbus, people would have said that when he came to the New World? Okay, we already been to America. Why are we going back there? Well, he came over here to colonize it.
Exactly. That's why they want to go back.
There was somebody that had went on the Titan last year, and they said that there was a bunch of different stuff that they had to, a bunch of different waivers they had to sign, and just on the first page, it mentioned death 3 times.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, when I seen the first word, seen it the first time, I would be out. I wouldn't.
But the first time I saw that sub, that's what we're calling it. Mm-hmm. If you shave the top of it off, I wouldn't want to be sitting in that thing fishing in the ocean.
No.
That thing, it just didn't look safe.
Long. No, 22 foot long and 7 foot wide.
It's like a jail cell, except longer.
Yeah, and I think it had
up straight.
No, they couldn't. They had, whenever they were sitting, because they had to sit up against the wall, their backs were kind of like hunched over because there was really no room in the middle.
How long was supposed to be the entire voyage? 1 day?
I think a day. That's what it was.
I think they were supposed to go down there and then look around for a day and come back. Isn't that right?
Something like that, because they did give them a bag that had 1 or 2 sandwiches and I think a bottle or 2 of water that they brought with them, and a jacket.
But I mean, things got to start falling apart on that Titanic pretty soon, because as we said before, the bacteria eats away. Those chandeliers are going to have to start falling. The stairways are going to cave in. I mean, there's no telling what they're hearing down there. They're thinking it's a knock. Could be things falling off of that Titanic.
Sally Mae had a place in there where they could use the restroom too. I'm sorry, Lady D, go ahead.
Oh, no, nothing. They probably had one of those little things they could hold.
I just don't know. See, that I would have an issue with that too.
Didn't they have a curtain?
Yeah, just with a curtain.
That's what they got on. Okay. Well, hey, y'all laugh. That's what they got on C-130s. When we take long trips, you just pull the curtain and go do what you got to do.
Well, they could have been wearing diapers too.
Well, our pilots wear diapers when they go across the pond.
Yeah,
they wear diapers when
yeah.
Mm.
You remember the lady that was a pilot? She was driving cross country.
Yeah.
She committed. Yeah, she committed. She was wearing diapers so she wouldn't have to stop.
Oh God, I remember that.
I don't know who you are talking about.
She was running from the law.
It must be before my time.
Wish we could have done this one.
Yeah.
What year was this?
Well, this wasn't too long ago. I mean, when I say too long ago, 15 to 20 years ago.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was hilarious. Yeah, that was fun. And she never did stop to change that diaper either. That was the thing.
Oh, goodness.
I do that every day.
No, you did not.
Oh, that is. Oh, I cannot.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. I forgot all about that one.
Just the thought of that. Ugh.
Yeah. Callie Dime remembers that lady.
I don't remember that. I'm gonna have to look it up.
What was her name, Lady V?
She did.
Hold on.
Okay, she did. Wasn't it the reason why she did that? Because she committed a crime, if I'm not mistaken, and she had to get somewhere in a certain amount of time. That's why, and they found out she wore the diaper to get there because she never made any stops, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was a big crime, wasn't it? Wasn't it a murder crime?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because she was having an affair. Yes, she was having an affair with another astronaut. That's what it was. Yeah.
Oh,
what state was this in?
Gosh.
She was an astronaut.
Yeah. And she was having an affair with another astronaut.
Oh, okay. So this was like 2007?
Gosh.
What was her
A
name?
long
I'll
time ago.
Google it.
Let's see what it. Lisa Nowak, Nowak. Is that the right one? It says astronaut faces attempted murder charges. February the 6th of 2007.
I didn't she go kill the wife or something?
I don't remember, but yeah, I remember it.
It was
now.
it was just weird.
Yeah.
Okay, Air Force captain who was attacked by female astronaut. Let me see if this is it. In a bizarre love triangle, speaks out about her struggle to return to normalcy 9 years. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's bad.
This is crazy. That is so. I've never heard of the story. Now I'm gonna have to start digging into it.
Yeah, if you'd wanted to do like one of those throwbacks.
It happened here in Florida.
Yeah, it was insane. I mean, that
I guess they were training down at Cape Canaveral or Patrick Air Force Base.
Wow. We should do like once a week, like Lady V said, like a throwback true crime night or something like that, and just find like a story or a case from back in the day.
I got to find a documentary on the Casanova killer. I'm talking about the one back in the early 60s, not this latest one they called the Casanova, but the one way back. I mean,
yeah, that guy was bad.
This guy was tough, buddy. I mean, he kidnaps a cop while on duty, throws him in the back of the car, drives him around town, stops and gets gas with a cop in the back and another guy. Then he goes handcuffs him to a tree.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was before my time, so I have no idea who that
that's why I
is.
want to watch a documentary on this guy. They said he makes Bundy look like a Cub Scout.
Yeah, that's true. They do say that.
And the women said he was way better looking than Bundy.
I never thought Bundy was good looking.
Well, I'm not a female, so I wouldn't know, but I'm just saying. This guy here, they said he was like a movie star. And women were just dazzled.
He could have been. Yeah, he was so handsome. Yeah, they definitely thought he could have been a movie star. It was crazy. I mean, we ought to do it. I mean, it'd be kind of fun if you let everybody know what you want to do on the throwback, so people that want to can kind of research it a little bit. So when they would come talk to you, we've re-educated ourselves on it,
And Scarlett, did you get the one I sent you on Danny Rolling?
Yes, I haven't had time to read it yet.
Okay. Yeah, you get to watch it. It's just a good one. It's about 45 minutes.
Do you have your other channels, Scarlett?
Yeah, and that's what I'm gonna put the link in the chat, because I do need to start working on that channel and getting it up, and I hope that's the right command. Yes,
I remember you saying that. I mean, we could be a little less cautious.
Yeah,
on one.
Right.
We may do a members or something.
Thank you, Summer. Because I only have, the last time I checked, like 295 subs over there. But we could maybe do something like that over there on that one, since it's not monetized, so I don't really have to worry about being super, super cautious over there. Maybe we can do that, because I don't know, a lot of people in here during the day, I don't know if they're busy or not, in order to do it before my normal live on this channel, because everybody is mostly night owls here.
Yeah, so definitely night owls.
Maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe one night a week, we can go over to that channel and do like a throwback.
Yeah, I mean, that would help you, and it'd be fun to revisit some of these older ones.
Right, because a lot of them I don't even know about that y'all are talking about.
Yeah. Richard Speck would be very interesting. Now, this one isn't very old, but that one I told you about, Bryan Kohberger. if you haven't looked into that, I'm telling you that kid came in and just like flat out said this is what I've never seen. He wasn't even interrogated. It was like, this
He
is what
just
I
told
did.
it all.
Yeah, and it was like he was telling a story. He'd be an excellent storyteller. It was just, it was I mean, it was like fascinating and terrible at the same time.
Right. I'm gonna have to look into it. I remember writing his name down when you first told me about it.
But
So,
I mean, there's so many things that would be good for, several
hmm
hours of a throwback, or if you even wanted to take like one night a week here and put it over on your other channel. I bet you all these guys would go over to your other channel, and you could just set it for once a week, like on a Saturday or something, to go over there instead of over here, and that helps get your hours in over there too.
yeah, because as far as my hours, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to start all over. I don't think I've had it a year yet, and they give you like 12 months to get your 4,000 watch hours and your 1,000 subs. What is your other channel? Okay, Rosie, it is. Hold on, let me put it in the chat.
You have to have so many people.
Rosie, the
You have
night
to
bottle
have
dropped the link.
You have to be monetized. You have to have at least 1,000 subs and 4,000 hours. But
4,000 watch hours.
but every person that's on here, see, I'm on one of my YouTube channels and I'm on another one on this one. So that way, if we're on here, say 4 hours, she actually gets 8 hours from me. And so every person that's on here, you get the hours from.
Right.
It's 1,000 subs that's more harder to get, I think.
It is, because whenever I first started this one, I thought, oh my God, 4,000 hours is going to take forever. And they only give you 12 months to do it. Once you start, you got 12 months to get it, or you have to start over. And I was like every time I would do a live, that was the first thing I would go check on my studio. And I got the hours quicker than I got the subs.
Yeah.
A friend of
But
mine.
now you're known and you have a lot of people, and you can just
Right.
send out, messages somehow or other, to everybody, your subs, and let them know.
Right. Be a lot
Scarlett,
easier. Uh-huh.
I got some friends. They have their YouTube channels, and they've got commercials on there. Can we do that here, or can
I
you?
can. You talking about like whenever they do their lives?
Yep, they're doing. Well, actually, they're not doing lives. You can make a comment below, and you sit
Oh,
there
so
and watch them.
they're just doing videos then, right?
Yes, and this brought to you by Blue Chew. This brought to you by Manscaped. And they go through
Oh,
stuff like
so
that. They
they've
give a
got
commercial every 30 minutes. They do a commercial, and they'll
okay.
be on there
So
for about an hour and a half.
see, if you do a video, and y'all probably just saw a ad pop up, because I can put an ad in it while I'm live. I can put an ad in it wherever I want to. But a lot of people, what they'll do is they will do a video. In order to get if you're monetized, you get your ads in the middle of your video, then it has to be 8 minutes or longer. If not, then it's just at the beginning and at the end, anything less than 8 minutes. But what they'll do is they'll do like, I don't know, like a 20-minute video, and then they'll put ads in it like every 5 minutes or every 6 minutes.
Some of them get to be too much.
Right. I don't do that. Some people who do lives will go in after the live and put their ads in it wherever they want. I don't do that. I just did it just then to show that I could do it while I'm live, but I never do it. So if y'all saw an ad just then, that was because I put it in there. A lot of people, well, I don't know if you could see it or not because you're on my panel.
But I'm on the regular one on my phone.
Okay. See if it puts one in there, because I just added another one. I can't.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, see, people can do that. I don't do it because it just seems like it's rude while you're live and you're popping ads in when you're trying to talk to people. Some people will go after their live is over with, and then they will add the ads into it. I don't even do that. When I end it, I go to bed.
how does that affect you? How does that, like, do you make money off of that?
It's ad revenue. If you monetize your channel, it's ad revenue. Anybody who watches the ad, you get a few cents off of it.
Do you have to watch like all of it for it to count, or can you watch like till it
No,
says you can skip?
no, it has to be the whole thing, or it won't count.
Uh-oh.
Well, these guys get their own. These guys get their own sponsors.
That's what they have. They have.
Do they make their own commercials?
Well, they have their own sponsors, and then what they do also in there is they have like apparel, shirts, and hats they sell, and they just tell you go visit my other site, boxofgimmicks.com, something like that, and you go over there, and you can and if you mention you saw it on here, put this on. They give you a little code. You get 20% off.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. They have sponsors, and then they have to do like their because there's homesteading channels that I watch, and they get sponsored by is it Harry's Dollar Razors or whatever it is. So like once a month, this channel has to do their own little commercial for that sponsorship or whatever, and then they have their link down in the description, so anybody that goes and buys those razors through their link, they get a percentage of it. It doesn't,
I know, like,
it don't cost the customer anything extra, but they do get a percentage off of it.
Yeah, and there's that green vegetable, you mix it with water, it's like a powder.
Oh, the green, yeah, I know what you're talking
green
about.
Athletic or something.
Yeah,
there's certain different ones, but they have those as sponsors also.
I know, like Ben Shapiro. Do you know who Ben Shapiro is?
Oh, yeah, I like Ben.
Yeah,
no, I don't.
Oh,
he's Mr. Know-It-All.
Or you don't like him?
I like
him. I don't know who he is. Unless I've seen him, and I just don't know what his name is.
Well, it's on a subject we don't want to get on here. Okay. So,
okay.
But he actually does. He'll pop up a picture of whatever it is, and then he reads out the commercial himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what this homestead channel does. It's like their own little commercial that they made for this product that they have the sponsorship with, and then it'll go back to their regular video.
Right. The thing of it is, with those, you can't skip through them unless you fast forward.
No, you can't skip through those.
Yeah, these guys here, they'll play the commercial and then they'll even add their 2 cents worth. That's what I take, and I've been feeling a lot better since I've been doing the athletic greens.
Mm-hmm.
And they do the same thing with Blue Chew and Manscaped. All the I just remember some of them they have.
A lot of people. There's another homestead channel that's from Idaho, northern Idaho, and they get very creative with their sponsors, the commercials that they do for their sponsors, and they're actually really good at it. And it's like you're talking about the green stuff. I forgot what it's called, but she will start talking about like every morning whenever I get up and start my day, and goes into like the whole thing and reads it off and tells like just a regular commercial. Some people are good at it. And
well, one of them's even got a chain. It's like a sporting sports bar. And he says, we're right now in 18 different cities. If your city would like one or so-and-so, contact us.
Yeah. And everybody who clicks on it and buys something through their link, they get a percentage of the sale off of it. Which, like I said, it doesn't cost the customer anything else. The company themselves gives it to the, they have like the I was almost said Arizona, Amazon affiliate links and all that. Wait, who's coming in the chat strong? Oh, never mind. I seen it. Hold on, let me go back and see what the message said.
Justice.
What he saw. Okay, we don't know if that is true or not.
There's so many angles in this case, isn't there?
Yeah. I mean, we don't know if BK has been framed. I don't like people coming in and posting stuff as facts when there's no proof. Justice, no. We really don't know if that's true, Justice. I'm sorry, but we don't. We don't know if Bryan is being framed. We don't know if Brent did anything with any towers or anything like that.
Yes, we do. Where's your receipts, Justice?
Brent Kohberger could leak the FBI call to Moscow. Okay, Justice, I'm gonna tell you now. I'm removing this last one, and then after this, you're gonna get blocked because you have no receipts to prove anything that you were saying. I mean, it's one thing to state an opinion here, and that's fine, but when you come in stating something as a fact but you have no receipts for it, it kind of gets ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, unless you can prove what you say. I mean, if you want to stand behind what you're saying and come up and say something about it and prove it, that's different than just throwing things into the chat.
Okay. I'm blocking them.
Put
I'm
in
not
my
gonna.
opinion.
I'm blocking them. I'm not gonna sit here and that craziness saying yes we do, no we don't, and so they're gone. That we don't have to worry about them. This channel is very awesome. If you get kicked out, it's pretty bad. Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate that.
Very much so.
So yeah, I'm about to get out of here. It is already after 4:00 in the morning.
Yeah, I got to get some sleep so I can get up with my hubby in the morning.
I miss my dog walkers. It's now 5:14. They usually come
Oh,
around at 4:30.
You're 45 minutes late on them. They're gonna wonder what happened to you.
I've really enjoyed this, though. I always enjoy being up here with you guys. I really miss it when I'm not here.
And guess what, Lady V? You didn't have internet issues tonight.
I didn't. You know why?
Because you're in St. Louis.
I'm in a hotel and I put a SIM card in my iPad.
Oh, okay.
So I'm hoping that will correct the situation. But I feel very honored that you have me up, and I really enjoy it, and I appreciate it. And I think if you do something like we were talking about on your other channel, I think you would take off. I really do, because I think it would be fun.
Yeah, because we kind of need a break up during the week from all the heavy true crime stuff that we've been talking about.
And it's still on things we all like, but it'll be like on a lighter note, because we'll be able to answer those what happened questions,
Right.
So, but anyway, I'm gonna let you go so you guys can get off of here. And again, I appreciate it. I love you, Scarlett. And
Riddler, I love you too.
Riddler, you're a sweetheart. I always enjoy talking to you.
Oh, I consider it an honor to be on the same panel with you.
I do, you too.
Okay, thank you so much, Scarlett, for having a super wonderful channel.
Y'all are both welcome, and thank you both for coming up. I hope y'all both have a wonderful night, or well, technically morning.
And your channel just continues to grow, so keep up the good work.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here. Elliot, are you talking about on the Titan that they were just searching for? It was $250,000 for per person, and they could only carry 4 people plus the pilot. Sally May, have a wonderful night. All right, so I'm about to get out of here. I love you all. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. Keep the families of the Titan crew in your prayers. Summer, you are very welcome. Lady V, have a good night. So I love you all. I hope y'all have a wonderful morning, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow night.